Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zaka Jacob. The loudspeaker debate in Maharashtra has gotten sharper. The Nashik police came out with a rather bizarre order yesterday that 15 minutes before and 15 minutes after the Azan, Hanuman Chalisa or any other bhajan cannot be played. In fact, it goes on to say that around 100 meters around every mosque, no bhajan can be played. Now, this is clearly a political move by the Aghadi government to try and counter Raj Thackeray and the MNS, which has made this a big issue. The simple question is, shouldn't the loudspeaker rule apply to all religions, irrespective? Because it's a Supreme Court order at the end of the day that whatever the call to prayer is, should not be more than a certain decibel level. Now, why should there be bias towards or against any one religion in particular? But first, the story of how it is Azan versus Chalisa in Maharashtra.
It all started in Karnataka, where right-wing groups demanded a ban on loudspeakers during prayers in mosques, citing disturbance to public. And the fire has now spread to Maharashtra. At the forefront of the ban Azan chorus are the MNS, BJP and its allies, as well as Hindu outfits. MNS chief Raj Thackeray has threatened to play the Hanuman Chalisa in front of mosques if loudspeakers are not banned by May 3rd. His party also plans to play Maha-Aarti on loudspeakers on May 3rd if their demands aren't met.
3 तारखेपर्यंत जर ऐकले नाही तर देशामध्ये जिथे जिथे मशिदी असतील जिकडे बांग सुरू असेल तिकडे हनुमान चालीसा हे लागलंच पाहिजे अख्ख्या देशभर लागलं पाहिजे.
But the whole controversy took a different turn with the Nashik police issuing an order banning Hanuman Chalisa or bhajans 15 minutes before and after Azan and not allowing the recitation within 100 meters of a mosque.
5 अजान के समय में 15 मिनट पहले और 15 मिनट बाद और मस्जिद के 100 मीटर के अंतर्गत कोई भी जो है भजन कीर्तन या दूसरे वाद्य बजाने का या फिर हनुमान चालीसा वगैरह का पाठ करने का अधिकार नहीं है.
While Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and Shiv Sena have refused to address the issue upfront, saying rules will be followed to maintain law and order, allies Congress and NCP have called this a conspiracy and an attempt by the BJP to instigate riots.
इस तरह की भाषणबाजी करने वालों को तो बैन किया जाना चाहिए और ऐसे कोई करते तो उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होना चाहिए.
और ये गाइडलाइन अगले 1-2 दिन में इशू होगी और उसी के तहत सबको इसकी अमलबजावनी करना है.
Will the Aghadi government succumb under pressure or will they take the issue head-on? For now, ban Azan chorus is a controversy which shows no signs of dying down.
All right, we're getting some breaking news in connection with this story. Mumbai police sources have told CNN News18, according to an internal survey conducted by the Mumbai police, 72% of mosques in the city, that is in Mumbai, have reduced the decibel levels of loudspeakers on their own. This is during the first Azan that happens early in the morning. In a few cases, the mosques have on their own discontinued the use of loudspeakers, but a large number of mosques, more than 70% according to Mumbai police sources, are saying that they have voluntarily reduced the volume or reduced the decibel level on Azan, particularly the first one that goes off in the morning. Herman is now joining us with more details. So the Mumbai police are suggesting that a large number of mosques have already reduced the decibel levels of the Azan?
Well, yes, Zaka. In fact, this is an internal survey that was conducted by the Mumbai police, taking into account local intelligence from various police stations across the island city. And in that, it has now come to a conclusion that around 72% mosques in the city of Mumbai have voluntarily on their own reduced the decibel levels of loudspeakers during the first Azan in the morning. And in some cases, they have also come across certain mosques where they have decided not to discontinue the usage of such loudspeakers. Now, Zaka, this also comes on a day when today the Maharashtra DGP had a high-level meeting along with different police commissionerates, along with the Mumbai police too. Now, all of this intelligence that has been collected will now be submitted in a report to the Maharashtra Home Minister Dilip Valse Patil, and after that he will have a discussion with the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, and then finally a decision will be taken about the notification along with the usage guidelines that will be issued. The Home Department has clearly said that yes, a notification will be issued. The exact timeline is not yet known. They've were all in fact waiting for this report to be submitted by the Maharashtra DGP, and in fact in the next coming few days the notification could be issued. But at the political front, the Maharashtra BJP as well as the MNS leaders have been saying that the Mahavikas Aghadi government is rather indulging in appeasement politics rather than in giving justice to all.
Okay, Herman, we'll leave it at that. Let me open this up to our guests, and you can call us in on our numbers as well in case you feel strongly about it. So the order that's been put out by the Maharashtra Home Department, 100 meters around mosques, you can't have bhajans, and 15 minutes before and after the Azan, there should not be any Hanuman Chalisa or any other bhajan. Aparajita Sarangi is Member of Parliament, National Spokesperson of the BJP, joining us. Brijmohan Srivastav, Spokesperson of the NCP, Aarti Agarwal, author and researcher, and Maulana Masood Allah Hasan Kasmi is a Muslim scholar. Brijmohan Srivastav, I'll start with you. Why the rule is applicable only to Hanuman Chalisa or any Hindu bhajan? You're saying 15 minutes before Azan, 15 minutes after Azan, you can't have Hanuman Chalisa. The question is, why are you singling out one religion? What if the opposite was true? That 15 minutes before Hanuman Chalisa, 15 minutes after Hanuman Chalisa, there should be no Azan. Can you take out such a rule?
No, Jacob Sahib, it is not against the other religions. It is simply to maintain the law and order in a good way. And it is the duty of the local authority. If they feel that it is needed, they can act as per their own discrimination. So it is not against any religious issue, but it is totally dependent on the local authority. If they feel that it is necessary, they can act.
No, so I'm asking you, sir, can you come out with an order that has the opposite, where Hanuman Chalisa 15 minutes before it or 15 minutes after it, there will be no other religious chants or call to prayers? Can you put out such an order?
No, if they want any permission within the 100 meters area, it is applicable to that area only. It is not for the whole of the city. If they want to have a Hanuman Chalisa some other place, they apply and they will get the permission.
No,
there is
sir,
no issue.
I mean, again, this is what, not just forget about opposition. Many Hindu groups are also asking, will you have the same order saying 100 meters from every temple, there should not be Azan call? Will you say that? You will not say that,
100%.
no? No, but
where
where is that order?
It is simply a misunderstanding of the other people. It is for each and every religious place.
No. The order, as was stated by the Nashik Commissioner yesterday and today, the Home Minister has also talked about it. It says no bhajans within 100 meters of mosque. I'm asking you, will you say the same of no, Azan, no other Muslim call to prayer, 100 meters of all temples in Maharashtra? You won't, no?
On other part, if somebody has obtained permission for the Hanuman Chalisa and the other religious people are demanding something to do in that premises, then what will be happen?
No, sir. What the question that is being there might be political reasons for what you're doing. I'm not getting into that. I am asking you, don't you think that this is singling out one religion? Why are you singling out one religion?
No. We are not singling out any religion. It is very loud and clear that we want to keep peace and harmony in the state. For that, if the local authority feels that it is needed, they are permitted to do as per the law.
So you are saying no different rules for Chalisa, no different rules for Azan, it's the same for all. Okay, you can call us, 0120-434-1895 is our number. Let me bring in Aparajita Sarangi as well as Maulana Masood Allah Hasan Kasmi. Aparajita Sarangi, you heard from the NCP spokesperson. He represents the MVA government and the NCP there. He is saying this is not targeting any one religion. This is meant for all religions, that 15 minutes before or 15 minutes after, there should not be any clash of these calls to prayer. And within 100 meters of a particular religious establishment, there should not be the call to prayer of another religion.
A very good evening. I will place two issues on the table for consideration and deliberation. Number one, see, there is a set of rules, Noise Pollution Control and Regulation Rules 2000, and thereafter, Honorable High Courts and Honorable Supreme Court have given their own directives. And I think since 2000 till date, 21 years have passed. It's the duty of the state governments to ensure that these rules are properly implemented. I would like to emphatically say that maintenance of law and order is the responsibility of the respective state governments.
Yes.
So the rulings of the Supreme Court and the High Courts need to be implemented well. And of course, the rules 2000 need to be implemented. Now, this is one issue. Number two, I would say, as far as the Nasik Commissioner order is concerned, see, I was also part of the government. I can only say that Nasik Commissioner just cannot issue the order without prior approval of the state government.
Correct.
Mahavikas Agadi must have instructed the Nasik Commissioner to issue this kind of order. Now saying that there can be no bhajans 15 minutes before Azan and 15 minutes after Azan within 100 meters radius of the mosque, I think this is something which discriminates between two religions.
Yeah.
Hinduism and Islam.
No, but the NCP
I
spokesperson,
tell
you
you
heard
that-
him, I asked 2-3 times, he's saying, no, there's no discrimination.
Yes.
It applies to all
But he's
religions.
not- probably he doesn't know the order. He is saying there is no discrimination. It is for all the religions.
Madam,
I think he has
1
not
minute.
heard or he has not read the order.
I am having 6-page order of the SP with me. Or I have read it very, very thoroughly. Therefore, I am saying it is applicable on each and every religion
Are sung
program.
by the Hindus. Bhajans are sung by the Hindus. So
Madam,
no bhajans
madam, can
15
you tell
minutes
me
prior to Azan and no bhajans
what your
15
BJP
minutes
government,
after
what your
Azan.
BJP
So
government
who
is
is
doing in
discriminated
Madhya Pradesh?
against?
What your BJP government is doing in
Hindus
Aligarh?
are
Can you tell
getting
me?
discriminated against and you must agree to
Have you
it.
done anything? Have you done anything in your 18 states? Have you stopped any Azan in your
Please try
state?
to look
Like
within
Maharashtra,
yourself.
Madhya Pradesh,
What
Gujarat,
kind
Uttar
of order
Pradesh,
is this?
Karnataka.
Why
And
don't
this
you
order
simply
this
go
order-
for
No,
Then
Mr.
you have
Srivastava,
to
no, one second, Mr.
No,
Srivastava,
no,
Mr.
no,
Srivastava,
no,
one second,
no,
Mr.
no, no,
Srivastava. There is a Supreme Court order from 2005 laid down by the highest court of this land that the decibel level of the Azan should not be more than 120 decibels or plus or minus 10 of the ambient noise in any particular locality. Now you tell me, how many mosques across Maharashtra are following this order? Is Mumbai? How many people have been arrested by the Maharashtra police for violation of this order? Now tell me, please.
Sir, in turn, I want to ask you, the Supreme Court is only confined to the Maharashtra only.
No.
All over
So
the
Supreme
country.
Court order
This
applies to
BJP
all
is
states.
ruling.
I want to ask all
Listen,
states.
listen,
Yes,
sir, listen.
I want to ask
Listen,
all
sir.
states. I want to ask
BJP is governing-
how many
BJP
people,
is
how
governing
many management committee members have been arrested for violation of Supreme Court order which says that decibel level cannot be more than 120. Tell me. In Maharashtra, you tell me.
I think it is better to ask Sarangi madam because her party is governing 80 states in our country. How many
Sir,
people they have arrested?
right now, the debate is on what is happening in Maharashtra. Maharashtra
No, it is
government
not
came
only
out with the
Maharashtra.
order that 100
Mindset,
meters,
mindset.
100
It is
meters
not
from
only in
mosques, no
Maharashtra.
bhajan
It
should be
is
played.
BJP
Maharashtra government came out
has
with the order
restricted
that
this
15
violence
minutes
all over
before
India.
Azan, 15 minutes after Azan, no bhajan should be played. Why are you
I
asking
explain you.
Aparajita
I
Sarangi
told
to
you.
respond?
That's right.
I told you very clearly. It is not for only for one religion. It is for the everybody.
Okay.
Every citizen of the
I have two
Very
callers. I have two callers, after which I'll go to Maulana Kasmi. Caller number 1 is Mr. Nilesh. He's calling us from Mumbai. Mr. Nilesh, good evening. What is your question, sir?
Very good evening, Jaga.
Good evening.
It is very ridiculous to see the leader of the political party fighting and creating a fight between the Azan and the Hanuman Chalisa. Presently, the common men are badly hit due to the fuel price, gas price, and electricity charges. These are the relevant issue. These are just a diversionary tactics, I think, to cover the fuel charges hike, what the presently common man and people are facing.
Okay.
So real issue should be discussed and should be fought. These are the irrelevant issues. These are
Okay.
not going to benefit me.
All right.
Whether it
Nilesh,
is
I
a
think that's
Hanuman
fair point.
Chalisa.
I'll ask that to the BJP spokesperson. Let me also bring in our second caller. Mr. Rajaram Shetty is calling us from Bengaluru. Mr. Shetty, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes. go
Now
ahead.
there are so many houses around masjids. They do evening or morning bhajans. We have got so many houses. I am from Karnataka. Of course, I have been in Maharashtra also. There are bhajans we conduct because bhajans are commonly, in the evenings. Generally, we conduct say around 7 o'clock, 8 or it may start at 5 o'clock. In some Ayyappa mandirs, it starts even after 5 o'clock they started. So you
Yeah.
mean to say that it's nearby? Maybe
Yeah.
there are so many mosques around the temples. If you come to any city in Kerala, from one end to the other end, in any city, there may be nearly 50 to 100 mosques every 100, 200 meters. Do you mean to say that houses where there are some Hindus who conduct their bhajans, they should stop in the evenings or morning?
Yeah, okay. Fair question. That's a fair question. I'll put that to Maulana Kazmi. Akshay Kulkarni is also calling us from Mumbai. We'll take this caller one more and then we'll go back to the guest. Akshay Kulkarni. Good evening.
Yes, we have been filing these Twitter complaints since 2020. We have filed numerous RTIs in Mumbai, and each of the RTIs says that none of the mosques in Nirmala Gurgaon Shapira get any kind of permission to use the loudspeaker.
Okay.
Yet, even after complaining with the police, no action has been initiated, and the Supreme Court guidelines clearly say that if there is no permission, you have to pull it down.
Correct.
Police must send monthly reports to the CP or DM, and they should take action. But these reports say everything is okay. So we are suffering because of that. Even 580 decibels of noise pollution. So how do we deal with all of this?
All right. Okay, Akshay, thanks for that. Let me ask Maulana Kazmi, you know, this 100-meter rule, in India, neighborhoods are so crowded. Are you telling me, Maulana Kazmi, कि मस्जिद के 100 मीटर के बराबर में जो घरे हैं, वहाँ पे कोई भजन नहीं बजना चाहिए? People can't take out पूजा आरती in 100 meters from the mosque. ये मतलब कैसे लागू करेंगे इस रूल को आप?
जका जी, मैं आपको ये पहले बता दूं कि we like our Hindu brothers and we love bhajan and we are bhajan and Hanuman Chalisa. If they play bhajan in front of mosque, we don't have any objection in such a communally charged atmosphere. We love them. We are only concerned about the peace and prosperity and security of the Indian people today.
तो आप आगे आके क्यों नहीं बताते हैं? मतलब आप आ गए, लेकिन what about others? Where is the Shahi Imam of Jama Masjid? Why is he not coming out and saying कि हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, आप बजाइए भजन?
नहीं, किसी ने आज तक कोई दिक्कत नहीं की। परेशानी जब हो जाती है जबकि कोई फोल लैंग्वेज इस्तेमाल करता है।
ये जो मुद्दा है पिछले 15-20 दिनों से चल रहा है मुंबई में, कोई आके नहीं बोला कि हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, आप बजाइए भजन।
देयर इज नो भजन, नो। परेशानी क्या है, वो गवर्नमेंट का वो है। मैं सिर्फ ये कहता हूं, गवर्नमेंट ने अगर दिया है फॉर अजान देयर इज स्पेसिफिक टाइम, 5 टाइम अजान देयर इज स्पेसिफिक टाइम, एंड फॉर हनुमान चालीसा एंड भजन देयर इज नो स्पेसिफिक टाइम. If they have a specific time for their Hanuman Chalisa, so we will absolutely and we guarantee we will stop and we will respect.
और ये 100 मीटर रूल जो है उसका 100 मीटर रूल तो मतलब मस्जिद के 100 मीटर के आमने सामने कोई हिंदू घर नहीं होना चाहिए. अगर हो भी हो तो उनको कोई भजन नहीं बजाना चाहिए.
हम तो हिंदू भाइयों को वेलकम कर रहे हैं. यू मस्ट आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट.
नो आई विल आस्क. आई एम जस्ट सेइंग ये ऐसे ऑर्डर हिंदुस्तान में आप लागू कैसे करेंगे जिसमें इतना आबादी है, इतने लोग हैं, इतने परिवारें बसे हुए हैं, कैसे लागू करेंगे इस ऑर्डर को?
Zaka, my question, I have one question. Look, only from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. only Fajr namaz comes. What about 4 times Azan as well? There is also pollution. And what about, I think there should be blanket ban on the use of loudspeaker for religious purpose.
आप अर्जी फाइल कर दीजिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कि there should be blanket ban on loudspeaker irrespective of whichever religion. वो अजान हो या हनुमान चालीसा हो या क्रिश्चियन मास हो, जो भी हो, end this business of loudspeaker. खत्म कर दो loudspeaker.
Why you people don't play such slogan?
No, I'm saying let some आप आगे आके फाइल कर दीजिए ना PIL कि there should be no loudspeaker in any religious establishment.
You are only looking for targeting one specific
Sir,
community on the name of
नहीं, ये गलत बात है. No, मौलाना कासमी, how are we targeting only one? मैं तो शुरू से कह रहा हूँ, when this show started, I've been saying that why should it apply to only one religion? It should apply to all religions. बंद कर दो आप लाउड स्पीकर.
Why are you not calling? Why
नहीं
we
नहीं
are-
बंद
why
कर दो
we
आप
are
लाउड
not
स्पीकर.
calling for
किस
blanket
चीज के लिए
ban?
चाहिए आपको लाउड स्पीकर?
There should be blanket ban like we have in Europe and America, sir.
Aarti Agarwal. The point is this is not just an unimplementable order. I don't know if it will stand the scrutiny of law. To be honest, you know, how can a investigating agency or a law enforcement agency, how can it go around saying that houses 100 meters around mosques should not play bhajans? I mean, it's ridiculous.
So, Zaka, I want to say here that India is home to the maximum number of mosques in the whole world, which means every gully, nukkad, every road will have a mosque. So this order is essentially what it's trying to do is ban all Hindu religious activity, anything on a loudspeaker. This is basically what it amounts to over here. And what I want to say here is that, you know, I agree that maybe that, you know, whatever people are saying, this is politicization, everything is politicized in this country. And MNS is at least taking up one important, pertinent issue, even if it's the issue of Hindus, even if it's a political brownie points, this issue, it's high time it's addressed. If this law of the Supreme Court was followed in the last 15, 16 years,
correct,
then this whole thing would not have never have come up that we will threaten to play Hanuman Chalisa or we will
No,
threaten to do
I
Maharti.
asked the
So-
NCP spokesperson, please tell me how many management committee members, how many people have been arrested for violation of Supreme Court order from 2005. He then turned around and said, आप बीजेपी राज्यों से पूछिए. ना वो भी जवाब दे रहे हैं, ना ये भी जवाब दे रहे हैं.
Because this has to be implemented in a secular country. In a secular country, Azan के लिए permission नहीं लेनी पड़ रही है इनको. Nobody is taking permissions for Azan loudspeaker.
No, it's violative of the 2005 Supreme Court order. श्रीवास्तव जी, आप 2005 का सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर देख लीजिए, उसके बाद बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का भी ऑर्डर आया था उसके बाद. You look at the two orders. It is very clearly said 120 decibels से ज्यादा नहीं होना चाहिए और plus or minus 10 of whatever the ambient noise is हर लोकेलिटी में.
जका मैं और बात कह रहा हूं.
नहीं मिस्टर श्रीवास्तव, हाँ मिस्टर श्रीवास्तव बोलिए.
जेकब साहब, मैं आपकी बात से सहमत हूँ कि ऑर्डर 2005 में आया था और इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन प्रॉपरली होना चाहिए, लेकिन नहीं हो पाया. जब से ये चीज नोटिस में आई है, इसको टेकअप किया गया है और मैं आपको ये विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि इस ऑर्डर के अकॉर्डिंगली जो होना चाहिए वो सब होगा. जहां तक बात नासिक कमिश्नर की है, यदि उन्होंने कोई ऐसा ऑर्डर निकाला है उसको रिव्यू कर लिया जाएगा. इसमें परेशानी क्या है? मतलब मैं सोचता हूं कि ये मुद्दा ऐसा नहीं है कि उस पर इतनी लंबी बहस की जाए. ठीक है, ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑर्डर है. अगर कल को वहाँ के जो सिटीजन्स हैं या वहाँ के जो ग्रुप है, यदि वो कहते हैं कि इसको परिवर्तन करना है, उसको मॉडिफाई कर दिया जाएगा.
नहीं, आपने ये जो ऑर्डर निकाली है, नहीं ये बताइए, आपने ये जो ऑर्डर निकाली है कल जो नासिक पुलिस कमिश्नर ने बताया था, इज इट नॉट इन रिस्पॉन्स टू व्हाट राज ठाकरे सेड? इज इट नॉट इन रिस्पॉन्स टू व्हाट एमएनएस सेड दैट अगर अजान बजाया जाएगा तो फिर हम वहाँ आके हनुमान चालीसा भी बजाएंगे? ये तो पॉलिटिकल है ना.
मैं नहीं पॉलिटिकली, अगर एक राज ठाकरे साहब भी इस देश के एक जिम्मेदार नागरिक हैं, यदि उन्होंने कोई मुद्दा सामने रखा है तो उस पर प्रशासन को एक सकारात्मक कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं करना चाहिए? ये कोई प्रेस्टीज इशू थोड़ी है. हम सारे लोग मिलकर समाज को अच्छा बनाना चाहते हैं, पीस और हार्मोनी लाना चाहते हैं. हम उन लोगों के खिलाफ,
बट ये समस्या का हल नहीं निकाल रहे ना आप समस्या को और ये मजबूत करा रहे हैं.
ये आपको लग रहा है ये समस्या उन लोगों को हल होती हुई नहीं दिख रही.
सर आप बस ये बता दीजिए, नहीं ये बता दीजिए, जो कॉलर ने सवाल पूछा कि हिंदुस्तान में इतना आबादी है कि हर मस्जिद के 100 मीटर के करीब जो भी घर है वहां पे कोई भजन नहीं बजेगा, इसको कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे आप?
मैं वो
मतलब कैसे लागू करेंगे इसको?
ये मुद्दा क्या है? मुद्दा है पब्लिक एड्रेसिंग सिस्टम का उपयोग करने का. मैं अपने घर में बैठ के भजन गा रहा हूँ, तो ये पब्लिक एड्रेसिंग सिस्टम पे थोड़ी हूँ. यदि मैं अगर
तो ये तो मजेदार बात है, जो अजान चल रही है वो लाउड स्पीकर पे चल सकती है, लेकिन घर पे बैठ के जो पूजा कर रहा है उसको लाउड स्पीकर नहीं अलाउड है. ये अजीब बात है. यही तो इश्यू है ना श्रीवास्तव जी, कि ये सिलेक्टिवली आप अप्लाई कर रहे हो लॉ को.
मैं सोचता हूँ शायद आप कानून को मिस इंटरप्रिटेट कर रहे हैं. आप पहले समझिएगा, यदि मैं किसी पब्लिक एड्रेसिंग सिस्टम के माध्यम से कोई बात कहना चाहता हूं, उसके लिए जो कानून के तहत मेरे को परमिशन लेना है एसडीएम से या संबंधित पुलिस स्टेशन से, वो मुझे लेना पड़ेगी. और यदि मैं अपने घर में बैठे से अभी मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूं मेरे घर से, तो मुझे इसके लिए कोई
अपराजिता सारंगी, the contention of the NCP spokesperson is this only applies to those places where you are using public address systems or PA systems, whereas if you want to sit at home and do a bhajan, nobody is stopping you. Please respond, ma'am.
With all respect for the NCP spokesperson, I would request him to read the order of the Nasik
I
Commissioner.
am having this order.
Number
I am
number
having this
two,
order
the
also.
state
Supreme Court
government
order.
of Maharashtra should stop practicing the policy of appeasement. I think enough is enough. We need not get
अच्छा,
into
और-
implementation of the policy of
और आप
appeasement
अलीगढ़
which
में
they had been doing all
जब
through.
और
And
अलीगढ़ में जब अजान हो रही है माइक पे
सर श्रीवास्तव जी प्लीज उनका जवाब तो सुन लीजिए प्लीज. हाँ. Yes, Aparajita.
Now, see, there is an issue which I would definitely like to flag here. Let's think about it. Azan is essential to Islamic religious practice, but the use of loudspeaker is not. And I would also draw your attention to the August 2016 order of the Bombay High Court. You just referred, Jaka, to the Bombay High Court order.
Correct.
It ruled that the use of loudspeaker was not a fundamental right under Article 25 of the Constitution.
Yeah.
So loudspeaker usage is not a religious practice. It's not related to the religious practice in any way. Loudspeaker is a 20th century instrument.
Yeah.
And of course, I mean, these religious practices, millennia old. What I'm trying to say is that the state governments, all the state governments, should focus on the implementation of the noise pollution control and regulation rules 2000 and the Supreme Court order of October 28, 2005 and the High Court orders that have come from time to time.
No, Kazmi Saab also knows this, that in Saudi Arabia, for example, a few years ago, एक second, Shrivastava ji, एक second, Kazmi Saab से पूछ रहा हूँ. In Saudi Arabia, for example, they banned the use of secondary loudspeakers in all mosques in that country. In Indonesia, you have to maintain a certain level of decibel level for all mosques across that country. In Egypt, they've again banned public use of loudspeakers outside mosques. Now, अगर ये सब देश ये कर सकते हैं तो फिर हिंदुस्तान में क्यों नहीं कर सकते सर?
बिल्कुल ज़क्का, आप सिर्फ only singling out only Azan. Yes, there should be ban on Azan. But what about Jagran for 10 days, 8 days, constant is this Jagran on the loudspeaker? What about the wedding DJs in full decibel? What about Gurudwara, temples, and Kamad Yatras DJs? So there should be blanket ban. You people only targeting Azan.
Sir, ये target क्यों? मतलब ये समझ में नहीं आता मेरे. I am asking you, if Islamic countries like Saudi Arabia and Indonesia and Bahrain and Egypt have put restrictions on loudspeaker, तो हमारा तो secular देश है.
अरे भाई तो सिर्फ अजान पर बैन लगा करके
नहीं, बैन नहीं कह रहा हूं मैं, लाउडस्पीकर बैन कह रहा हूं. आप अजान कीजिए, कोई किसी को कोई एतराज नहीं है. आप लाउडस्पीकर को बैन कर दो.
अरे भाई सुनो तो, मैं यही कह रहा हूं, लाउडस्पीकर अजान पर अगर लाउडस्पीकर ना यूज किया जाए तो क्या ये सॉल्यूशन है? और दूसरी जगह
बिल्कुल क्यों नहीं सॉल्यूशन है? बताइए क्यों नहीं सॉल्यूशन है?
क्यों अगर जागरण में, अगर वेडिंग पार्टी में डीजे बज रहा है, it will not be noise pollution.
Aarti,
if there is
if that's violative of 2005 Supreme Court order, then that also should be banned. But Aarti, yeah, final word. I got to move on after that. Yeah.
ना भाई, तमाम blanket ban होना चाहिए.
नहीं, ये जो whataboutery है, काज़मी साहब, you are using that to dilute the main मुद्दा. Main मुद्दा ये है कि Supreme Court का आदेश है. And more importantly, like I said, if in Islamic countries they are putting restrictions on loudspeakers, I don't know why in a secular country we should not put restrictions. But Aarti Agarwal, final word.
I just want to say that for Hindus, when they do any Jagran or any such festival, they are required to take the... Can I please speak without this shouting in the background?
Yeah, Aarti,
Mr.
yes,
Kazmi
final word.
has spoken. Yeah, I'm just saying that Hindus, when they have to do a Jagran or any Jagrata or any Kavadiya, they take permissions. And they do it after taking permissions, which is what is being discussed. For Azan, nobody is taking permission for a daily morning ritual 4 times a day. They are not taking permissions for it. They are not even following the law, whereas Hindus are following the law. They are taking special permissions for doing Jagran only for 10 days out of 365 in the year.
I got to wrap up. I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it to the viewers to decide whether this is a wise order, whether this is a tenable order, and whether at all this order can be implemented on the ground, because ultimately that's what it boils down to. Most of these orders ultimately cannot be are simply unimplementable on the ground. But meanwhile, let's shift focus to what's been happening in Jahangirpuri. Some mega details coming out now. CNN News 18 has accessed the details of the main accused. His name is Ansar. He's been involved in past cases as well. He's got a litany of charges against him from past cases. Top police sources have told CNN News 18 that he was named as far back in 2009 in the Jahangirpuri violence case as well. An FIR was registered against him under the Arms Act. 4 more cases have been registered against Ansar till 2019. So all the way from 2009 to 2019, for 10 years, there were active criminal cases pending against this man. Sources also adding that he's been involved in criminal activities since 2007. Anand is now joining us with more details. So Anand, it's clear that this man, Ansar, was part of an organized crime racket. He was an organized criminal.
He is, and born in 1980, so from his late 20s, he's not just been in bad company, but he's been in the bad books of the police too, with the Jahangirpuri police station itself registering a case against him in 2009 and an FIR under the Arms Act. In 2011, he was named under the Gambling Act. In 2013, he was named accused in an intimidation and assault case. So he is a local gunda. That's who he is. And 2018, he was named in attacking a police officer and not allowing him to dispense his duty. In 2019, he was named in 256 and 296 sections of the Gambling Act. So he was running a gambling adda there. He's been in possession of illegal weapons and arms. He was a local goon. So he was an antisocial element. He is a nefarious with very, very nefarious designs. Okay. Now, was he following somebody's instructions? The remand copy that we have, Zaka, that says that the cops are looking at a conspiracy angle and at the mastermind. So was he following somebody's orders? That's the bigger question, because there seems to be a design to all of this.
Okay, Anand, we'll leave it at that. We'll see how further the story progresses. It's clear that all of these main accused, whether it's Ansar, Aslam, Salim, Sonu, all of them have had a history of criminal antecedents. So who gave them this kind of elbow room, this kind of long rope to carry out the kind of dastardly acts that we saw on Saturday on Hanuman Jayanti? Meanwhile, we're getting more breaking in connection with the Jahangirpur violence and its aftermath. Jamaat-e-Ulema Hind will now fight the cases of all those who've been arrested from the Muslim side. Now, a 5-member team went to the riot-hit area. They called the violence a failure of law and order. Siddhant has more details on this. I mean, this was always a communal clash, no doubt about it. But for one religious body to come and say that we will represent only the Muslims who've been picked up, or the Muslims who've been arrested, who are accused in this, it is ultimately, I mean, and who are they trying to defend? I mean, these are people who have criminal records. We were just talking about how Ansar, the main accused, has had a criminal history right from 2009, wanted in multiple cases under the Arms Act, Gambling Act, etc. There are cases against him. So why would any organization come forward to defend such a man who is clearly part of an organized crime racket? Meanwhile, there's been a political face-off that continues to rage in the national capital over the Jahangirpuri violence. One of the prime accused in this alleged mastermind, this man Ansar, he's become the center point of a political face-off now between the Aam Aadmi Party on the one side and the BJP on the other. The Aam Aadmi Party today lashed out at the BJP, with MLA Atishi sharing pictures on Twitter and claiming that Ansar in the past had been associated with the BJP. In fact, on the flip side, the BJP has also put out pictures claiming that Ansar was seen campaigning for the Aam Aadmi Party with Aam Aadmi Party cap. These are the pictures put out by Atishi a moment ago, where she's also alleging that he was campaigning for a BJP councillor, Sangeeta Bajaj, indulging in door-to-door campaigning. Arun Dhanta is now joining us live with more details. Arun, so both parties claiming that this man Ansar was representative of the other party, Aam Aadmi Party claiming that he was a BJP worker, and the BJP claiming that he was an Aam Aadmi Party worker. What is the truth?
Well, that's right. In fact, I asked this specific question from the chief spokesperson of Aam Aadmi Party, Saurabh Bhardwaj, about these allegations, because I asked him that there are so many photographs which is floating on social media. On the basis of that, BJP is blaming, saying that this guy has a connection with Aam Aadmi Party. And now you're putting out this photograph in the public domain by saying that he was part of that campaign rally of one of the candidates of BJP. So at this moment, it seems that both the parties are throwing allegations at each other. But when it comes to anything conclusive, that's something which is not coming out. In
But
fact,
Arun,
Aam Aadmi
can we
Party-
at least say that whether he was Aam Aadmi worker or whether he was BJP worker, it is clear that two things are clear. One, he has a history of organized criminal activity. He's got cases going back as far as 2009. So he's had some kind of criminal history, number one. Number two, this kind of criminal cannot operate in an area like Jahangirpuri without some form of political patronage. Can we agree on these two things?
Absolutely, and that has been the argument, Zaka, of both the parties. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party is saying that what police was doing, when this procession was going on and when they have swords and other things with these people, why didn't the police stop them? And when these stones and other things were collected in the mosque and in that area, why police was not doing anything? And especially, as you rightly mentioned, if this person has such a past where he has been involved in various other criminal activities, why his role has not been established earlier, what was police doing? So there are various questions which are unanswered at this moment. Perhaps once the investigation goes further, we'll see more skeletons tumbling out of this closet.
All right, we'll leave it at that, Arun Datta. Thanks very much. So clearly, this has now become a political face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, claiming that this man, Ansar, was at the core of political activity. I'll take a break here on the program. When we come back, we'll shift focus to what's been happening down south in Chennai, where there's a big face-off over Ilaiyaraaja, the legendary music composer, and his praise for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We'll take a quick break. We'll see you on the other side.
An indication perhaps that the stone pelting was planned and that those pelting the stones had taken protection measures.
This area has also been very badly affected. Mostly Hindu houses have been badly targeted. Houses have been burned. Petrol bombs have been thrown on people. People are injured over here. Many people have to leave their house and live in temporary residence.
Many homes of Hindus were attacked with stones and bricks. Some were even burned to the ground.
मस्जिद के ऊपर से पेट्रोल बम फेंके हैं, उधर से भी फेंके और हिंदू घर सारे टारगेट में थे इनके दंगा करवाने के कारण सब इन्होंने किया है.
On the 10th of April, clashes broke out during a Ram Navami procession in Khargaon. A week down the line, the situation on the ground remains grim.
The first casualty of the Ram Navami clashes in Madhya Pradesh's Khargaon has been confirmed. The body of a 28-year-old Ibraish Khan, who had gone missing soon after the communal clashes broke out on the 10th of April, was identified by his family. They will be getting an ex gratia of 4 lakh rupees. A road accident triggered communal clashes in Vadodara in Gujarat. The accident involved two-wheelers which belonged to people from two different communities, but the matter escalated into stone throwing and vandalism. At least 22 people have been arrested in connection with the violence. Clashes broke out between two communities in Mumbai's RA colony. The incident occurred during a Kalash Yatra, which was held near a temple in Goregaon. 8 to 10 people are said to be injured in the clashes. An FIR has been filed against 20 people in connection with the violence. BJP President JP Nadda has accused the Congress of being hand in glove with radical outfit, the Popular Front of India, and stoking communal unrest across the country. Nadda's all-out attack comes a day after Sonia Gandhi and 12 other opposition leaders questioned the Prime Minister's silence on rise in communal violence.
ये डिजाइन्ड तरीके से समाज को खंडित करने की कोशिश हो रही है और मुझे दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है कि आज कांग्रेस पार्टी इज बिहेविंग इन द मोस्ट इररिस्पांसिबल मैनर और मैं ये पूछना चाहूंगा कि क्या पीएफआई के लोगों को जो ऑन बुक्स लाए गए थे उनको छुड़ाने का काम सिद्धारमैया ने किया था कि नहीं किया था इसकी जनता कर्नाटक की जनता जवाब चाहती है.
PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti was in the national capital today. She paid Congress chief Sonia Gandhi a courtesy visit at her 10 Janpath residence. The current political situation was discussed at the hour-long meeting. Congress leaders Priyanka Gandhi, Mukul Vasnik, Randeep Singh Surjewala, KC Venugopal and Ambika Soni were also present. 5 powerful missiles struck the Ukrainian city of Lviv, killing about half a dozen people. Lviv, which is in the western part of the country, had till now been spared of much of the fighting, but now Russia is intensifying strikes, particularly after its Black Sea naval flagship sank last week. As Putin's military strategy focuses eastwards, cities like Kharkiv have come under heavy shelling. In this particular video, you can see a bomb fall on a street even as a woman walks by. She cowers down and manages to walk away unhurt. Yesterday, at least 5 people were killed in Russian bombardment in the city of Kharkiv. Fighting has also intensified in the port city of Mariupol. The battered city is on the brink of falling to Russian forces, 7 weeks under siege. Seizing Mariupol would free up Russian forces to weaken and encircle Ukrainian soldiers in the eastern part of the country, which Moscow is now focusing on. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has accused Russia of wanting to destroy the Welcome back to Viewpoint. There is a controversy around legendary music composer Ilaiyaraaja in Tamil Nadu. He has, of course, come out and praised that the modern-day avatar of Babasaheb Ambedkar is Prime Minister Modi, and that the vision that Babasaheb Ambedkar had for the Dalit community is now being implemented, being put into practice by Prime Minister Modi. That, of course, has not gone down well, not just with the DMK, but with other smaller parties in Tamil Nadu as well, saying that it is almost heresy to compare Babasaheb Ambedkar to Prime Minister Modi's. What question is, why can't people come out and express their opinion if they feel that somebody's work is praiseworthy? Is there no freedom of expression in this country to praise whoever they want to praise? Or is cancel culture going to decide who we can praise and who we can criticize? I'm going to go across straight to the story, and right after that we'll be joined by Jahangirpuri and Suman Sriram.
அது அவரோட கருத்துங்க. தலைவர் வந்து இதுல யார் கருத்து சொல்ல வேணும், ஒருத்தரோட சொந்த கருத்து.
அம்பேத்கர் ஐயாவை வைத்து அரசியல் மட்டும் செய்ய துடிக்கின்ற சில கட்சிகள், அதனுடைய தலைவர்கள், தொண்டர்கள் இளையராஜா ஐயாவை பற்றி சில கருத்துக்கள் பதிவு செய்திருக்கின்றார்கள். அதற்கு பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சி சார்பாக நாங்கள் கண்டனை சொல்லியிருந்தோம். காரணம், இளையராஜா அவர்களுக்கு சொல்வதற்கு கருத்து சுதந்திரம் இருக்கிறதா?
All right, Narayan Tirupati of the Tamil Nadu BJP, Suman Sriram, political analyst, joining us. Suman, so I think what you heard from what Mr. Annamalai was saying, does Ilaiyaraaja have the freedom to express his opinion, even if it is a praise of Prime Minister Modi? However, you may disagree, I may disagree, anybody else may disagree. Does Mr. Ilaiyaraaja have the right to have freedom of expression in this country? That's what it boils down.
Zaka, I think that there is no doubt that music maestro Ilaiyaraaja sir has complete freedom to express his views. I don't see any issues as far as that is concerned. The point is, that is why if you notice that the DMK has studiously avoided making any official comment, and it's only the alliance partners who have been told to do the, who have been making noises on what Mr. Ilaiyaraaja has said. Now, let's look at it practically. The book is Ambedkar and Modi, Reformers, Ideas, Performers, Implementation. So you are effectively writing a foreword for a book which compares Ambedkar and Modi. That is basically what the book is about. So you don't expect to have a foreword in the book that is critical of either of the two people. So,
no, one sec.
The point
no,
is, nobody,
it is not an academic treatise. I mean, it's a book that somebody has put out, and Mr. Ilaiyaraaja has put out a foreword to it. Now, whatever that opinion is, even if it's praiseworthy, even if it's hagiographic, does he have the right to say it? I mean, he's not. You don't expect him to be a political commentator.
My point is simple. He certainly has the right to support whoever he wishes to support. The point is, none of the mainstream political parties in Tamil Nadu, the large political parties, have significantly come out and opposed what Mr. Ilaiyaraaja says.
But Suman, look at the kind of trolling. Look at the kind of trolling he's had to face. Who is behind this trolling? You and I both know.
Look, if you are trying to say that the DMK is
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that was he not at the receiving end of a troll army, a troll attack? And this is a legend, by the way. This is not Sumansi Raman's views or Zaka Jacob's views or Narayan Tirupati's views. If Ilaiyaraaja is going to get attacked because he has this opinion about Prime Minister Modi and about Dr. Ambedkar, then what chance do you and I stand?
No, Zaka, let's face it. Ilaiyaraaja is one of the gods of music. I mean, there's hardly a day that passes when even a person like me does not listen to one of his songs. It almost never happens, and I'm sure I'm speaking for almost everyone in Tamil Nadu and many other parts of India as well. The point is, first of all, should he have written a foreword for the book, considering that such a comparison was being attempted to be made? Now, that's a separate discussion point in itself. But having agreed to write it, I guess that there was nothing else that he could have written except to sort of praise the points that are there to some extent in terms of commonalities. Coming from a humble background, both men, absolutely true. So there's nothing wrong with that. They rose through to great heights, both factually correct. And also about the reforms for women. He's been quite diplomatic. He hasn't gone overboard even in his criticism. So
so Narayan Tirupati, what Sumant is saying is that mainstream parties have not got into this. The DMK has not officially weighed in. You heard what Udayanadi Stalin said, that at the end of the day, it's Ilaiyaraaja's opinion and he's free to have an opinion, just like all of us are free to have an opinion. Then why is the BJP making this into a big issue?
No, if Mr. Sumant Raman is trying to hide the entire thing because it's definitely backed up and is instigated by DMK. We all know that. In fact, in social media, a lot of DMK people have been supporting the so-called DMK allies in this issue. The thing is that, see, actually, it is not, against Ilaiyaraaja or it is not, favoring Dr. Ambedkar. Thing is that they want to oppose Narendra Modi because of his populist schemes and because he is getting popular in Tamil Nadu. These people are afraid that BJP is growing in Tamil Nadu. That is the main thing, and that is the reason the DMK is trying to attack BJP. They don't want Narendra Modi's popularity to gain more and more in Tamil Nadu. That is why these people are trying to, instigate and they are trying to attack BJP through their allies. And it is very well known. Even today, the governor of Tamil Nadu was attacked by, their alliance parties, communists, the Vidudalai Sirutaigal and all other parties. Even for this, they may say that
that's a political debate. That's a separate debate. They are saying that the governor is sitting on files, not clearing bills and so on. I don't want to get into that. What I'm asking, Mr. Tirupati is Ilaiyaraaja allowed to have an opinion outside of music in this country? I mean, you can comment on music, I can comment on music, but Ilaiyaraaja cannot comment on politics. How does that work?
Ilaiyaraaja has got all the right and he has got all the qualities. He has got all the abilities because he has seen every walk of life for so many years, almost 40, 50 years. He is in the field. He knows politics. He has seen so many people. So he is one among our society. So he has got every right to comment on anything. And he has got every right to praise the Prime Minister.
Suman said, should he have chosen to write the book? Why should he not have chosen to write the book? I mean, it's up to him.
But Zaka, about 4 or 5 days ago, around Tamil New Year's Day, A.R. Rahman put out a post of a image of Mother Tamil, okay, and with a verse at the bottom of it. Now that had the hair was sort of loose and the image was not the traditional Mother Tamil image that is put out in textbooks and so on. So he was trolled heavily by the right wing. Said, they went to town just for sharing an image.
Zaka.
Okay, Narayan Tirupati respond. I mean, A.R. Rahman was also at the receiving end of a vicious attack. For whatever reason, that's a different debate. But if A.R. Rahman can be troll attacked, then why not Ilaiyaraaja? That's the question.
It was Narayan and Tirupati on CNN, News18 and other channels. I had said what A.R. Rahman did and what he spoke, what he wrote was right. And it was Mr. Annamalai, our party state president, clearly came out and in support of Mr. Rahman. We have to understand this. We said the same thing what we said for Ilaiyaraaja. We said that yes, Rahman has
No,
got
but
his
just
right.
like no, Mr. Tirupati, just like now DMK is saying that none of their official spokespersons or leaders are coming out and condemning Ilaiyaraaja.
No, wait.
You are also saying the same thing.
Zaka.
Nobody officially did, but your ecosystem did.
Zaka, wait. Let them come and say that Ilaiyaraaja has got the right to express, the right to speech.
No, Udayanidhi has said that. I played that. Udayanidhi has said that.
He has said that our chief minister asked us not to comment. What does it mean? Not to comment means what? This side you will create, you will try to instigate your influence your alliance parties.
No.
Make
what he said, what he said, just to clarify, what he said was, this is Ilaiyaraaja's opinion. He is free to have his opinion. Our leader has instructed not to comment on this issue. Now, just like all of us have a right to comment on anything and everything, he also has a right not to comment. That's also freedom of expression only.
They should have condemned. Why the chief minister? After all, our chief minister. Ilaiyaraaja is a great personality. When some groups are trying to humiliate Ilaiyaraaja and insult him.
No. On that, I agree. Maybe the chief minister should have come out and forcefully said that this is not acceptable. But the point is also that maybe the chief minister does not agree with Mr. Ilaiyaraaja's opinion. He's free to have that.
Let him say that. Let him say that what Ilaiyaraaja said is wrong.
Yeah.
He will not say anything. He will not say. See, he is the chief minister for Tamil Nadu, sir, not for DMK alone. He should have come out openly and said it. So it is very clear.
Because had he done that, it would have sent a signal to the smaller parties. It would have sent a signal to the
that is not my problem,
the troll
that
ecosystem.
is not my problem.
Suman, yeah.
Zaka, quite honestly, we are debating something which honestly does not merit debate. I am looking at, and right now as I am speaking to you, I am looking at over 2,100 quote tweets for A.R. Rahman's tweet with Mother Tamil, and large proportion, I am not counting, but the vast majority of them are from right-wing handles. You are welcome to go and look at it.
Okay.
This actually,
no, but Narayanan Tirupati is saying he did not comment against A.R. Rahman. Neither did his party president in the state comment. But anyway,
DMK is saying the same thing.
They are saying the same thing. Yes, I agree. They're saying the same thing. Okay. All right. I got to wrap up. Thanks, Suman. Thanks, Narayanan Tirupati. I want to shift focus now away from what's happening in Tamil Nadu to what's been happening in Ukraine. It's going to be 2 months next week since the war in Ukraine began. It is close to entering the 3rd month now, and the Russian military seems to have begun their offensive now in the eastern part of the country. The offensive appears to be waning as indicated by this military camp outside Kiev. The camp serves as the shelter for the forest that used to house around 6,000 Russian troops. CNN's Phil Black has this report from Hostomel.
The sign is a warning. Beware, mines. Go on. The forest serves as protection too, a natural screen concealing a vast secret. Here among the trees, about an hour's drive north of Kiev, are the remains of a sprawling Russian military camp. We're shown around by Ukrainian special forces. This soldier says the positions were held by Russian Marines. We see a sprawling network of underground fighting positions, command posts, sleeping areas, and ammunition storage. While everywhere there is evidence of how the Russians lived, and that evidence suggests their existence here was neither disciplined nor comfortable. It is so quiet here now, just some bird noise and a light breeze. But recently, there were 6,000 Russian soldiers bedded down through these woods in a camp that is so large, you can't see where it begins and where it ends. Living here would have been hard. It was through the coldest of the winter days. 4 weeks stopped here short of Kiev after they failed to take the capital quickly. The silence is broken by efforts to deal with some unidentified ordnance. This camp is damning proof of Russia's failures on this front. Poor preparation, desperately wrong assumptions about the numbers and resources needed to conquer Kiev. What lessons do you take from all of this that will apply to the coming battle for Donbass in the east? He says we see the volume of forces that invaded this area, and we understand that will be 2 to 3 times greater in the Donbass. This force wasn't confined to the forest. Its commanding officers lived a little more comfortably in the nearby village of Zdizhivka. Here, civilians tell disturbingly familiar stories. Vitali, a local mechanic, says he was detained and interrogated for almost 24 hours. He says he was beaten, blindfolded, tied up, and subjected to mock executions. He says he's never known fear like it and constantly thought those were his last moments on earth. Local priest Vasily Benser describes dealing with the aftermath of even greater cruelty. He says he found 5 men tortured and killed in the garden, 2 more in the forest, and the Russians brought him 2 dead women and told him to bury them. Other Russians in this area camped out in fields with their artillery pieces and stole what comforts they could: a mattress, alcohol, the works of Shakespeare. So from these firing positions, Grad rockets flew through the sky towards Hostomel, which is only a relatively short distance away. And when they hit the earth, it was often civilians who felt their power.
You can see the result. So many people.
They were hiding in there.
Yes.
In Hostomel, resident Dmitry Nekazakov shows the aftermath of a Russian rocket strike.
This is the epicenter of explosion.
And where some of its victims were temporarily buried.
I feel only hate.
Only hate?
Yes. We can't forgive it for long, maybe for life.
For now, the enemies in the forest, fields and villages have left this part of Ukraine. The fruits of their brief stay, the pain, trauma and loathing, remain.
On the use of loudspeakers at religious sites, the state government will now make it mandatory for religious sites to seek permission for using loudspeakers. This move comes after criticism from the MNS chief Raj Thackeray. Taxis and auto rickshaws were off the roads in Delhi as drivers' associations went on strike against the soaring fuel prices. Several unions of auto and cab drivers are demanding a hike in fares as well as a reduction in fuel prices. The strike will continue tomorrow as well.
The Auto, Cab and Taxi Drivers Association have called for a strike in relation to the hike in petrol, diesel and CNG prices over the past 1 month. This strike has also caused a lot of inconvenience to the passengers.
We've been waiting, the cabs they're giving us hopes that the cabs are nearby, but then again they're cancelling it.
फेयर बढ़ा है वो CNG के जो रेट बढ़े उसके अकॉर्डिंग है, लेकिन हमारी जो अर्निंग है वो तो सेम है.
The national capital could be on the brink of a 4th wave of COVID. More than 500 new cases have been recorded for 2 days straight now in the last 24 hours, and the positivity rate has jumped above 7%. Amid rising cases, the Delhi Disaster Management Authority will be meeting on the 20th of April and may consider reimposing the mandatory use of face masks.
केसेस जरूर बढ़ रहे हैं, जैसे मौसम बदल रहा है तो केसेस ज़्यादा आ रहे हैं, पर दिल्ली की टोटल पॉपुलेशन जो है वो वैक्सीनेटेड हो चुकी है. साथ ही बहुत बड़ी संख्या में लोग इन्फेक्टेड भी हो चुके हैं. अब जो केसेस आ रहे हैं पॉजिटिव जरूर आ रहे हैं, बट दे आर नॉट सीरियस. हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन नहीं बढ़ रहा है, उसकी वजह से उनको कोई सीरियसनेस नहीं है, तो इसलिए काफ़ी संतोष की बात है.
Meanwhile, the Uttar Pradesh government has made it compulsory for people to wear face masks in public places in the capital, Lucknow, as well as 6 districts bordering Delhi. This comes after a rise in COVID cases in some adjoining states. In the last 24 hours, 65 new COVID cases have been confirmed in Gautam Budh Nagar, 20 in Ghaziabad, and 10 in Lucknow. Delhi Capital's all-rounder Mitchell Marsh has been hospitalized after testing positive for COVID. Apart from Mitchell Marsh, one of the members of DC's social media team and 3 hotel staff are also positive. Last week, the team's physio had tested positive. DC has cancelled their travel to Pune, where they were scheduled to play their next 2 games. After weeks of being trapped inside their homes, residents in Shanghai are getting a brief taste of freedom.
A few steps of freedom granted to some Shanghai residents.
But where are you going to go? There's nowhere to go.
They were finally allowed to stroll in their own neighborhood. Beyond that, there is nowhere to go, as most shops remain closed and public transportation is halted. But a majority of Shanghai's 25 million people remain under lockdown, kept to their homes with dwindling supply of food and medicines. China is experiencing its biggest COVID outbreak since the first wave in Wuhan. But its zero COVID policy has faced so much criticism that authorities were forced to lift some of the draconian restrictions.
And the world has now surpassed 500 million known coronavirus cases. Let's see where some of these global hotspots are right now. In South Korea, the average cases per day, 1,25,000 that South Korea is clocking right now. France is clocking 1,17,000 cases on average per day over the last 2 years. Germany again, average cases per day over the last 2 years, 1,05,500.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta. The CPM party's Central Committee member and Kerala Minister M.V. Govindan on Monday said that majority fundamentalism was more dangerous than minority fundamentalism. This statement is coming at a time when more and more attacks on Hindu processions are taking place across the country. But for the last 20 days, an alibi has been given that is either because of provocation or some kind or another. And now this statement is basically making it very clear that one fundamentalism will be opposed, but another will be given a free pass. That's precisely the double standard that I want to discuss today. And isn't it this double standard that is to blame for continuous communal conflict in India? Because while we espouse secular values, the reality is in politics and on ground, there is no real and proper secularism. For 70 years post-independence, we've seen secular values being eroded by constantly saying that despite equal rights, there is more that needs to be given to minorities in India to placate them. That's the reason why namaz in public is not a problem, but Hindu processions in Muslim areas is. When you become used to special privileges, equal treatment becomes a punishment, remember. Exclusivity of one group is being encouraged, even as one claims marginalization of the same group. Special freedoms are being given to perpetrate even crime, while also opposing the action on that crime when it comes to light. And that is the vicious cycle we are stuck in. Who will break that cycle is the big question. And that is our big debate today. Isn't radicalization in the name of religion and minority rights the real reason for violence on Hindu processions? Narratives of Muslim oppression, even a genocide, falsehood on mosques being attacked or harmed, issuing threats to government and police, all is being justified in the name of fighting for minorities in India. Don't forget what happened in the name of anti-CA protests in the national capital. But first, more of what has happened today regarding the Jahangirpuri violence.
करता हूं भारत सरकार से और सुप्रीम कोर्ट से कि या तो इन आतंकवादियों पे बैन लगाए, वरना फिर हमारी अपने बचाव के लिए जो हम कोशिश करेंगे उसके लिए भारत सरकार जिम्मेदार होगी।
राम शिया राम बोलना गुनाह है, तो शिया राम तो हमको ही बंदूक पर बोल रहा है, तो उनको भी लेके जाए।
उनको जो सपोर्ट करने वाले, उनको जो शेल्टर देने वाले लोग हैं, वो चाहे किसी भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के हो, उनके ऊपर शिकंजा कसा जाए।
वहाँ पे तो सैकड़ों लोग तलवारें और देसी कट्टे लेके घूम रहे हैं, तो पुलिस ने उनको क्यों नहीं पकड़ा उस वक्त? उनको गिरफ्तार क्यों नहीं किया गया? ये तो नॉन बेलेबल कॉग्निजेबल ऑफेंस है।
First up, though, I want to go across to Dipendra Pathak, Special CP Law and Order, Delhi Police, who's joining us live and exclusive. He's been handling the situation in Jahangirpuri, even as the crime branch is now investigating the matter, and he was today at that spot as well. First up, thanks a lot for joining us, sir. The kind of preparation which is coming to light from many of these violences, of course, that is the case that is also coming to light now via videos in Delhi also. As the Commissioner of Law and Order, is that not a matter of concern for you that there seems to be a lot of preparation, it seems, already to oppose such yatras?
No, you see, what you are mentioning is a part of investigation. and we are in the initial stages of investigation. So it is not first, we can't jump to the conclusion, and the second, it is not appropriate at this point of time to reveal anything on this. Yes, what I can say, that the police presence was adequate and swift. The moment verbal physical altercation started and the stone pelting started, police, whatever in number they were there, they came, stood like a wall and saw to it that both the groups don't come close to each other, come what may, and we were successful in containing the situation.
In fact, there is a video that is coming to light that showed that a lot of people had collected just before, I think, stone pelted started that you're talking about. They also had weapons with them. Can you give me a sense of what you know of the sequence of events? Why did the situation become what it became eventually?
No, you see, whatever the videos and the photographs are coming, we are taking that into account. We are examining that. And now the Delhi Police Crime Branch has taken over investigation. They are also doing it. So at this point of time, any kind of in the form of a digital or maybe a verbal or maybe in the form of photographs, whichever evidences are coming, we are taking that into account as a part of investigation. And yes, what I mentioned as the second part of your answer to the second part of your question is that when this started, this yatra started, police was there. And when the situation started worsening, police acted immediately, professionally, and in a robust manner to ensure that there is no loss of life and property.
There is a clarification also, sir, that I want from you, because we are being told that there were 2 yatras that went off peacefully. The third yatra is when this chaos broke out. Did the third yatra have permission or not? Were the yatra members the same who was seen carrying weapons in a video that has also come to light? Because I'm just trying to establish, why did the situation become so bad during this third yatra?
No, you see, there were 3 yatras that day. For the 2 yatras, the application or the request came on 21st and 31st March, and they were given due permissions by the district because it was to happen in the same police station area. For the third yatra, just a day before in the evening, the application was submitted in the police station and permission could not be given to that yatra. But on the yatra day, when they gathered, then police, we tried to persuade them not to hold because there's no permission, but still the gathering was there and the yatra started. So to have to maintain the law and order and to see the safety and security of the yatra, we had our police contingent moving along. And that is why when this verbal physical altercation and the stone pelting started, they immediately swung into action. And we ensured that the situation doesn't worsen and we contained the situation in the least possible time.
So then, of course, the second question that arises from what you are saying, that there was indeed this third yatra, that there was not adequate time to grant it a permission. There is one yatra, I don't know which one it is in sequence, but one where people are carrying some weapons. How was that allowed? Because that's a big question that people are asking.
You see, the police action, the case registered of the rioting case and the attempt to murder, and in that case, based on clinching evidence, either in the form of a digital or in the form of the photograph, or in the form of due detailed verification, and what you are mentioning, from both the sides, whoever have been found either brandishing any kind of weapon, almost all have been nabbed, almost all have been arrested and apprehended, and the weapon of offense recovered. So that is the level of Delhi police action and investigation in the first 24 hours itself.
Okay, let me come to a larger question now. After the riots in Delhi in 2020, we saw there was a certain amount of mobilization that was happening. We saw the kind of protests that were happening then. Many police personnel came under attack then. 2 years later, this flashpoint happened. Some policemen were again pelted stones on. So the larger question I'm trying to ask you is that how will you control this situation? regardless of what, is the actual event. If there are some localities, some colonies, some ghettos where this kind of actions are being taken with impunity, where people are not afraid of the police, of the law and order, is that not a matter of concern for you, the Delhi police? How will you control that?
You see, police has a very focused role for the maintenance of law and order. And what you are mentioning, that based on the sensitivity of the locality and based on the occasion, like on the festivals or on some occasion based on inputs, patrolling and pickets, so very professionally it is handled, and in this case as well. That is why I was saying that although the moment it started, the adequate police coverage and the presence was there with due briefing. That is why the moment situation started becoming bad, they came into action and they ensured that it is contained and nipped in bud, and that is why exactly happened.
No, so you're saying that it's not a concerning that people suddenly have weapons that they can bring onto the streets, that people have stones on the rooftops, that petrol bombs are being produced on such short notice?
No, that is why, no, listen.
Yeah.
Listen. I will say that whoever takes law in their hand or commits crime, the due case will be instituted and they will not be left. This is one. In this case also, the case has been registered and legal action has been taken, such that it has a demonstrative effect on others. And others who either on the fence sitter or something going in their mind to commit these kinds of mischief, they restrain themselves. They know that what is going to happen. So this is the method of a robust method of policing.
Okay. I have final two questions, sir. There is also a video of an SDPI rally which was held on the same day before this violence broke out in the national capital. In this rally, some officials are being heard saying that if the government doesn't do what they're asking for, what their demands are, then their hands are also not tied. If they do something in self-defense, then the government is going to be responsible. Is that not hate speech or incitement to violence either? Are you going to act on it?
No, you see, first of all, it is not in my jurisdiction area-wise, but what you are mentioning, let me tell you that Delhi police, we act professionally, we maintain highest standard of probity and integrity and professionalism at work. Anything which is violating law comes to notice, we take action.
Okay, I'll ask you a final question then. There is some allegation, some people have alleged, politicians and otherwise, that the Delhi police is acting in a biased manner, that the probe is not fair. How will you respond to that?
It is bereft of truth. The arrests which has been made has all mischief mongers. It belongs to both the community. And number one. And number two, all those who have been, almost all except one or two, who are seen either in the digital form or in the videos or in the photographs brandishing weapon, almost all have been arrested, all the major ones. And so we are acting in a very professional manner, not going by any group. That is the standard of Delhi police.
Okay. I do appreciate your time, Dipendra Phatak, Special Commissioner of Police in the Delhi Police for Law and Order. On that note, as far as the Jahangirpuri probe is concerned, we are also getting some important breaking updates now coming in. Remember, the crime branch in Delhi Police is looking at this case, and we're getting confirmation now that at least 5 accused in the Jahangirpuri riots case are being charged with the NSA, which is the National Securities Act. So clearly, very stiff action is being taken. Is this because the government and the police do want to set a precedent as far as this matter is concerned? Let me go across to my colleague Arunima, who's joining us with more on this. Arunima.
So why the National Security Act? A, we are told because the Home Minister yesterday in his conversation with the Delhi Police Commissioner was very clear. He wanted a message to go. He wanted very strict action against those who are riot suspects. Usually NSA is not something that the Delhi Police relies on in cases like this where they feel there was a conspiracy. Usually UAPA is what is relied upon.
Yes.
But in this case, the National Security Act the sections of NSA have been imposed. What this act really says, this gives Section 3 of NSA gives the power to make orders detaining certain persons. So the central government or the state government under subsection 3A, if it is satisfied that any person is going to act in a manner which is prejudicial to the defense of India, then NSA can be used. Or it can be used if it is felt that any person is going to act in a manner which is prejudicial to the security of the state. So usually it is a relation with any foreign country or security of the country for which NSA is imposed. But in this case, NSA sections have been imposed on 5 people by the Delhi police, 5 suspects of the Jahangirpuri violence.
All right, Arunima, thanks a lot for bringing us that update. I want to go across to the guests who are joining us now. Shehzad Purawala of the BJP, Gurdeep Singh Sapal of the Congress Party, Captain Shalini Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party, Vikram Singh, former UP DGP, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, Senior Fellow, Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies. Vikram Singh, I want to come to you first because we've just got this breaking update that NSA is going to be slapped on at least 5 accused. Your first thoughts? Is this the right way to go? Because the larger question I'm going to ask today is not just the hypocrisy over secularism in India, but also why can't we set precedents so that such violences don't take place? That people do not have the bravado to indulge in such activities openly, and in some cases it looks like they don't care if the might of the law comes down on them. As you saw, one of the accused, Ansar, was doing some Pushpa style gesture after being caught, and he was claiming that yes, main kasurwar hoon. So that bravado. So what are your thoughts on the NSA being slapped on some of these accused?
Very well said, Shivani. I would say that this was long overdue, better late than never. NSA should have been slapped even earlier, even before the rioting started, as by way of preventive action. There is a philosophy known as preventive action, preventive detention, and preemptive action in recovery of illicit weapons, arresting of those who are involved in past crimes, and also anticipation that these might look. And those who are indulging in push-ups are showing a bravado that nothing is going to happen to them. This signal must end once for all. I was listening to my good friend Dipender Pathak ji, but he said the police reacted. They stood as a wall. They didn't have to stand like a wall. They should have prevented the illegal procession in the first go. The moment 6 people attended, they should have used force and dispersed the force. The second that the application was given and it was not done, and yet the procession went on, this is totally unacceptable. It was an illegal procession. The third, even before the procession, the lessons drawn in the 2020 riots, which you very clearly mentioned, there were good lessons that were drawn. Search the rooftops, have rooftop duties, ensure not a single brick bat is there, and no illegal firearms or swords or lances, etc. are there with the rioters. Ensure proper foot patrolling, duties in front of the procession, in the middle and in the rear. Ensure that they have binoculars and night vision devices so that there is no untoward incident. Not a single preventive arrest, not a...
That perhaps we were reactive. We should have been more proactive.
No, but although he did say that demonstrative action will be taken in this case so that others don't think of doing so. Do you think that that is possible, or are those platitudes at this stage? Or does the NSA slapping indicate in any manner that yes, demonstrative action is going to be taken?
Shivani, timing is everything. What we do in good times, it had been done earlier, even before or during the course, it would have been had a greater impact. Okay. Now it will be deemed to be an afterthought. Therefore, I would say, but better late than never. At least you started using the provisions of the NSA. We have used them by hundreds. Anyone who gives you the opportunity and anyone who has the potential of creating and vitiating, spoiling public peace is booked under the NSA 151 CRPC and other provisions of law. There is no scope of people doing push-ups and thumping their chest. This is the last thing that they can possibly do. Okay. One challenge like this and one is behind bars for at least 7 years.
Okay, that's interesting. I just want to broaden this debate now on what I started with, because there is this alibi being given of provocations. First of all, to come down and come down on streets with weapons, swords, etc. Even if there is a provocation, certainly that provocation will be questioned. But it doesn't mean that people can take law into their own hands. And in Delhi, there might have been a provocation or some illegal procession, but that has not come to light from Karoli, from Khargon, from Khambat, from anywhere else. So that obviously is not a very consistent narrative here too. And I want to go across to Gurdeep Singh Sippal first up. When somebody says that majority fundamentalism is worse than minority fundamentalism, is that not giving a leeway to the minorities to take crime into their own hands? Exactly what is happening as far as these Hindu processions is concerned? Is that truly secularism?
Shivani, I heard your introduction to this program. And I find that your belief in secularism is completely shaken, and you are finding the proof in the recent incidents to justify your shaken belief in secularism.
Actually, it's been happening for 70 years. I'm looking at history also. I said for 70 years since independence.
Shivani, let me take you back in
Go
history.
ahead.
Let me take you back in history. Give me some time. 1947, this country was partitioned. 20 lakh people officially were killed in riots. 20 lakh. It was a charged environment. Charged environment. You cannot have a more bitter, more communally charged environment anywhere in the world than what happened in 47. And then what happened? We had a defense minister who was from minority, Sardar Baldev Singh. We had the commander of Delhi, Brigadier Sharif, who was a Muslim for next 5 years. And Jawaharlal Nehru-led Congress party won the election on the issue of secularism. And why was that possible? Because the majority community supported secularism.
True.
Not just secularism. Any system, it is the onus is on the majority community, because if they don't practice something,
then it's not possible.
If they don't practice something, it is not possible. So that is one thing.
But sir, the majority, that's exactly, okay sir, I'll go one by one. The majority community cannot be made responsible for maintaining peace, no. The majority community cannot be condemned because they are a majority.
Let me complete. From there, in 70 years, which you have been decrying in your introduction, that 70 years nothing has happened, India emerged as a very strong nation. A military power, a space power, an economic power, a nuclear power, anything you say. And we had commander of chiefs who were Muslims. We were commander of chiefs, the supreme commander of the armies. Who had Muslims. We had Paramveer Padak Vijeta who were Muslim. We broke Pakistan, and Muslims fought for Indian army without any consideration of religion. This has been India. What we are seeing now, and I think you have lived in India only, since childhood I have seen that processions, be it Hindu, be it Sikh, be it Jain, be it Muslim, have been part of it. It is only when provocative things happen and the governments of the day try to promote and not hold back that provocation, we come to such a situation. I read Mr. Nadar's entire letter. Not a single line on asking people not to make hate speeches, not to spread hatred, not a single line.
But you are saying that only the majority is guilty of that. Are you seriously telling me that?
No, I'm not telling you that. I'm giving you history. Now coming back to what you are saying. Riots are riots. Crime is crime. A criminal is a criminal. When you start treating them on the basis of religion, then you lead a country into a problem.
So that's exactly what I am saying. So sir, I asked you a question. When somebody, for example, in Kerala, the minister, one second, please, sir, you've taken a lot of time. Please. When in Kerala, the minister says majority fundamentalism is worse than minority fundamentalism, you oppose that? You don't agree with that?
1 minute. Let me complete this thing. I'll react to this also. Kerala minister is not from my party. I'll speak for my party. Now you showed SDPI, a hate speech. SDPI, BJP has been raising PFI, SDPI. SDPI is the political arm of PFI. For 8 years, we have been listening from BJP that PFI is doing this. Why don't they ban it?
No, I'll come to all of that. Sir, please don't bring this into that. Please let me stick to the subject. The problem is, okay, let Shehzad Poonawala come into this, sir. Let me give other guests some... No, sir, SDPI, I am not discussing today, sir. Please, I am sticking to the subject of whether there is a tendency to look away from crime when it is the minority and just say that, okay, let there be action. But when it is, for example, a single stone is pelted on a church, we saw the narrative in Delhi a few years ago. It was, no, 1 second, sir, you've had your time. It was basically projected like churches are under attack when there was no such thing. Even one lynching takes place in India, it is the entire country is condemned as Lynchistan. Here, Shehzad Poonawala, procession after procession after procession is coming under attack, but there is no secularism in danger in India now. Because it's the majority community that's coming under attack.
You have to allow me to complete my answer.
Sir, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, Shehzad, now.
No, it's not.
Sir, I will come back to you, please. I cannot give you 5 minutes alone. Shehzad Pulawala.
Fundamentalism not be
I can only speak if he respects other people's time.
Why will Muslim
I can't speak with an indisciplined spokesperson.
not by BJP government?
Okay, fair enough. Let him respond to that now. Shehzad.
But you did not allow me to make my point. You are putting words in my mouth.
Sir, can I please have the other guest speak now?
Because I have to make my point.
Okay, you've made your point. Now please stop,
is being
sir.
represented by SDPI on your show.
Okay, let me go to Shehzad, please.
So the government has to act on fundamentalism. You cannot say that they will not act on Muslim fundamentalism now.
Okay, Shehzad Poonawalla, please respond to my question. You can respond to SDPI as well.
Thank you, Shivani. Even my faith in secularism as preached by the Congress has been shaken over the last 70 years simply because in the garb or the hijab of secularism, all they gave was the vote bank politics and politics of appeasement. And today you have Gurdeep Sappal pretty much saying the same thing what his colleague Pawan Khera has said, कि the Hindus are the ones to be blamed, the Hindus must take onus, the Hindus must have no display of their personal faith. So please, Shivani, this conversation can't happen if the Congress party shows such intolerance that I have not spoken for 10 seconds and he has interrupted me. Your PCR will have to take a call if it wants to give everyone an equal opportunity, or you don't want to have the BJP's version, that's fine. I'm happy to sit it out.
You cannot misquote me. You cannot misquote me.
I'm quoting Pawan Khera as well. Shivani, you will have to intervene and you'll have to protect my time.
I cannot allow this like this. I'm sorry to say, you've had uninterrupted time, sir. You cannot do this to other panelists.
No, issue is if somebody is misquoting me.
No, he's quoting Pawan Khera.
No, you took my name.
Okay, Shehzad Poonawalla.
No, I will require my entire time. Shivani, I am the spokesperson of the national party that has got an opportunity to govern. I must be given the same time as much as others.
Shehzad, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Look, Shivani, first of all, look who's lecturing us. Gurdeep Sappal, Ahmedabad 1969, Jalgaon 1970, Moradabad 1980, Delhi 1983, Delhi 1984, Bhiwandi 1984, Ahmedabad 1985, Bhagalpur 1989 and Mumbai 1993. By the way, you accused Shiv Sena of orchestrating the Mumbai 1993 riots. Today you are in alliance with them. And by the way, the same Shiv Sena, I was reading Sonia Gandhi's letter and the opposition letter has not been signed by the Shiv Sena. So what they think about your stand is also very evident. But that's not the point. The point, Shivani, is this, that look how Pawan Khera and his ilk and the Congress party keeps transferring the onus just like Mr. Govindan has on the Hindu community. Here is my question. These are the people who say that terrorism has no religion, but they come up with Hindu terror. They put the onus of everything on Hindus. Today, Pawan Khera said that why did the Hindus take out this procession? If you should celebrate your entire procession at home, why do you want to display your religion? This Congress party is saying this while it says that taziyas can be removed by the Muslims, processions can be taken out, they can do the namaz on the streets, they can have a namaz room in the Vidhan Sabha, but the Hindu community, and by the way, Mahatma Gandhi started Sarvajanik Pratna Sabha. Lokmanya Tilak had started Ganesh Utsav in a Sarvajanik manner. Today, they will want that Durga Puja should be banned, Saraswati Puja should be banned because the Hindus are to be blamed. What Govindan has said, Ms. Shivani, please. Go at Govind. Shivani, I refuse to participate in this discussion. There are several points I have to cover. I refuse to participate if I'm going to be interrupted. I'm sorry.
I
will get up.
One second,
no, this is not the manner.
No, this is not the manner. You had your time. You cannot.
I refuse to participate.
Shehzad, one second.
I refuse to participate unless he's shut down.
Everybody, including the anchor and other panelists. This is not done, sir. No, this is not done. I'm sorry to say, I must object. You cannot do this. You had your opportunity. You gave a history lesson. You could have come to the subject straight away. You cannot. You cannot browbeat me, and you cannot browbeat other panelists. I'm not going to allow this.
Because he said Congress has demanded.
So he has the right to put his point.
BJP, please have the tolerance levels to listen.
Tell me.
Okay, one second. No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to allow this tactic. Each guest is going to get their time. Shehzad Poonawalla and me, please. Shehzad, please complete your point, but complete it quickly now.
Shivani, first of all, this is a government of Congress party in Rajasthan that hasn't been able to apprehend the main accused, Matloob and Mushtaq, for the last 15 days. And they are talking about law and order. This is a government, and Gurdeep Sappal should have some shame when he speaks about the Congress's track record. In the 1984 Sikh riots, Sajjan Kumar, Jagdish Titler and their ilk were the main conspirators. Rajiv Gandhi came out and defended it by saying कि बड़ा पेड़ गिरता है तो धरती हिलती है. After 34 years in 2018, the Delhi High Court convicted Sajjan Kumar saying that political patronage at the highest levels was extended to him, cases were suppressed, and Gurdeep Sappal comes here and lectures us about... One second, let me please complete. Let me tell you where this is coming from. This is the SDPI model, and let me explain what the SDPI model is, by the way. S for Soch, this anti-Hindu, Hindu-Virodi Soch, which is not just Mr. Govindan. Rahul Gandhi says it on a daily basis. Hindutva terror, Hindutva is like ISIS. Hindu is teaching you to kill Sikhs and Isais and Christians and Muslims. Secondly, D for design. The entire design from Karoli to Khargon is evident. There was a pre-planning. You've shown the videos today of how there was a pre-planning in the night before weapons were stockpiled. P for patronage, and P for protection in this name of action, reaction and provocation theory, and the new theory that has come around that this is a kabad wala hai, ye kabad wala hai, to play the victim card as and when convenient. They do it in every case. For Tahir Hussain, the Aam Aadmi Party said that he was a Muslim, therefore action is being taken. For Ansar, they say he's a poor kabad wala. They say they was provoked. Even if somebody is provoked, is this what provocation allows you to take law and order into your own hands and to start firing?
It's not
One second, last 10 seconds. And the last is the I for Islamophobia. That this narrative of Islamophobia, that Muslims are being victimized in every case. And lastly, let me make a very important disclosure before you go to the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party just now did a press conference saying that Ansar was linked to my party, showing the photograph of a person. This is very important. I haven't been able to do any press conference. Therefore, I'm using your platform. That lady with whom they're linking Ansar is a member of the Aam Aadmi Party. Here is the press release. She has joined the Aam Aadmi Party, Sangeeta Bajaj. It says, Sangeeta Bajaj, Purv Nigam Pratyashi Sangeeta Bajaj bhi party mein shamil hui. She is a part of the Aam Aadmi Party. They have links with Tahir Hussain.
No, but the logo, the cap is of the BJP. She was at that time in the
They
BJP.
defend these people. Sorry.
I'm going to move forward. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, I'm coming to you. Aam Aadmi Party I'll go to in just a bit, because this battle between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party, who is linked to whom, is frankly not my discussion. I do want to take forward the point that Shehzad was mentioning, victimhood, Islamophobia. Asaduddin Owaisi comes and gives a clean chit to Ansar. He says that he is being victimized. He also spreads falsehoods that masjids are being desecrated. Nowhere has that happened. And he goes scot-free. I have mentioned several such instances that have happened. So rumor mongering is a part of it. And then you look at the narratives that are being furthered. On Twitter, on social media, there are these narratives that Muslims are under oppression, that there is quote-unquote a genocide in India. Do the opposing political parties, the opposition also has a role to play, no? Do they come out and say that don't spread these falsehoods? No. They make heroes out of these people who spread this narrative. So obviously, the average Muslim in India on the street in Jahangirpuri type areas, obviously they're getting radicalized.
Allow me to answer to this.
1 second, Abhijit.
Shivani, so what happens here is, the opposition will always play these games. I've never seen any opposition anywhere in the world that does not play these games. They're usually dirty games, and in the information age, they've gotten dirtier. I think ultimately, the responsibility for all of this rests with the government in power, the government that controls the police. All right, this isn't the first riot that we've seen happening. This is the 7th or 8th major riot that's happened in Delhi in the last 3 years. Where has been the improvement in police response? Where has been the improvement in surveillance, in accurately pinning responsibility, especially in mohallas like these? Zero. Where has the preemptive action been taken? Because, once crowds gather, there's very little you can actually do. Now, I understand how the crowd gathered for the Hanuman Yatra, but how was there a crowd gathered at the mosque around about the same time? Okay, so there are a lot of things. So when the police gentleman was here on your show before this, he said, well, we tried to prevent it. I can tell you right now that when two opposing communities are gathering in numbers, it's bound to be trouble, especially in an area like that. So clearly, even what little bandobast was done was not very good bandobast.
No, but preemptive action, on the issue of preemptive action, Abhijit, that's precisely what I'm saying. How will that preemptive action ever be taken by any police, no matter who's ruling? Because already the narrative is the police is biased. Already the narrative is that Muslims are being victimized. Tomorrow, if they went for searches, preemptive searches, including religious places that are becoming hubs of crime, what do you think will happen in this country?
And exactly right, Shivani. You've nailed the issue on the head. Now, the question is, this government has been in power for 8 long years. Tell me one narrative they've been able to reverse comprehensively which deals with minority harassment. They have not been, for 8 years, They have been so single-handedly incompetent with their narrative and media management. They have not been able to reverse even one story. You have a so-called award-winning journalist who has never produced proof for anything she's ever written. She walks away winning awards. Are you able to reverse that narrative in spite of the fact of proven criminality and a proven lack of evidence? No. Ultimately, this goes right up to the top. You know, they've failed on internal security. They've failed on narrative. And all it keeps coming down to is, you know, oh, well, you know, you were no better when you were in government. And 80 years back, Nehru was no better when he was in government. 126 years back, Indira Gandhi was no better when she was in government. You know, these kind of, tumne bhi kiya to hum karenge, this is not a narrative. Let us be clear about this. The BJP has failed comprehensively on internal security. Their tag of strong on security is not just undeserved, it is looking like a sad, pathetic joke.
Okay.
And their tag on narrative building is turning out to be just as comical, farcical, and unnecessary.
Yeah, and okay, I'll give Shahzad an opportunity to rebut, but before that, I want to go to Shalini also. Shalini, the bigger point is that you cannot put the onus 75 years after independence of basically making way for minority and minorities to be placated on the majority alone. That's why these reactions are happening, unfortunately. Because, you know, you cannot make Jai Shri Ram into some sort of a rabid war cry. And who did that? The likes of Mamata Banerjee, who's a sitting chief minister, is guilty of doing that, right? So you've condemned an entire majority, and then you make exclusivity the rule for minorities in India, where they can have their free space, free institutions, free narratives, and yet you blame the majority every time if something goes wrong. This kind of secularism doesn't work, no?
So, what you're saying that this kind of secularism doesn't work. So I want to understand what is secularism. That we have to very clearly say that every caste, every religion, we have to respect. So now where we are sitting today is that we are forgetting to respect a minority, or few of the minorities are not respecting the majority. This is what is happening, and that is why we are seeing so much of violence and clashes. Why it is happening? Somebody is instigating it, somebody is feeding. Why do we say is desh mein rehna hoga, Jai Shri Ram kehna hoga? Why to take out such kind of war cries? Hum Jai Hind kyun nahi bol sakte hain? Why do we don't use such war cries? Because we are planting these kind of things in people's mind. And when we are planting these things in people's mind, and we are training only a sector to do such kind of things, and they can be from any religion. See, whether it is Ansar or any Hindu person, I don't care about it. We don't care about it. It is just that, as we say, terror has no religion, violence has no religion. Anybody who is trying to bring such kind of disrepute, such kind of violence,
but condemn both equally. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. If a rally of a Hindu procession is bad, condemn it. But then don't turn your blind eye. I am sorry to say, Delhi government, when the Shaheen Bagh protests were happening, you supported them. Was there not illegality happening in the national capital in the name of minority rights? Were policemen not attacked in Chandbagh?
Being a minority in a country,
but did you oppose that?
Or being a majority,
did you oppose that? No.
No, listen to me. So being a minority is a crime, and being a majority you get an advantage.
No, I'm saying exactly the opposite. That when minorities commit crimes, you have to condemn them equally. If a Chandbagh happens where police come under attack, you condemn that also, na? In the name of anti-CA, you can't just do anything. 2 years ago, you allowed that. Obviously, this is happening.
No, so you are now not saying the right thing. It is not about minority or majority. I'm repeating. It is anybody from any sector.
No, these platitudes we've heard for 75 years. That's my point. When it is about minorities, you will say whoever is guilty, take action. When it is about majority, you will say Hindu terror, Hindu provocation, Hindutva, etc. But कोई दूसरा fundamentalism आपको नहीं दिखता क्या? Islamic fundamentalism आपको नहीं दिखता क्या?
So Aam Aadmi Party doesn't believe in this kind of what you are saying. We don't believe in this model. We believe in a development model. We believe in education model.
I'll give the final minutes to both Gurdeep Sappal and Shahzad Poonawalla. Gurdeep Sappal.
To be fair, Shivani,
I'm coming back to you. Gurdeep Sappal. I'm going to him. I'll give you the final minute as well. Gurdeep Sappal, when the Rajasthan government, can I have Gurdeep Sappal? When the Rajasthan government says that there cannot be any electricity disruption for Ramzan, When in Maharashtra you say 15 minutes before and after an Azan there can be no bhajans, 100 meters of a mosque. Are you not creating exclusivity for one religion in the name of minority appeasement?
Well, first let me apologize for intervening when Shehzad was saying, because I thought as an anchor you will object to his lies that Congress was demanding a ban on Durga Puja. You did not. I thought you will ask him the question why BJP is not banning SDPI.
I have asked them that question, sir. I will not do my anchoring according to you.
Number two. Now, again, this is a selective thing. Selective why? Did Rajasthan government not ensure full power supply on Diwali or on any other festival? How have you picked out one sentence?
Because the order mentioned Ramzan.
To suit your narrative.
No, the order mentioned Ramzan. I'm not making this up. They had to take back that order.
Please tell me, how is Maharashtra government's instruction different from Yogi's government instruction today? Tell me this, prove me this. How is it different? Maharashtra government does it, you blame it.
Can
when
I answer?
Yogi government says it, you keep quiet. Number three.
Yes, number three.
The entire debate, you are just trying to portray that nobody has ever taken on the Muslim fundamentalism. This is your core argument. And core argument against a party during which reign, from Maqbul Bhatt to Azmal Kasab and Afzal Guru, everybody was sent to gallows. And against a party which has a record of more than 2 times releasing the terrorists and escorting the terrorists to a safe zone.
Okay,
that is BJP.
that's the time I have. Shehzad Punawala, sir, please yield now. I have a minute left. Let Shehzad respond to what you have said. Let him respond. Why this is different, no different than UP. Let him respond.
First of all, Shivani, on a factual basis, here is the Aam Aadmi Party leader, Mr. Amanatullah Khan, when UAPA and other charges were levelled against the murderer of Ankit Sharma and the mastermind of Delhi riots part 1, Mr. Tahir Hussain. He played the victimhood card saying that he is being only harassed because he's a Muslim. Did any action take place against Aam Aadmi Party and Amanatullah Khan? When the Delhi police busted a special sleeper cell of the Pakistan ISI just few months ago, same Amanatullah Khan and others came out in their defense saying that these people are being harassed because they are Muslims. Atankwad and Danga have no religion, but every time somebody who happens to be a Muslim has been taken action against, why is it that they take out the Muslim card? Point number 2, the Congress party very conveniently coined Bhagwa terror and Hindu terror. Chidambaram said it, Mr. Sushil Kumar Shinde said it. I challenge Mr. Gurdeep Sappal, till date they will not call what happened to the Kashmiri Hindus Islamic Jihad, because that is the double standards they have, and this is the same double standards they showed in Rajasthan, where they have electricity also divided into Hindus and Muslims. Don't interrupt, sir. They have not been able to arrest the main accused of Karoli, but when action is taken in Khargon, they start crying. They start crying for Batla House terrorists. They start taking the people of Afzal Guru Hum Sharminda Hai Brigade into their party. They start taking people who have defended Yaqub Memon into their party, and then they say we are strong on Islamic Jihad. They tried to give a clean sheet to Pakistan on 26/11 Malegaon and Samjhauta. Please wait, sir. Wait your turn. And to my dear friend Abhijit. See, Abhijit usually Abhijit keeps his analysis.
Twice in this country.
Can I?
No,
just
30 seconds I have. Shehzad, please. Shehzad, you finish your point. Finish your point.
Yeah. Look, to my dear friend Abhijit, he would definitely, when he looks at the fact that
Can I have Shehzad and I on the screen, please? I want him to finish his point. I don't want people heckling. Please. This is not done. I'm sorry. Gurdeep sir, this is not right. Shehzad, 15 seconds.
This is their attitude, because they have lost power. Yesterday who were urban Naxals for them, today have become dissenting voice of
finish
dissent.
your point now.
They come and defend them. Now anyways, to my dear friend Abhijit, who said that internal security we have weakened, Abhijit remembers very well, there was a time that Delhi saw 2 blasts. You had a blast in Mumbai, you had a blast in Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, Bengaluru, and every major city was rocked by blasts, and of course we had 26/11. Yes, there are incidents of terrorism that still take place, particularly in Jammu Kashmir and on army installations. We've not been able to end terrorism, but there has been a remarkable decrease in terrorism on Patharbazi and on communal incidents across the country. There were 15,000 incidents of communal violence between 64 to 2014.
No,
after 2014, you have seen a remarkable
I think Abhijit's
reduce.
point was a little bit larger also. If there are certain narratives which the BJP doesn't agree with, have you been able to puncture those narratives? It's not
Should
enough
our job
to say,
be to puncture
it is
narratives,
not
or
enough
should our
to
job
just
to be
say
to
that
govern
there are
the
narratives
country?
being run. You are in power, you can bust those narratives, you can puncture those narratives. That is what I'm saying. I've run out of time. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. Time for a very short break. We'll get you a wrap-up of the day's biggest stories in just a bit.
a courtesy visit at her 10 Janpath residence. The current political situation was discussed at the hour-long meeting. Congress leaders Priyanka Gandhi, Mukul Vasnik, Randeep Singh Surjewala, K.C. Venugopal and Ambika Soni were also present. 5 powerful missiles struck the Ukrainian city of Lviv, killing about half a dozen people. Lviv, which is in the western part of the country, had till now been spared of much of the fighting, but now Russia is intensifying strikes, particularly after its Black Sea naval flagship sank last week. As Putin's military strategy focuses eastwards, cities like Kharkiv have come under heavy shelling. In this particular video, you can see a bomb fall on a street even as a woman walks by. She cowers down and manages to walk away unhurt. Yesterday, at least 5 people were killed in Russian bombardment in the city of Kharkiv. Fighting has also intensified in the port city of Mariupol. The battered city is on the brink of falling to Russian forces 7 weeks under siege. Seizing Mariupol would free up Russian forces to weaken and encircle Ukrainian soldiers in the eastern part of the country, which Moscow is now focusing on. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has accused Russia of wanting to destroy the entire eastern region of Donbass. Russia wants to take control and forge a land corridor between Russia, the mainland, and Crimea, the peninsula, which it seized in 2014. Ukrainian authorities have urged people in the Donbass, in Luhansk and in Donetsk to move further westwards. Ukrainian fighters have refused to surrender in the southern port city of Mariupol. If the Russians capture Mariupol, they get direct access to the Black Sea. Ukrainian fighters have remained inside the encircled Azovstal steel plant in the city of Mariupol. Meanwhile, Russian shelling has also hit a church in the Luhansk region of eastern Ukraine. Russia's renewed onslaught is slowing down evacuation efforts. Around 30,000 civilians have been evacuated from the Luhansk region since the Russian invasion began. Rescuers have found the bodies of dozens of civilians in Bordoyanka on the outskirts of Kiev while dismantling the rubble of high-rise buildings destroyed by Russian shelling. Bordoyanka resembles a ghost town which has been bombed out across the last 3 weeks.
जब आमने सामने की लड़ाई होती है तो 2 तरह के बंकर बनाए जाते हैं। पहला तो इस तरह का बंकर जो ऊपर से दिखाई न दे, यानी दुश्मन देश की सेना, उसके युद्धक विमान देख न पाए कि सैनिक कहां मोर्चा लगा के बैठा है। रूस की सेना का एक बंकर, इसमें देखिए हथियारों का जखीरा है जो अब इस्तेमाल हो चुके हैं। ये टैंक के गोले फट चुके हैं।
The director of the CIA has warned that Russia's setbacks in Ukraine could lead to Putin using nuclear weapons. This is a chilling nuke warning of potential desperation of Putin given the setbacks that he has faced so far. The threat posed by resort to tactical or low-yield nuclear weapons. Tactical weapons is something that Putin and his troops are threatening to use. The potential desperation of Putin, given the kind of setbacks he's faced, the fact that he was not able to conquer Kiev, want to avoid the threshold in which nuclear conflict and the use of small-yield nuclear weapons becomes possible. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General Manoj Pandey is all set to take over as the new Chief of Army Staff. The current Army Chief General M.M. Naravane retires at the end of the month, and sources have told CNN News 18 that Naravane could be in line to become the next Chief of Defence Staff. Remember, the post fell vacant after General Bipin Rawat's death in a helicopter crash. Terrorists opened fire on 2 off-duty railway police personnel in Kakopura and Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama. The RPF head constable succumbed to his injuries. Security forces have cordoned off the entire area and a hunt is on. The Supreme Court has cancelled bail granted to Union Minister Ajay Mishra Teni's son Ashish Mishra in the Lakhimpur violence case. Ashish Mishra has been ordered to surrender in a week's time. The bail granted to him by the Allahabad High Court back in February was challenged by the families of farmers who were killed in Lakhimpur. Prime Minister Modi is in Gujarat for a 2-day visit. This evening, he interacted with students, teachers and parents of government schools. Tomorrow, both he and the Director General of the World Health Organization will lay the foundation stone for the WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine in Jahangirpuri. The Maharashtra government has decided to implement earlier court orders on the use of loudspeakers at religious sites. The state government will now make it mandatory for religious sites to seek permission for using loudspeakers. This move comes after criticism from the MNS chief Raj Thackeray. Taxis and auto rickshaws were off the roads in Delhi as drivers' associations went on strike against the soaring fuel prices. Several unions of auto and cab drivers are demanding a hike in fares as well as a reduction in fuel prices.
check of some of the top stories we're tracking from across the country. Music maestro Ilaiyaraaja has stoked a political debate after he wrote as a preface to a book that Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar are personalities who have combated all odds to dismantle poverty and stifling social structure.
First thing, DMK has never been critical of Ilaiyaraaja. It is only allies of the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam who are being critical of him. Parties like BCK, Tol Tirumavalavan, and of course Congress. You had that tweet from Karthi Chidambaram, who was extremely critical of the music maestro. But DMK, and if you saw Udayanidhi Stalin, who was Stalin's chief minister's son and a member of the Legislative Assembly, he has come out and said that our leader has very clearly told us, don't be critical of Mr. Ilaiyaraaja, he can have his own opinion. The kind of social media backlash that the music maestro got was something that overwhelmed almost everybody. Nobody thought that it would be this strong. That is why you have pro-BJP voices coming out and asking, where is the freedom of expression now? Asking this question to the pro-Congress, pro-DMK people.
There is no end to loudspeaker row in Maharashtra, with MNS issuing a fresh ultimatum. Raj Thackeray-led party has said that MNS workers will perform aarti in local temples on May 3 on the occasion of Akshaya Tritiya, and that loudspeakers will be used for it. Just yesterday, Raj Thackeray had said that if loudspeakers are not removed from mosques, the Hanuman Chalisa will be played in front of mosques in retaliation. This came also after Nashik police announced that permission has to be taken for Hanuman Chalisa or bhajan on loudspeakers, and that it will not be allowed 15 minutes before and after an Azan. 8 youths were arrested in Uttar Pradesh's Rai Bareli after a viral video showed a Dalit teenager being assaulted, humiliated and made to lick the feet of one of the accused. The incident took place on April 10, but the video surfaced online this week. The class 10 student lodged an FIR on the same day.
कुछ दिन पहले सलोन रोड शिव मंदिर जगतपुर के पास निपुल नामक छात्र के साथ 5-6 छात्रों ने मारपीट किया था। इसी मारपीट का वीडियो सोशल मीडिया में वायरल है। वीडियो के आधार पर सभी आरोपी छात्रों की पहचान हो गई है, जिसमें से एक बाल अपचारी पुलिस हिरासत में है।
Demonstrations continue on streets of Sri Lanka as the country faces its worst economic crisis. The country approached International Monetary Fund, remember, seeking a loan under the Rapid Financial Instrument window meant for countries needing urgent balance of payment support. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa admitted Monday that his mistakes led the country to the brink of collapse.
11th day of protest at Galpes. You can see protests only escalating as thousands still are marching to the streets to participate in the protest. Ongoing people's movement is what they call, and the slogan that they have been raising is Gota, go home, asking for President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down. Even after the new cabinet formation has fewer Rajapaksa members in the government. Meanwhile, Parliament session has begun today, and it was a stormy session even after Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa sought for the abolition of 20A, which gave more powers to the President. Instead, he wants to revoke 19A, giving more powers to the Parliament to decide in the policies.
It's day 56 of the war in Ukraine, nearly 2 months. Most of Ukraine has been reduced to a rubble. City after city has been bombed and battered. While Putin's forces are focusing on conquering eastern Ukraine, Lviv in western Ukraine came under heavy artillery fire as well, killing as many as 7.
A missile streaks across the sky over Lviv in western Ukraine. An auto repair shop, just as it was getting ready to open with several employees on site, transformed into an inferno. Also hit what the regional military governor described as 3 military warehouses.
As we arrived, another air raid signal went off. The soldiers concerned that this will be a secondary strike on the same target.
After several hours, finally the all-clear signal. And this is what was left behind. 2 ambulances outside one of the damaged military warehouses, guarded by Ukrainian soldiers. Damaged cars, fallen trees. A section of railroad track thrown dozens of yards by the force of the blast. The auto repair shop destroyed. In all, the victims numbered at least 7 dead, 11 wounded, including a child.
As fighting flares to the east, north, and south,
The few residents left in Kramatorsk carry on. The train station, seen 10 days ago of a Russian missile strike that left almost 60 dead, is closed. Trains don't come here anymore. The buses, oddly enough, still run. Kramatorsk Mayor Alexander Goncharenko is blunt about the perils his city faces.
It's not safe. It's dangerous in each part of the city. You know, the rock can be attacked in every place of the city.
Alisa and her husband stroll through the city's main square.
This is very bad and terrible, but we won't live in Ukraine.
For now, they have most of their city to themselves.
मैं इस वक्त स्किबिन में हूँ, जहाँ कोल्ड स्टोरेज को रूस ने पूरी तरह से तबाह किया। रूस की सेना ने जो 64 किलोमीटर लंबा घेरा डाला था कीव पर कब्जा करने के लिए, तो घेरे के आसपास जितनी फैसिलिटी थी उन सबको बर्बाद और तबाह किया। ये जो फैसिलिटी है, ये कोल्ड स्टोरेज है। यहाँ पर सब्जी, फल और मीट स्टोर करके रखा जाता था और इसकी सप्लाई होती थी यूक्रेन की सेना के लिए। अगर आप अंदर की तस्वीरें देखें, अंदर की, तो उसमें कुछ भी आपको बचा हुआ दिखाई नहीं देगा। ये तभी से कोल्ड स्टोरेज फैसिलिटी को बंद कर दिया गया है, जब इसमें आग लगी थी, धुआंधार इस पर बमबारी हुई थी और यहाँ कुछ नहीं बचा है। रूफ सारी जितनी छतें हैं सब टूट के नीचे गिर गई हैं। आग ऐसी लगी थी, इसमें भीषण आग लगी थी कि इसमें अब कुछ बचा नहीं है और जो कुछ भी रखा था इसके पहले कि निकाल पाते यूक्रेन के लोग, तब तक सब कुछ तबाह हो गया।
Ukrainian forces in Mariupol rejected a weekend ultimatum from Russia to, quote, surrender or die. Ukrainian troops are now surrounded within a massive steel plant, the last known pocket of resistance in the key port city.
The situation is very difficult in Mariupol. It's clear that things won't get better.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky tells CNN's Jake Tapper Russian forces took thousands of children from Mariupol, and it's unclear where they are now.
About 5,000 children deported from this region to Russian side because they didn't allow them to go to the Ukrainian side, I mean the Ukrainian control side. Yet that's it, so we don't know what is with that children. Where are they?
He adds Ukraine won't give up any territory in the east as a new Russian offensive is expected there in the coming days.
Drone footage from Mariupol City Council shows smoke rising from Azovstal steel plant, one of Mariupol's last bastions still under Ukrainian control. Reports suggest at least 1,000 civilians were sheltering beneath this plant, most of them women, children and the elderly. Street battles have been taking place in Mariupol over the past week as Russian forces seek to take full control of the city. The commander of Azov Regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Denis Prokopenko, said Russian forces are firing on Azovstal Steelworks factory willingly. Football superstar Cristiano Ronaldo and his partner Georgina Rodriguez announced on social media Monday that their baby son has passed away. The Manchester United and Portugal star had announced earlier that the couple was expecting twins, a boy and a girl. Announcing the news, Ronaldo wrote that it was the greatest pain any parent could feel.
It is with our deepest sadness we have to announce that our baby boy has passed away. It is the greatest pain that any parent can feel. Only the birth of our baby girl gives us the strength to live this moment with some hope and happiness. We would like to thank the doctors and nurses for all their expert care and support. We are all devastated at this loss and we kindly ask for privacy at this very difficult time. Our baby boy, you are our angel. We will always love you.
And finally, it's a scene unseen so far. A dragon horse spotted in France's Toulouse. Made of wood and steel and weighing a whopping 45 tons, the long mare can even breathe fire and smoke. We leave you with that. Thanks a lot for watching.
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand, ladies and gentlemen. But are we as a nation taking the right stand? Are we as a nation standing up to those who want to break the fabric of India and who want to alter the culture of India? Are we taking the right stand against those who believe that giving cover fire to Islamists is going to get them political mileage, or is that the right thing to do? And are we as a nation waking up to the reality that we cannot afford to have illegals in our country? Many questions that arise. But tonight we start with some shocking visuals that have come to the fore. Have a look at these visuals, ladies and gentlemen. The visuals will shock you. This is Jahangirpuri in the national capital. Have a look at this and hear what they are saying. Right at the hub of the procession, what is being told to them? You are going to be pelted. Go away from here. Bottles are being thrown at a procession with Hanuman, with Ram, with a Baba sitting there or a priest sitting there. There he is. And with the tricolor. The tricolor is being pelted. The reality is these people don't care. They will pelt anything which is against what they believe is their way of life. In the middle of a procession, isn't this brazen intolerance? A mob is coming to pelt a procession on Hanuman Jayanti, which has got the tricolor present there. There is no respect. You can see bottles being thrown, stones coming from the rooftop, aimed at these three people. There are three people. And then, listen. Nara Takbir, Allahu Akbar, with swords in their hands. Swords, daggers, all at the ready. Nara Takbir, Allahu Akbar at the hand. God is great, yes. But in the month of Ramzan, if this is the attitude where you are supposed to shun all of this, imagine what will happen. Listen. Why this intolerance is a question that comes to mind. Why this intolerance? And how is responding with stones, bottles, swords and daggers a justification for any provocation? So then where is the tolerance?
ये लोग कैसे गाड़ी तोड़ रहे हैं?
गाड़ी तोड़ रहे हैं. खड़ी गाड़ी तोड़ रहे हैं. Listen to the video.
पाकिस्तान है भाई ये. ये लोग कैसे गाड़ी तोड़ रहे हैं, देखो गाड़ी तोड़ रहा है. पाकिस्तान है भाई ये. ये लोग कैसे गाड़ी तोड़ रहे हैं, देखो गाड़ी तोड़ रहा है.
कैसे गाड़ी तोड़ रहे हैं? पाकिस्तान है भाई ये. देखो कैसे गाड़ी तोड़ रहे हैं. पाकिस्तान है भाई ये. Right in the heart of Delhi, our national capital, Pakistan hai bhai ye keh rahe hain. And then, this is the manifestation. There are those who are trying to tell this mob. And these people are saying, चाचा गलत हो रहा है, चाचा ये देख रहे हो. आप देखिए कहाँ से पत्थर गिर रहे हैं. बिल्डिंग के ऊपर से छतों से पत्थर गिर रहे हैं. बोतलें चल रही हैं. Not just the mob on the street. It's coming from above also. So what should be done to houses which are becoming storehouses or warehouses for stones, for bottles, for weapons? What should be done? What should be done to those who believe that they want to change the very nature of our country, the very culture of our country, the very tehzeeb, the very way of life of our country, because they don't subscribe to the Hindu way. They don't subscribe to the Bharatiya way. They are unlike the Parsis who mix like milk and whose sacred flame we have protected for more than 1,000 years. They are here to change the very nature of our country, they believe. जहांगीरपुरी की हालत देखो।
ये देखो सर, ये पत्थर आ रहे हैं।
ये पत्थर आ रहे हैं कहाँ से?
ये पत्थर आ रहे हैं देखो।
तीसरी चौथी मंजिल की छत से आ रहे हैं, छत से।
पत्थर आ रहे हैं। जहांगीरपुरी सी ब्लॉक से। ये जी अंसार है जी, अंसार जहांगीरपुरी में ये अंसार बदमाश बनता है जी। ये जहांगीरपुरी का हाल है। ये देखो सर, ये पत्थर आ रहे हैं। ये पत्थर आ रहे हैं देखो। जहांगीरपुरी सी ब्लॉक में देखो ऊपर छतों से भी पत्थर आ रहे हैं। जहांगीरपुरी सी ब्लॉक से। ये जी अंसार है जी, अंसार जहांगीरपुरी में ये अंसार बदमाश बनता है जी। ये जहांगीरपुरी का हाल है। ये देखो सर, ये पत्थर आ रहे हैं। ये पत्थर आ रहे हैं देखो। जहांगीरपुरी सी ब्लॉक में देखो ऊपर छतों से भी पत्थर आ रहे हैं। ये जहांगीरपुरी का हाल है।
छतों से भी पत्थर आ रहे हैं। अंसार यहाँ का गुंडा है जी। और तैयारी देखिए। This tayari, ladies and gentlemen, 10 states, 15 locations. This tayari is just like it is in Jahangirpuri. Who's telling them to be tayyar? And how is it that it is okay? Do you and me have stockpiles of stones, daggers, swords? Are these stockpiles maintained in all religious institutions? How is it like in Khargon? It was all made stockpiled in masjid. How is it a mosque was again at play in Khambat? And now, this is the night before, in that same Jahangirpuri area where there is a stockpile of sticks which is kept at the ready. And there is no conspiracy, this is spontaneous for some so-called liberals. आपने जाके आप गए क्यों वहां मुस्लिम एरिया? भारत के अंदर ये क्या है हिंदू एरिया, मुस्लिम एरिया? आप वहां गए ही क्यों? गए क्यों क्या मतलब? प्रोसेशन सड़क है, सड़क किसी के को anybody can go through a procession if they have got the permission. So why are you going there? Why is that question being asked? Why are they keeping these sticks ready? Isn't that the question that should be asked? Why are they breaking public property and breaking down a van? Why are they smashing cars and breaking down two-wheelers? In Khargon, why are they singling out the Hindu homes and burning them down and ensuring Hindus are out of here? Let's ask those questions. And this is the eyewitness. He was sitting on that rath. He was right there at the heart of it all. This Jahangirpuri mayhem was just pre-planned. Is there not enough and more evidence? Now I've got a copy of the demand of the main accused. This is the copy that we have. Hindu festivals unrest is the hashtag. He put out the debate question that it was pre-planned. This is the remand copy that I have, ladies and gentlemen. Now in this remand copy, page number 4, very clearly talks about sustained interrogation of the accused persons as they're demanding extended remand. So this Salim Chikna and also this Salim Chikna, Ansar, and this guy Yunus Ahmed, who's called Sonu, and everybody thought, "Arey, ye to Hindu hai, so let's keep using the name Sonu." All of them, another arrest has been made. They've all custody has been extended. This Yunus Ahmed, his custody has been extended by 4 days. But look what they're saying. They're saying complete conspiracy and the mastermind behind the same. The cops also believe this is a larger conspiracy and there is a mastermind to this all. This is the same thread across the country, across the 10 states, across the 15 to 18 locations, the same thread. Who has told them to be tayyar and who has said, let's single out these Hindu festivals? Jahangirpuri, especially, CA se lekar ab tak, 2020 to now, this has happened. Let's go across to our panelists straight away and get them to talk more about it. Sanju Verma, National Spokesperson of the BJP, is with us. Vivek Srivastava, Maulana Masoodul Hassan Kazmi, Arup Ghosh and Harinder Sikka, all of them with us. My namaste to everybody. And first up, Kazmi Saab, yesterday I ran out of time. I couldn't come across to you. Today I'll make sure that you have your say. Let's start with you only, Kazmi Saab. आपके घर पे आप पत्थर रखते हैं क्या? आपके घर में आप तलवारें रखते हैं क्या? ये किस तरह की तैयारी कौन लोग कर रहे हैं? और ये कौन लोग हैं जो समाज में बड़ों की बात सुने बिना उसको दरकिनार करके उनको धक्का मार के फिर पत्थर फेंक रहे हैं? Because I saw a lot of seniors Muslim elders there in Jahangirpuri trying to stop them. They're there in the videos too. ये कौन लोग हैं?
आनंद जी, पहली बात तो ये है कि मैं यहाँ पर हिंदू मुस्लिम करने I am not here to incite communal passion. First of all, we love our Hindu brothers. We love the religious occasion of our Hindu brothers of this great country. And that what happened day before yesterday in the nearby Noida, Muslim offered a sharbat. They showered flowers on the people who were taking part in the Hanuman Jayanti procession. So these are the Muslim all over the country. We love them and they are our and we are them. क्यों? हमारा सबका ब्लड एक है, हम सब एक है। पहली बात तो ये है, इसमें खुदा के वास्ते हम गर्मा गर्म बहस करा करके आपस में लोगों को ना लड़ाएं। इसके
सोल्यूशन सोचना चाहिए। मैं तो आपके साथ ही हूँ। मैं तो आपके साथ ही हूँ। मैं तो उन लोगों से सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ जो खुदा की जगह अल्लाह कहने पर जोर दे रहे हैं, जो आदाब अर्ज़ कहने की जगह सलाम वालेकुम कहने पर जोर दे रहे हैं। मैं उन लोगों के बारे में सवाल पूछ रहा हूं जो अब ये कहना चाहते हैं कि रमजान मत कहिए, रमादान कहिए। मैं उन लोगों के खिलाफ, मैं उन लोगों से सवाल पूछ, मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं सर। काज़मी साहब देखिए, मैं आपके साथ कभी बदसलूकी नहीं करूंगा। हमारी आपसे बातचीत होती है, आप भी जानते हैं मैं आपकी बहुत इज्जत करता हूं। मैं आपसे यही पूछ रहा हूं कि आपके अपने घरों में आप पत्थर रखते हैं क्या? आप अपनी मस्जिद में, आप खुद इमाम काउंसिल के चेयरमैन हैं, आप जिस मस्जिद में जाते हैं, नमाज पढ़ते हैं और वहाँ लोगों को इस्लाम के बारे में तालीम देते हैं, आप मुझे बताइए अगर वहाँ पर हथियार इस तरह के तलवारें और पत्थर रखे जाएं तो क्या वो इंसल्ट नहीं है आउटराइट?
नहीं, मस्जिद में अगर मस्जिद में हथियार रखे गए वो मस्जिद बंद हो जानी चाहिए, लेकिन आप के पास सबूत है कि उस मस्जिद से?
हाँ है, मैं कह रहा हूँ मैं आपको कह रहा हूँ कि खारगोन में मस्जिद के ऊपर पत्थर, वो वेंटिलेटर बंद करके पत्थर रखे गए। हमारे पास तस्वीरें हैं सर। वह खम्बट में वहां का लोकल मौलवी गुस्सा हो गया कि रामनवमी के प्रोसेशन को मेरे मस्जिद के सामने से जाने की इजाजत कैसे दी गई, तो उसने लोग बोला ये पुलिस FIR में लिखा हुआ है।
आप सुनिए, देखिए आनंद जी, मस्जिद के पास कितने भी रामनवमी निकले, कितने भी वो आए, हम उनका इस्तेमाल करेंगे। अगर वो वहां पर डांस करें तब भी हम उनको इस्तेमाल करेंगे।
तो ये तो आप कह रहे हैं, तो ये लोग कौन है जो जहांगीरपुरी में अल्लाह अकबर और नारा तकबीर के साथ तलवार लेके खड़े हैं, वो भी इफ्तार के समय?
आप एक तरफा बात कह रहे हैं, वन साइडेड बात कर रहे हैं। वो लोग बगैर इजाजत के, पुलिस के बगैर इजाजत के तलवारें लेकर के आए, हथियार लेकर के आए, गन लेकर के आए।
कौन लेकर के आया पत्थर? अरे आप मुझे एक बात बताइए,
वीडियो में दिख रहा है,
जितनी
वीडियो में दिख रहा है, और दे वर यूजिंग द फोल लैंग्वेज एंड दिस इज द नेग्लिजेंस ऑफ द पुलिस।
नहीं, देखिए अगर मैं आपके साथ बदसलूकी करूंगा तो आप क्या करेंगे? आप मेरे खिलाफ कंप्लेंट करेंगे ना, आप पुलिस को बुलाएं। वहां तो पुलिस मौजूद थी, 9 में से 8 तो पुलिस वाले हैं जिनको चोटें लगी हैं।
मैं तो यही कह रहा हूं ना, दोनों साइड को बात कीजिए।
तो मैं आप मारा तो पुलिस वालों को उन लोगों ने है जो तलवारों हाथ में तलवार लिया अल्लाह अकबर चिल्ला रहे थे सर। मारा तो पुलिस वालों को पत्थरों से जहांगीरपुरी की छतों से मारा है। जो प्रोसेशन में जा रहे थे उन्होंने थोड़ी मारा है। अभी तो आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं कि पत्थर कहां से पड़ रहे हैं।
देखिए आप दो एक तरफा बात मत कीजिए।
मैं तस्वीरों पे बात कर रहा हूं। आप इसमें एक तरफा दो तरफा क्या? अगर कोई किसी तरह की गाली गलौज करता है तो क्या आप उसको तलवार से मारेंगे, पत्थर फेंक देंगे उस पर, या फिर उसके खिलाफ कंप्लेंट करेंगे?
बिल्कुल नहीं।
आप कंप्लेंट करेंगे ना? आप कंप्लेंट करेंगे जैसे मैं करूंगा।
अरे इसी वजह से तो उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लिया जा रहा है
सर।
लेकिन एक तरफा एक्शन नहीं लेना चाहिए।
नहीं सर, एक तरफा। अरे पत्थर एक तरफा फेंका गया तो फिर एक्शन दो तरफा कैसे हो सकता है? संजू वर्मा, एक तरफा एक्शन नहीं लिया जाना चाहिए। संजू वर्मा प्लीज कम इन।
मेरा कहना तो ये है सिर्फ।
आनंद, हेलो।
यस संजू जी।
यस आनंद जी, मैं कुछ मुद्दे रखना चाहती हूँ आपके दर्शकों के सामने। फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट
I know. If you allow me just 10 seconds, I want first your rebuttal on the Aam Aadmi Party's charge that that the main accused Ansar Ahmed is actually been campaigning for Sarita Bajaj. That's the pictures they have put out to contest the pictures put out by the BJP there where Ansar Ahmed is wearing a BJP topi. So let's start from there and then please make your point.
You know, I just want to say one thing that Sangeeta Bajaj a couple of minutes back has made a public statement and she has categorically said that Mohammad Ansar has been campaigning aggressively for the Aam Aadmi Party, is an Aam Aadmi Party worker, but she did say that Mohammad Ansar's father-in-law, somebody called Muhammad Islam, is the local minority cell chief of Jahangirpuri. And the prime accused here is not Muhammad Ansar's father-in-law, who happens to be a BJP member. The prime accused is Muhammad Ansar, who is a bona fide AAP member. And just like if I hold a jhadu in my hand, I don't become an Aam Aadmi Party member. Simply Muhammad Ansar wearing a Bhagwa topi does not make him a BJP member. So Aam Aadmi Party is the same party, if you recall Anand. Tahir Hussain ne kya kaha tha? When a young IB officer was stabbed 66 times, Tahir Hussain ke baare mein kaha gaya tha? Amanullah Khan ne kya kaha tha? Tahir Hussain is innocent. Arvind Kejriwal ne kaha Tahir Hussain is a man. Manish Sisodia ne kaha tha ताहिर हुसैन के ऊपर बीजेपी बेफिजूल इल्जाम लगा रही है। 2 साल हो गए, ताहिर हुसैन आज भी जेल की सलाखों के पीछे है। तो इसलिए आम आदमी पार्टी नैतिकता का भाषण बीजेपी को ना दे तो बेहतर होगा। आई रिपीट, मोहम्मद अंसार इज एन आम आदमी पार्टी मेंबर एंड नॉट अ बीजेपी।
आपने स्टेटमेंट की बात की तो अभी ये स्टेटमेंट आया, मैं जल्दी से पढ़ देता हूं एंड देन प्लीज वील टेक द डिबेट फॉरवर्ड। नाउ दिस इज व्हाट दे आर सेइंग कि अंसार भाजपा की पूर्व निगम प्रत्याशी संगीता बजाज के साथ प्रचार कर रहा था। ये फोटो जारी करते हुए दोनों आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता आतिशी और सौरभ भारद्वाज ने ये भी बोल गए कि उस वक्त की उक्त संगीता बजाज अपने समर्थकों के साथ 21 जनवरी 2020 को आम आदमी पार्टी में सम्मिलित हो गई थी, जिनमें एक अंसार भी है। इन सभी को सांसद संजय सिंह ने आम आदमी पार्टी में शामिल कराया था। ये चित्र संलग्न है।
Elections were in 2017.
They have put out.
Corporation elections were in 2017.
Vivek Srivastava, the counter that has come.
2017 में हुए थे।
The counter that has come is कि 21 जनवरी 2020
की बात कर रहे हैं।
21 जनवरी 2020 में वो सम्मिलित हो गई थी आम आदमी पार्टी।
वो ठीक है सर, तो उसके पहले तो ये सारे बीजेपी का ही क्राउड था, इंक्लूडिंग दिस जेंटलमैन जिसको आज वो डिसोन कर रही है बीजेपी।
नहीं तो आम आदमी पार्टी एक बात बताओ विवेक, मैं आपसे मैं एक सवाल आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ कि आप जिस पुराने घर के एड्रेस में जहां आप रहते थे, वहां पर अगर कुछ हो जाए तो क्या मैं आपको पकड़ूं क्योंकि आप उस घर में रहते थे, या फिर मैं ये कंसिडर करूं कि आप किस घर में रहते हो अभी? मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं कि अगर वो अभी आम आदमी पार्टी में है तो वो अभी आम आदमी पार्टी में है, तो ये संजय सिंह और सौरभ भारद्वाज और आतिशी अगर ये कहेंगे कि ये बीजेपी का बंदा है, तो फिर आपने इसको आम आदमी पार्टी में साल भर पहले 2 साल पहले शामिल किया है, तो दैट इज अ काउंटर आर्ग्यूमेंट।
Good, absolutely good. I am very happy you raised this point because it proves that these people, even the Muslims and the minorities over there, have been a part of the BJP gang. It also proves that there is no Rohingya connection because time and again on every channel, we have our branches there. The BJP has the branches there. The Aam Aadmi Party has the branches there. Muslims there are not Bangladeshis or Rohingyas. They are primarily from
No. Here is the thing. Here is the thing, Vivek Shiva. No, Vivek Srivastava. Vivek, just give me. No, just give me. The point is, sir, in Jahangirpuri, like I said, and you heard me at the beginning, I said there were many members of the Muslim community who were there, elders also and others also, who were trying to stop these rioters. Also, there are videos which have come out very clearly, where people are actually speaking in a Bangla dialect which is not even Bengali. It has a Sylheti dialect which many people have pointed out. So there are Bangladeshis involved in this crowd too. Okay. Now the other thing, sir, not all Muslims of Jahangirpuri were part of this mob. But those who were part of this mob had come with a pre-purported plan, and they ignored the calls of those people who said, don't disrupt, don't create violence, don't create mayhem, but they also created and vandalized public property. Now Vivek, before I come back to you, please bear with me. Sanju Verma has not completed, so let us go in. I have got to go to Harry Sikka and Arup Ghosh also. 1 minute. Yes, Sanju Verma, and then Vivek, you rebut to her. Then you rebut. I'll come to you. Yes, Sanju Verma and Vivek Srivastava. Please allow each other to talk, and then let's not overlap. It's just the two of you over the next 4 minutes. Yes, go ahead. Sanju Verma.
Sure. Thank you. So Anand, first and foremost, Mohammad Ansar, I repeat, is not a BJP member. Even in 2017, he was a bona fide AAP member. His father-in-law was the head of the minority cell of
Okay, let's not fight on that. There is a larger instance, the larger debate, please. Let's move to the larger debate. Yes, Sanju Verma, please.
Okay, now let me come to the larger debate.
Let's start with the procession. Sanjuji, I want to start with the procession.
Okay, let her complete, and then Vivek, let her complete, and please then you respond.
No,
yes.
I'm requesting her to start with the procession.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah.
I'm going to speak my mind.
Yeah, please go ahead.
You, Vivek Srivastava, to tell me what to say.
No, that is okay.
Anand.
But you should speak about the procession
now
also,
two very senior debaters. We are wasting time. Two very accomplished debaters. Political points aside, there is a paucity of time. There are two speakers who have not spoken, so let's be judicious to them. Sanju Verma, please. So stop heckling each other. Let's get to the debate. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vivekji. Thank you, Anand. The simple point is this. Anandji, if you look at the entire grammar of the riots that have happened, be it the riots on Ram Navami, be it the riots on Hanuman Jayanti, the grammar is the same. There is one community which has been the aggressor, the oppressor, the perpetrator. There is another community which has been at the receiving end. But ताज्जुब की बात ये है that the aggressor, the oppressor, the perpetrator, in this case, the Muslim community. I'm not saying all Muslims are bad, but I'm saying some of them who have been held criminally culpable of rioting, be it in Gujarat, in Karnataka, in Rajasthan, in Jahangirpuri, what have you. They are the ones who are playing victimhood. आप पहले तो तमंचे, broken bottles, machetes, swords, sickles, पत्थर उठाकर लोगों पर हमला करते हो, पुलिस कर्मचारियों पर हमला करते हो. जब आपकी गिरफ्तारी होती है, आप क्या कहते हो?
प्रोसेशन का भी बताइए ना मैम.
Okay, give her another 30 seconds and then interview. 30 seconds and then interview. 30 seconds to Sanju and then interview. Yeah, Sanju, complete.
The aggressor has the audacity to play victimhood. अरे यदि आप तमंचे लेकर पुलिस कर्मचारियों को तो गिरफ्तारी आप ही की होगी. उस वक्त आप कहते हो डरा हुआ मुसलमान. I want to ask one thing, Anand. When there was Charlie Hebdo attack, when there was bombing in Brussels, when there was a bomb attack in Mecca, Medina, when there was a lone wolf attack in Orlando nightclub, what were we told, you and me? भाई आतंक का कोई धर्म नहीं होता. Terror no religion. Terror has no religion. जब Muslims are perpetrators, अरे वाह, मतलब चित भी मेरा पट भी आपका, ये narrative का टूट जाना बहुत essential है, and that's what is happening right now. The narrative is being exposed.
Right. Vivek Srivastava respond. Then going across to Harry Sikka and also Arup Ghosh. Yes, Vivek Srivastava.
Yes. I'll make it very short. I visited Jahangirpuri the next day after rioting, early in the morning. मेरी पार्टी के delegates हमारे साथ थे. We have branches there. I went to the houses of comrades. I was in C block and I talked to the Muslim elders who said that these people accused of stone throwing are actually wrong. They are youngsters. We had told, आप भी बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं, इनको 2 दिन पहले भी समझाया था, कुछ भी हो जाए, कुछ भी आए, पत्थर वत्थर नहीं चलना चाहिए, शांति बनाए रखो, मुसलमानों पे ही इल्जाम आएगा. However, the procession came thrice. The first 2 times it was peaceful. In the third time, the procession was without permission. The Delhi police has said that.
No.
Let me speak now. You are now.
One minute.
The third time, the procession was without permission. Yes, I'll send you the findings to your guest coordinator. Please, madam, let me speak. Don't make it Hindu versus Muslim. Let's talk intellectually. The third time the procession came without permission. It had swords more than 5 inches of length. Beyond 5 inches of length, arms are not allowed in any procession. They should not have been allowed. Police bandobast was not there. There were only 2 PCRs and only 2 constables were present the third time. The third time Roza Aftari was going on, food was thrown up, it was disturbed, instigation happened, and then the retaliation took place. So I am not justifying the patrao. I am not justifying hitting of our own policemen. However, it is the Hindu procession of Hanuman Jayanti. Deliberately, it was outsiders versus insiders. आज भी आप जाइए वहाँ पे C block में, वहाँ का हिंदू, वहाँ का मुसलमान.
नहीं, 1 minute, sir. No, don't qualify Vivek Srivastava. There is no qualification. If there was a procession, 1 minute, if there was a procession which was being taken out without permission, how were there 2 PCR vans present there and there were at least 3 constables present there? So that is one question. Secondly, sir, my provoking you does not justify you chasing me with swords and also vandalizing vehicles. खड़ी गाड़ी की क्या गलती है? खड़ी गाड़ी को तोड़ के आपको क्या मिलेगा? और वहां पर चिल्ला कर क्या दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं आप? No sir, it doesn't work. Hari Sikka ji, now yield please. Hari Sikka ji, no, Vivek Srivastava please yield. Vivek Srivastava please yield for 2 speakers who have not spoken yet. Vivek, please yield. Vivek ji, please yield for 2 speakers who have not spoken yet. Hari Sikka ji.
Sure.
You know, Vivek spoke some things, and allow me to just give me a little background why this takes place and why it will happen more. And what is the background to this? आपके यहाँ पर कोई रैश हो जाए तो उसके बॉटम में जाना पड़ता है, पीछे प्रॉब्लम कहाँ से है? तो प्रॉब्लम है मिस्टर मोदी. क्या प्रॉब्लम है मिस्टर मोदी की? He became too big a leader. First he was a national leader, they thought they will be able to manipulate him. Then he became an international leader. In 2020 he gave life-saving drugs to 120 countries. In 21 he vaccinated 98 countries. Then he became a messiah for providing food to, in the absence of food coming from Ukraine. They realized that they cannot win from Modi. That man became his biggest problem. Second man who became their biggest problem was Yogi. Beat Vikas Dubey, beat Ansari, beat Azam Khan. He put them behind bars, or they were nullified for whatever the reasons and how it happened. So UP had no terror. Now what do they do? सारी उम्र कांग्रेस हो या अभी आप उसकी जगह पर आई है, they have lived on what? Hate. I'm not far from Shaheen Bagh. I'm aware as to how Rohingyas and everybody were fed biryanis by who. We all know it. So they realize that this menace has to continue if they have to earn their bread and butter as far as politics is concerned. Now, what is it that they are doing?
Swords and Hanuman Jayanti processions,
it is not ordinary. Please listen, Vivek. Please listen, Vivek. Learn to listen, Vivek. Vivek, we have enough traitors in the country. You don't become part of them. Please listen to me.
No, but Vivek, why don't you ask this question for Muharram? Why don't you ask this question for Muharram? Why don't you ask this question for Tazia? Why don't you ask this question? And were they wielding and chasing somebody with a sword? These swords were symbolic, sir. These swords are symbolic, and this is part of our culture. When we have Vishwakarma Puja, when we have,
it's not culture.
So what?
All culture does not.
No. Which culture? How are you deciding what culture decides what? No. So somebody decides to do something. No. So then you please tell me where is loudspeaker as a culture? Where is loudspeaker as a culture, sir? Where is loudspeaker as a culture? Why is it become a cultural necessity now? Why is loudspeaker as a culture? Why is the whole idea of cutting bakras itself is not part of culture. It's not supposed to be what it is. You're supposed to sacrifice what is the most dearest to you at that time. Why are you sacrificing a goat that it doesn't belong to you? You buy that goat overnight and you sacrifice it. So don't try and then question cultures both ways. Question traditions both ways. Vivek, don't try and derail the debate. I'm asking you, learn to question the right things. No, sir. If I am walking out in a procession, why are Kawad Yatris pelted? Why are Kawad Yatris abused? Why is it a problem if Kawad Yatris go? Why should a mullah have a problem if a procession is going out on the street? There are multiple cases like this. No, Vivek Srivastava, don't derail the debate. Hari Sikka ji. No, I'm not coming back to you again. I will reduce your volume, sir, if you unnecessarily heckle. Please don't do it. Yes, Hari Sikka ji.
I asked you a question.
So,
no. Let him
Vivek
speak.
kind of people must. So Vivek kind of people, there are plenty of them. you pick up one stone and there'll be a traitor hiding in out there waiting for the opportunity because they're like fish out of water. It's not their fault. What is happening is that they were petrol bombs, stones, knives, swords. They don't come up just like that. Now, one more most important thing is that all Muslims are not traitors, or they are not jihadis. It's a government systemic failure to realize that this is happening, this is being collected. This intelligence failure was that there are a handful of these jihadis who are either sitting in the borders or are backed by politicians. Congress's principal and Aam Aadmi Party has joined. Watch out what AAP does in Punjab in coming times. He has promised so much that he cannot deliver, and the only answer for him to sail through. So I was unable to do it because there were riots. And he's sitting on the Punjab border. We are far in deeper situation out there. This is not one Jahangirpuri. There are many Jahangirpuris being involved. Or being planned.
Who is handling Delhi police, sir?
Beg your pardon?
Delhi police is no, 1 minute.
Allow me to speak. I'm speaking.
No, Vivek Srivastava.
I'm entitled to speak.
दिल्ली पुलिस इसके भी अंडर हो. सबसे पहले नेतागिरी करने के लिए कौन सी पार्टियां पहुंची है वो भी देख रहे हो. आप खुद ही पहुंच गए. पीछे AIM पहुंच गई. उसके बाद अमानतुल्लाह पहुंच जाएंगे. उसके बाद कोई और फलाना पहुंच जाएंगे. और सब वहां खड़े होकर यही कहेंगे कि दिल्ली पुलिस बर्बरता कर रही है, गलत लोगों के घर तोड़ रही है.
बिल्कुल कर रही
है. तो फिर दिल्ली पुलिस क्या कर रही है भी पूछोगे, और क्यों कर रही है ये भी पूछोगे. जामिया में घुस के अलगाववादियों को बाहर निकालने की कोशिश की तो बोला स्टूडेंट्स पे अटैक कर रहे हो. यहाँ कुछ नहीं किया तो वो जरा क्यों कर रहे हो, क्यों नहीं कुछ किया. सर, दिस गेम इज, यू आर like Sanju Verma said, sir, your narrative game, your spin game is exposed. It just stands exposed tonight. Arup Ghosh, Hari Sikka ji, please bear with me. Sanju Verma, please bear with me. Let me go across to Arup Ghosh. He's been patiently listening for 28 minutes now. Yes, Arup Ghosh.
Thanks, Anand, for giving me a chance to speak. I always like to get into specifics. The first point is that 5 people who have been arrested have been charged under NSA. It shows the seriousness of the situation.
Yeah.
I listened very carefully to an interview, in fact, 2 interviews, one by Rakesh Asthana, the Delhi top cop, and also by Mr. Deependra Pathak, the additional CP. I was a bit disappointed because having covered Delhi police for quite a few years, I know their way of thinking. They are very professional. But at the end of the day, I felt that they had not been that proactive in such a situation which was developing very rapidly. They could have done more. As the situation demands, they're being way too diplomatic in sharing information or making a stand. Now, I want to also come down to the fact that when we are talking about the 2022 riots, the Delhi High Court mentioned something very interesting about the Delhi 2020 riots, in which more than 50 people were killed. So what did they say? They said that the riots were planned and calculated to cause disruptions and were not triggered by any incident. The February riots were a conspiracy planned and executed. They evidently did not take place in a spur of the moment. On the back of it, a very, very interesting point is at that point, Mr. Donald Trump, President of the United States then, was in Delhi, and he was holding some high-profile meetings. So a lot of the stuff got completely thrown out of gear. There was international media attention on the developments here. And this time, Mr. Boris Johnson is supposed to drop by. So again, this whole thing has been triggered. If you look at the mechanics, the anatomy of this riot, it is definitely a planned trigger. It is a deep-rooted conspiracy. Who all are involved is coming up in this discussion and subsequent. But the point is, these things cannot be ignored.
Very well said, Arup Ghosh. Final word, Sanju Verma. I have to wind up. I've run out of time. Yeah. Hari Sikka ji.
Anand, Anand, I just want to say one thing. I'm not an Islamophobe, and I do admit that there are many progressive Muslims. But I fail to understand कि जब भी हिंदुओं के धर्म की कोई प्रोसेशन या जुलूस निकलता है, why is it, which is this cabal that gets so rattled? इनको इतना डर क्यों लगता है? ये वही लोग हैं।
ले लिया करो ना, हिंदू के जुलूस में
Vivek, this argument doesn't fly, sir. Nothing justifies a mob coming to. No, nothing justifies belting. No, nothing justifies, sir. Nothing justifies this kind of belting and this kind of tayari that is manifest. And you are also saying कि 2 दिन पहले से इनको बोल दिया गया था कि कोई बवाल मत खड़ा करना, तो यानी 2 दिन पहले से इनकी तैयारी थी. संजू वर्मा complete. No, please. Now audio down for Vivek Srivastava. Sanju Verma complete, please. Ma'am, I've got 20 seconds and then 30 seconds to Hari Sikka ji. I've run out of time. Yes, 20 seconds, please. Sanju Verma.
आनंद, the fact is कि ये कौन लोग हैं जो डरते हैं? ये वही लोग हैं जिन्होंने भारत का विभाजन करवाया था धर्म के नाते पर। ये वही लोग हैं जिन्होंने संविधान में सेक्युलर इंक्लूड करवाया था जबकि जरूरत नहीं थी। ये वही लोग हैं जिन्होंने सरदार पटेल को आज तक मान्यता नहीं दी। ये वही लोग हैं जो हिंदुओं के खिलाफ तो बोलेंगे पर इनका दिल धड़कता है रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों के लिए। ये वही लोग हैं जो करौली में जो हुआ उसको एक बार भी कंडेम नहीं करेंगे, पर ये जरूर कहेंगे कि हिंदुओं ने बिना पुलिस परमिशन के प्रोसेशन क्यों निकाली। ये वही लोग हैं जो आज तक ये नहीं समझा पाए कि माहिम दरगाह में मुंबई में रास्ते पर लोग हर शुक्रवार को नमाज क्यों पढ़ते हैं। ये वही लोग हैं जो हिंदुओं को बोलते हैं आप मुस्लिम इलाके से लाउडस्पीकर बजाकर जश्न मत मनाइए रामनवमी पर हम 365 दिन आपको दिन में 5 बार आजान सुनाएंगे। ये जो डर है इनका डर एक्सपोज हो चुका है एंड आई एम ग्लैड दिस नैरेटिव of victimhood by the minority community is getting exposed.
My point is that my simple point is why are they being allowed? Why are they being allowed? Why are they being allowed to stockpile? Sanju ji, I've run out of time. I really have run out of time. Just 30 seconds to Hari Sikka ji. Yes, Hari Sikka ji.
So बहुत सिंपल सी बात है
जी।
Government has to be not only acting but also be seen to be acting tough with them. Zero tolerance. Who's funding this? It's not Aam Aadmi. It's not the local man. Aam Aadmi doesn't mean Kejriwal. He's one of the biggest traitors that this country has ever seen now, post Gandhi's. This issue has to be addressed from that front. We need to be seen as acting. It is not happening. And if it doesn't stop, this tamasha is going to continue. This is only the beginning. This is very serious that the funding must stop.
Absolutely, sir. It must stop. This time around, the message that has been sent out and very firmly is कि ऐसी कार्रवाई करो कि दोबारा ये हरकत ना करें. I thank you all. 10 states, more than 15 locations, Hindu festivals targeted with a diligent precision that points to a pre-planned conspiracy. Someone somewhere has set off an alarm to suggest Hindus need to be taught a lesson. They need to be put in place if Muslims have to survive or exist in India. This is nothing but brazen fear-mongering and totally false presentation of issues. Ladies and gentlemen, similar scenes were manifest in Spain, in Sweden, in Jerusalem. There is an underlying assertion of these radically influenced groups that first come as meek, suffering entities that need shelter. It happened in the 14th century in Kashmir. And then they slowly start seeking their own space, their own accommodation, and the right to practice their own methods. Then they slowly start saying this is our space, our area, and here it will be only our law, our methods. Slowly this circle grows, expands, spreads, and then these entities over a passage of a few decades embed themselves into the ecosystem and then work to subvert the ecosystem. Anytime and almost every time there is a conscious attempt to thwart this design, it is met with fierce resistance. This lot is a past master in first committing the offense and then playing the victim card. There are, of course, the liberals everywhere who will provide them cover fire and political groups and individuals that will give them patronage, eyeing a possible vote bank. We have seen this play out in India so very often. This nation has witnessed partition, the Kashmir exodus and the cleansing of the indigenous people of the northeast of our country because of this very menace. How many mini Pakistans are there in our cities across India? Why? And why are they called that? How is it that Muslim-dominated areas become exclusive and they dump Bharatiya Sanskriti, ape Arabic Middle Eastern ways, which are alien to our way of life here in Bharat? Puja Paddhati may have changed, but giving up the Indian culture and way of life? Why are political leaders questioning Hindu processions going into Muslim areas? Why? Setting up for another partition, is it? And what justifies the kind of tayyari that is evident in these videos? How are mosques being used as hubs for mayhem? Are they structures of worship or storehouses for weapons? And if that is the case, should they not be penalized? In the interest of harmony, safety and sanity, should such havens of illegality not be bulldozed? This tayyari is ominous. This tayyari is real. Tell me how many non-Hindu festivals have been attacked with such planned precision like this mob by Hindus. And this mob is brimming with hate. This mob is intolerant to Jai Shri Ram, is intolerant to Hanuman Chalisa, is intolerant to the Hindu way. Remember, tolerance is a two-way street. The Parsis mixed like sugar in milk, and we protect their sacred flame for over 1,000 years now. But what to do of those who have stones at the ready and have wanted to finish Bharat off for nearly 1,000 years? Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. We set up debate number 2. Is chanting Chalisa so offensive that it can't be chanted within 100 meters of a mosque? And that no bhajan can be played? You need permission for that. Maha-Azan debate is the hashtag. Sanju Verma and Sanjay Gupta, BJP versus Shiv Sena. Sanju Verma, 100 meters from a mosque, you can't chant Hanuman Chalisa, you can't play it out also.
Anand, I just quickly want to say that the Supreme Court in July 2005 had clearly said that, loudspeakers are banned. Whether you want to chant Hanuman Chalisa, whether you want to chant Azan, or whether you want to do a Ram Navami ka bhajan. Then in October 2005, Supreme Court said, okay, we'll give some relaxation. 15 days in a year, you're allowed to use loudspeakers to propagate whatever religious message you want to engage in. But उसके बाद हिंदुओं ने तो सर झुकाकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट मान लिया. We said, okay, only 15 days in a year we will use loudspeakers to celebrate our religious festivals, be it Hanuman Jayanti, Ram Navami, what have you. But मुसलमानों ने PIL दर्ज की बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट में. And I'm reading out from the Bombay High Court judgment of 2016. Bombay High Court clearly said, the law is clear. Loudspeakers are not an essential practice in Islam. Hence, the petition is dismissed without merit. Bombay High Court judgment of 2016, Punjab High Court judgment of 2018, Karnataka High Court judgment of 2019 and again 2021 have all made it clear that loudspeakers are not essential to Islam. आज महाराष्ट्र में तो ये हालत है, they are saying कि मस्जिद के आगे से आप रामनवमी का जलूस नहीं निकालो, मस्जिद के आगे से आप हनुमान जयंती का जलूस मत निकालो, बट आपके मंदिर के सामने हम इफ्तार पार्टी सेलिब्रेट करेंगे आपको चिढ़ाने के लिए, to mock you. And outside Shiv Sena Bhavan, there was a man who played Hanuman Jayanti from loudspeaker. He was fined 5,000 rupees. मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार को कि आप तो सोनिया गांधी से भी 2 कदम आगे निकले. यदि आप हिंदुओं पर इतने सारे रेस्ट्रिक्शंस लगाते हो, then I want to ask you, सिद्धि विनायक मंदिर के आसपास का इलाका Hindu majority area hai. Why should Hindus of Siddhi Vinayak be disturbed by blaring Azan voice through loudspeakers at 5 a.m. in the morning, 365 days a year? Iska jawab chahiye. As a Hindu, as a citizen of India.
संजय जी, सवाल आपसे. सेना को अजान पसंद है, चालीसा म्यूट कर दिया.
बीजेपी जिस तरह से लगातार शिवसेना को गलत साबित करने की कोशिश कर रही है और जिस तरह से लगातार वो इस बात को कहने की कोशिश कर रही है, साबित करने के शिवसेना ने हिंदुत्व को छोड़ दिया, तो मैं उनको ये कहना चाहूँगा कि किसी के साथ गठबंधन में होने से, ये गठबंधन में होना एक अलग चीज़ होती है और अपनी बात पर स्टैंड होना एक अलग चीज़ होती है. ये लगातार जो इस बात को साबित करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ये सही नहीं है. अगर ये बात करती हैं
कि महाराष्ट्र में ये हुआ या महाराष्ट्र में वो हुआ, अभी दिल्ली के जहांगीरपुरी एरिया में जो हुआ, यहाँ क्या किया आप लोगों ने। और जिस अजान की आवाज़ सुनकर खुद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब अपने भाषण को रोक देते हैं, उत्तर प्रदेश के डिप्टी सीएम ब्रजेश पाठक अपना भाषण रोक देते हैं अजान खत्म होने के बाद।
आरोपियों को आज तक नहीं पकड़ा। यू हैव नॉट अरेस्टेड द ट्राइब अक्यूज्ड हु मर्डर्ड द पालघर साधुज विद पुलिसमैन स्टैंडिंग एट न्यूज।
नहीं, अरे एक मिनट संजय जी एक बात है, मैं आपको एक चीज एक सवाल एक छोटा सा सवाल मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ कि अजान की इज्जत करना एक बात है और चालीसा को नीचा दिखाना दूसरी बात है। मेरा इशू अजान को इज्जत देना नहीं है, मेरा इशू चालीसा को नीचा दिखाना है, क्योंकि आपने कहा कि एक मस्जिद के 100 मीटर के आसपास आप चालीसा नहीं बजाएंगे, लेकिन सिद्धिविनायक के पंडित को अजान सुनाई दे वो चलेगा। ये नहीं होना चाहिए ना। तो फिर आपको ये भी कहना चाहिए कि लाउडस्पीकर की आवाज हिंदू घरों में नहीं जाए या हिंदू मंदिरों में ना जाए।
एग्जैक्टली।
तब बराबर की बात हुई ना, तब बराबर की बात हुई कि हिंदू अजान की इज्जत करे, लेकिन काउंटर जो होगा चालीसा की इज्जत नहीं होगी। भाई चालीसा हमारे यहाँ बच गया तो गलत है, ये नहीं हो सकता ना, बराबर होना चाहिए ना। मैं आपको किसी का अहित करने की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ कि आपने हिंदुत्व छोड़ा हो ना छोड़ा हो, लेकिन हिंदू को छोड़ दिया लग रहा है।
आनंद जी कहना
नहीं संजय जी जवाब दे, फिर संजू वर्मा।
मतलब आप सवाल पूछ लेते हो, कई समीक्षा भी करती हो, फिर उसके बाद मेरे को जवाब भी नहीं देने देते आप। ऐसा मत कीजिए आप, ये इंसाफ, ये अपनी हमारी भावनाओं को भी थोड़ा सा आदर कीजिए आप। अभी फिर बीच में संजू वर्मा जी कूद पड़ेगी, इससे पहले की
आप जवाब दीजिए ना। भूमिका बांधने में समय व्यर्थ कर रहे हैं आप। मैं तो आपकी भावनाओं को समझ रहा हूं कि आपने हिंदुत्व को छोड़ा हो ना छोड़ा हो, हिंदू को तो छोड़ दिया। सत्ता के चक्कर में, कुर्सी के चक्कर में हिंदू को छोड़ दिया।
हिंदू को छोड़ा है। अब आपने जवाब लीजिए। देखिए ऐसा है कि महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने फरमान जारी कर दिया है कि जितने भी धार्मिक स्थलों पर जो भी लाउड स्पीकर जो भी लगाना चाहते हैं वो एक एप्लीकेशन देंगे, और उस एप्लीकेशन के आने के बाद
3 तारीख तक तो चालीसा नहीं बच सकता। 3 तारीख तक चालीसा म्यूट है, अजान ऑन है सर, अजान ऑन करिए, लेकिन चालीसा तो ऑफ मत करिए।
चालीसा म्यूट
नहीं, आपके नासिक के पुलिस अधिकारी ने क्या कहा कि 100 मीटर के आसपास तक अजान नहीं बजे, क्या चालीसा नहीं बजेगी मस्जिद के। तो आप ये भी तो बोलिए कि किसी भी मंदिर के 100 मीटर के आसपास तक अजान नहीं सुनाई देगी।
आनंद
ये संजू वर्मा
पूरा बता रहे हैं, वो
दोनों तरफ करना।
ये कहा
देखिए बैलेंस बनना है तो बैलेंस होना चाहिए, ऐसा नहीं कि एक का पलड़ा भारी और दूसरे का खाली, दूसरे की झोली खाली। नहीं एक मिनट, ये संजू वर्मा संजू वर्मा फाइनल वर्ड। आई हैव टू वाइंड अप।
आपने संजू वर्मा को ऐसे ले रहे हो आप।
नहीं आपको संजू वर्मा जी से क्या तकलीफ है? जब आपसे सवाल पूछा आपने जवाब नहीं दिया, आप अगले झाग रहे थे। संजू वर्मा क्विकली मैम, फाइनल वर्ड।
जवाब देते समय आपने मुझे बोलने नहीं दिया।
फाइनल वर्ड मैम।
आप पार्शियलिटी कर रहे हैं।
या प्लीज कंप्लीट, आई हैव टू वाइंड अप मैम।
पॉइंट इतना है, महाराष्ट्र
जो पुलिस ने आदेश दिए हैं वो ये दिए हैं कि जो अजान का टाइम है उससे 15 मिनट पहले, उससे 15 मिनट बाद हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ा जा सकता है।
The simple point, I have to wind up. I've really run out of time, ladies and gentlemen. The debate continues, it rages on, it's picking up because Raj Thackeray is also upping the ante there. He's saying, अब हम आरती करेंगे. Stay with us. We're going to take a short break.
The incident occurred during a Kalash Yatra, which was held near a temple in Goregaon. 8 to 10 people are said to be injured in the clashes. An FIR has been filed against 20 people in connection with the violence. BJP President JP Nadda has accused the Congress of being hand in glove with radical outfit, the Popular Front of India, and stoking communal unrest across the country. Nadda's all-out attack comes a day after Sonia Gandhi and 12 other opposition leaders questioned the Prime Minister's silence on rise in communal violence.
ये डिजाइन्ड तरीके से समाज को खंडित करने की कोशिश हो रही है, और मुझे दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है कि आज कांग्रेस पार्टी इज बिहेविंग इन द मोस्ट इररिस्पॉन्सिबल मैनर। और मैं ये पूछना चाहूंगा कि क्या पीएफआई के लोगों को जो ऑन बुक्स लाए गए थे उनको छुड़ाने का काम सिद्धारमैया ने किया था कि नहीं किया था? इसकी जनता, कर्नाटक की जनता जवाब चाहती है।
PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti was in the national capital today. She paid Congress chief Sonia Gandhi a courtesy visit at her 10 Janpath residence. The current political situation was discussed at the hour-long meeting. Congress leaders Priyanka Gandhi, Mukul Vasnik, Randeep Singh Surjewala, KC Venugopal and Ambika Soni were also present. 5 powerful missiles struck the Ukrainian city of Lviv, killing about half a dozen people. Lviv, which is in the western part of the country, had till now been spared of much of the fighting, but now Russia is intensifying strikes, particularly after its Black Sea naval flagship sank last week. As Putin's military strategy focuses eastwards, cities like Kharkiv have come under heavy shelling. In this particular video, you can see a bomb fall on a street even as a woman walks by. She cowers down and manages to walk away unhurt. Yesterday, at least 5 people were killed in Russian bombardment in the city of Kharkiv. Fighting has also intensified in the port city of Mariupol. The battered city is on the brink of falling to Russian forces 7 weeks under siege. Seizing Mariupol would free up Russian forces to weaken and encircle Ukrainian soldiers in the eastern part of the country, which Moscow is now focusing on. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has accused Russia of wanting to destroy the entire eastern region of Donbass. Russia wants to take control and forge a land corridor between Russia, the mainland, and Crimea, the peninsula, which it seized in 2014. Ukrainian authorities have urged people in the Donbass, in Luhansk and in Donetsk, to move further westwards. Ukrainian fighters have refused to surrender in the southern port city of Mariupol. If the Russians capture Mariupol, they get direct access to the Black Sea. Ukrainian fighters have remained inside the encircled Azovstal steel plant in the city of Mariupol. Meanwhile, Russian shelling has also hit a church in the Luhansk region of eastern Ukraine. Russia's renewed onslaught is slowing down evacuation efforts. Around 30,000 civilians have been evacuated from the Luhansk region since the Russian invasion began. Rescuers have found the bodies of dozens of civilians in Bordoyanka on the outskirts of Kiev while dismantling the rubble of high-rise buildings destroyed by Russian shelling. Bordoyanka resembles a ghost town which has been bombed out across the last 3 weeks.
जब आमने सामने की लड़ाई होती है तो 2 तरह के बंकर बनाए जाते हैं। पहला तो इस तरह का बंकर जो ऊपर से दिखाई न दे, यानी दुश्मन देश की सेना, उसके युद्धक विमान देख न पाए कि सैनिक कहां मोर्चा लगा के बैठा है। रूस की सेना का एक बंकर, इसमें देखिए हथियारों का जखीरा है जो अब इस्तेमाल हो चुके हैं। ये टैंक के गोले फट चुके हैं।
The director of the CIA has warned that Russia's setbacks in Ukraine could lead to Putin using nuclear weapons. This is a chilling nuke warning of potential desperation of Putin given the setbacks that he has faced so far. The threat posed by resort to tactical or low-yield nuclear weapons. Tactical weapons is something that Putin and his troops are threatening to use. The potential desperation of Putin, given the kind of setbacks he's faced, the fact that he was not able to conquer Kiev, want to avoid the threshold in which nuclear conflict and the use of small-yield nuclear weapons becomes possible. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General Manoj Pandey is all set to take over as the new Chief of Army Staff. The current Army Chief, General M.M. Naravane, retires at the end of the month, and sources have told CNN News 18 that Naravane could be in line to become the next Chief of Defence Staff. Remember, the post fell vacant after General Bipin Rawat's death in a helicopter crash. Terrorists opened fire on 2 off-duty railway police personnel in Kakopura in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama. The RPF head constable succumbed to his injuries. Security forces have cordoned off the entire area and a hunt is on. The Supreme Court has cancelled bail granted to Union Minister Ajay Mishra Teni's son Ashish Mishra in the Lakhimpur violence case. Ashish Mishra has been ordered.
Back on with a quick check of the day's top stories, where Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has given strict orders saying that no religious processions can take place without prior permission. The leaves of all field policemen have actually been cancelled till the 4th of May. They've all been called back to active duty. After the Ramnami violence in Khargon, the Madhya Pradesh government has allocated 1 crore rupees as relief money for the welfare of those affected by the violence. Election strategist Prashant Kishore's meetings with the top brass of the Congress party continues after Prashant Kishore met with Congress chief Sonia Gandhi last evening. Another round of talk took place today. Sources say that he's giving a presentation to Congress leaders for the party's poll strategy for 2024. Legendary music composer Ilaiyaraaja is facing flack for comparing Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Babasaheb Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar in the foreword of a new book. Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK and allies have criticized him. The BJP says no one can silence Ilaiyaraaja because he has the right to express his political views. The Karnataka government is under fire yet again, days after the State Contractors Association accused the Bommai-led government of demanding a 40% commission to approve projects. Now a Lingayat seer has accused the government of taking 30% commission as a cut before approving grants to mutts. Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has asked the Lingayat seer for proof so that a thorough investigation can be conducted. The Kerala High Court has dismissed actor Dilip's plea to quash the conspiracy to murder case filed against him. The court ruled that the Kerala Crime Branch can go ahead with its probe. The court also rejected Dilip's plea to hand over the probe in that matter to the CBI. On day 2 of his Gujarat visit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi laid the foundation stone for the World Health Organization Global Center for Traditional Medicine in Jamnagar. This was done in the presence of the WHO's Director General. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said the center will bring together ancient wisdom and modern science.
आज हम सभी पूरी दुनिया में हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस के लिए एक बहुत बड़े आयोजन के साक्षी बन रहे हैं। WHO ने ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन के सेंटर के रूप में भारत के साथ एक नई पार्टनरशिप की।
At an IMF seminar, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharamanji has said that cryptocurrency poses a big risk of boosting money laundering, adding that it can be used for terror financing. The Finance Minister also went on to say that the only way to reduce the risk is by regulating cryptocurrency. CNN News 18 has accessed a secret note written by Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's secretary on the cabinet division. According to the letter, 30 cabinet ministers and 4 ministers of state will be taking oath. Bilawal Bhutto is also named in the ministers list. He, however, may not be present for the oath-taking ceremony as he is travelling to London. Another fresh provocation by China, and this time it is mobile towers along the line of actual control. A local councillor of the Chushu region has put out images of 3 mobile towers near the Hot Springs region, which lies close to the Indian territory. The councillor further says that the mobile towers are a security concern as they can be used to observe Indian territory and communicate security details. Sri Lanka has requested the International Monetary Fund for rapid financial assistance to try and overcome its worst economic crisis in decades. The delegation headed by Sri Lanka's Finance Minister Ali Sabri held talks with the IMF in Washington. Protests against the Rajapaksa government have been on for at least a month.
11th day of protest at Gulf. As you can see, protests only escalating as thousands still marching to the streets to participate in the protest. Ongoing people's movement is what they call, and the slogan that they have been raising is Gota, go home, asking for President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down. Even after the new cabinet formation has fewer Rajapaksa members in the government. Meanwhile, Parliament session has begun today, and it was a stormy session even after Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa sought for the abolition of 20A, which gave more powers to the President. Instead, he wants to revoke 19A, giving more powers to the Parliament to decide in the policies.
The first death during anti-government protests has been reported in Sri Lanka. Police used live ammunition against a group blocking the highway to protest against the acute oil shortage and high prices. That's when 1 man was shot dead and 10 others injured. Meanwhile, 3 blasts rocked a high school in Kabul today. 6 people were killed and 11 injured in the attack. No one has claimed responsibility. The incident comes after a lull in violence after the withdrawal of American forces. The mainly Shia Hazara neighborhood is frequently targeted by Sunni terrorist groups, including the Islamic State. Delhi Capital's upcoming match against the Punjab Kings has been shifted from Pune to Mumbai and will now be played at the Brabourne Stadium. The decision was taken by the BCCI after 5 members of the Delhi Capital's contingent tested positive for COVID-19. And designs of Apple's yet to be released iPhone 14 series have been leaked. Pictures of the phone's metal molds were leaked on Weibo. The pictures suggest that the series will have only 2 sizes, in line with expectations that Apple will ditch the mini variant. So try ready to loosen your purse strings to get that latest model and place the order before everybody else. iPhone 14 is just around the annual and also just on the cusp. Ready to roll is Brass Tacks with Zaka. Bye for now.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. Delhi is still reeling in the aftermath of the Jahangirpuri riots. 24 people have been arrested. The National Security Act has been slapped on 5 of the main accused. There's video after video that has come out today, and it all points to one thing and to one truth. It is absolutely clear that these riots were pre-planned. There were days of back-end organization and conspiracy that were at play for this to play out the way it did on the 16th evening. It is clear from these videos that weapons were amassed the night before. It is clear that stones and rods and sticks were collected on the rooftops of nearby buildings and houses the night before. Why are some people still insisting that what happened was a spontaneous reaction, that what happened was some kind of response to a provocation? Because clearly from these videos and through the course of the day, we've put out more than 10 videos. This is the one truth that stands out, that this whole thing was sinister. It was days in the planning stage, and finally it was unleashed as part of a well-organized crime and conspiracy.
It's been 3 days since Jahangirpuri in northwest Delhi became the epicenter of communal clashes. And on the ground, an uneasy calm prevails, but evidence of the violence is all around.
Right there at the barricades, the deployments have been divided sector-wise, way to sector 04D1, way to sector 04D2. So, the company, each sector has been given 1 police, or for that matter, paramilitary company. So that level of deployment has been made here.
More than 20 people have been arrested, including the alleged masterminds, the ones who instigated the violence.
We are on top of the situation and we want this peace to continue, and we are keeping a very close watch on anyone, any kind of either miscreants or any kind of odd activity.
More and more videos are emerging which increasingly indicate a planned plot to unleash mayhem.
तो सारा खूब शांतिपूर्वक था। 5:30 बजे करीब मेरा जो हनुमान जी की जो मूर्ति थी जिस रथ में, जिस वाहन में, उसके पीछे से लोग भागना शुरू हो गए। जो मेरे भगत थे वो भाग लिए। मैंने पूछा, मैंने क्या हो गया? कहने गया जी पीछे से बोतलें पड़ी थी, शुरू होगी। मैं मस्जिद के सामने था, तुरंत मस्जिद के ऊपर से फिर मेरे पे शुरू होगी।
While cops try to get to the truth, allegations and counter-allegations fly between the BJP and the ruling Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi.
इसका प्राइम बेनिफिशियरी कौन है? इन दंगों का फायदा किसको हो रहा है? कौन सी ऐसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है जो स्क्रिप्ट लेके बैठे हैं जिसके सारे के सारे प्रवक्ता टीवी चैनलों पर कि दंगे हो और इसका फायदा उठाया जाए? वो पार्टी है भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
While the political war of words rages, the question remains, was the jung in Jahangirpuri a conspiracy to communalize?
Now, CNN News 18 has accessed as many as 10 videos that happened before, during and after the clashes, all of which point to one thing and one thing only, and that this was an entirely orchestrated plot. Let's show you, this is what happened on the night before. The 16th was the violence. This is from 2 a.m. on the 15th. You can see a bunch of boys in that same locality going around collecting stones, collecting sticks, collecting armed rods. You can see that. It's a bunch of about 5 or 6 boys. One of them has an iron rod in his hand. You can see some of them picking up stones. This is happening on just the night before when the riots happened in Jahangirpuri. Video number 2. This is minutes before the clashes happened. Take a look at this entire mob. You can see people brandishing their sticks, brandishing stones, brandishing cricket bats and hockey sticks. You can see that this is just minutes. You can see those swords. Look at that. People brandishing swords. You can see the police in between here, and on the other side is the Hindu Rath Yatra that was coming from the other side. So you can see that clearly. This is moments before the clashes began. And the third and final video that we are showing, this is what happened during the clashes. It's been shot from one of the rooftops. You can see complete mayhem there. People being attacked with stones, with sticks, with all kinds of weapons, with hockey sticks, with cricket bats, with Molotov cocktails, with petrol bombs, all being flung around. And you can see this because it's been shot from a top angle from one of the rooftops of one of the buildings nearby. It's utter chaos. It is organized chaos, it is pre-planned chaos, and it's been executed on the ground on the evening of the 16th. Now, if this video proof was not enough, CNN News 18 has also managed to access the remand copy of the Delhi police, which breaks down what exactly happened on Saturday. Number 1, it states that the procession involved about 300 to 400 people, and it was largely peaceful till about 5:30 in the evening. Around 6 o'clock, the accused Ansar, who's the main accused, he came with 4 or 5 of his accomplices. He started arguing with a group of members who were part of the procession. The arguments then snowballed into stone pelting, into sloganeering. Stones were being pelted from the rooftop of buildings nearby. How did those stones reach those rooftops? The police, they were fewer in number compared to the organized gangs that were there. They did try their best to try and convince and pacify both sides that things had to be calmed down, but it was to no avail. Eventually, the police were outnumbered and the mob had a go at each other. Meanwhile, 5 of the main accused, Ansar included, in the Jahangirpuri riots have now been booked under the National Security Act. Now, this comes after the Home Minister, no less, directed that strict action be taken against the rioters. What does the NSA entail? Number 1, any individual who's seen as threatening India's security can be charged under the National Security Act. Number 2, it can be invoked by both centre and state governments as they deem fit. An individual who's been charged under this act can be detained for up to 12 months without a charge. In the normal case, in a normal crime, that's up to 90 days before a charge sheet is filed. A person can also be held under NSA for 10 days without being told what are the charges against them. A person can be detained under the National Security Act, can appeal directly to a High Court advisory board, but is not allowed a lawyer during trial. Meanwhile, the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party are trading barbs over the Jahangirpuri violence. The main accused, Ansar, both parties are claiming Ansar belongs to the opposite camp. It was the Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, yesterday it was the BJP, which tweeted out a picture of Ansar with the caption, "Model Aam Aadmi Party worker." You can see Ansar wearing an Aam Aadmi Party cap there. Today, AAP MLA Atishi pointed out another picture claiming that Ansar is a BJP worker who played a major role in getting BJP candidate Sangeeta Bajaj elected as a councillor in the recently concluded elections that had happened. But before we get into the politics and who is responsible for what happened in Jahangirpuri, we're getting another video amid this war of words. The pictures are the ones that don't lie. This chilling video, this latest one, it captures the horror of what happened on Saturday. I'm going to play this out Viewer discretion is highly advised. These are very, very grim pictures. This is the exact moment a Hanuman Rath came under attack by stone pelters who were pelting stones from rooftop of buildings. Listen to what is being said in this video. It is shocking. It is bone-chilling.
चाचा चाचा गलत हो रहा है ये चाचा देख रहे हो उड़ जाओ काका उड़ जाओ चाचा चाचा गलत हो रहा है ये चाचा देख रहे हो उड़ जाओ काका उड़ जाओ चाचा चाचा गलत हो रहा है ये चाचा देख रहे हो
A young man there screaming for his life, saying, Chacha, jo ho raha hai, galat ho raha hai. This is after stones were pelted on a rath, a Hanuman rath that was being carried through that area. The stones were being pelted from the rooftops of buildings nearby. Now, I want to set the stage up for our debate tonight. R.P. Singh is BJP spokesperson. Hari Shankar Gupta is spokesperson of the Congress party. Yashwardhan Azad, former IPS officer, is joining us. Tushar Gupta is senior editor with Swaraj magazine. Akshay Marathe is spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi party. R.P. Singh, we've played out all of these videos. In the video on the previous night, it's clear there are some boys who are going out there and accumulating sticks, stones, cricket bats, etc. And then just now the video that we played out, it's clear that a rath, there were stones that were being pelted from the rooftops of buildings. What was the Delhi police doing? Surely this yatra had permission, at least 2 out of the 3 yatras had permission. What was the Delhi police doing? How did they not anticipate that things would go this violent? R.P. Singh.
Zaka, first let me start with this, that the permission part. The procedure is that even we do a lot of functions and we do a lot of political and social functions. We just go and give a letter to the local thana, local police station, and we get it stamped and it's taken as notice. And we generally, it's not a process that you get a written permission for anything. But anyhow, if the police is saying the permission is not been done or not been taken, then the police will take the required action, and then that shows that none is paid, because it's being painted that as if one community is being targeted. So this makes it clear that no, it's not the one community which is being targeted as far the complete investigation goes. But secondly, police had the people. That's why none of the only one civilian got injured. 9 policemen got injured in the process.
Okay.
Let's understand this. So police was part of the bandobast, but yes, we were not aware. The police was not aware that it is a prayog being done. It was not by chance that it happened. It was an experiment which has been conducted, prayog which has been done by certain elements who want to destabilize the country, who want to build up an ecosystem in the world that there's something wrong, because it has happened earlier also. I remember when Obama was visiting country, some churches stones were pelted some churches. When we later on we came to know that it was all built up story, ecosystem was tried to build up. Similarly, when Clinton came in earlier, when Atalji was the Prime Minister, even then the mishap happened in Kashmir. So every time now Boris our UK Prime Minister has to come. Now again the similar narrative is being built. Oh, there is big problem in country. There is hatred being spread. There's a disharmony in the country. That's how the ecosystem is being. And
no. So let's be clear about 2 things. I think the videos. Sir, one second, please. The videos prove one thing. I think beyond reasonable doubt, the videos clearly prove that there was some amount of organized crime involved in this, in the accumulation of the weapons, in the transporting of the weapons, in the fact that the mob appears there. They seem to have access to these weapons, to these stones. So the organization part, I think it's very, very clear that this was an organized very well planned riot, number one. Number two, does that absolve the Delhi police of their role? It absolutely does not, because if permission was given to 2 out of 3 rallies, then there's no reason why there should have been violence. So let's be clear about both of that. But I want to ask Akshay Marathe, because there seems to be an attempt by Aam Aadmi Party and other opposition parties. One second, sir, please, you had your say. Let me go to others also. Akshay Marathe, the point is, why is there this attempt to almost paint this like some kind of spontaneous reaction? Can we at least agree on the bare minimum, the basic minimum, that the response to a provocation, even if there was a provocation, cannot be pelting stones from rooftops of buildings? That is not the rule of law. Akshay Marathe.
Zaka, let me remind you, the first instance of a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party after this incident occurred was the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal tweeting a strict condemnation of the stone pelting that had occurred on the Shobha Yatra. We are not at all justifying any kind of violence being carried out by any side of in this altercation. We, as a party, we are saying that what has happened is absolutely condemnable. We don't want to see violence in our city, in our country, at any cost.
No, also please say that this was organized. It is absolutely apparent to everyone that this was organized. This was
Zaka,
not a spontaneous response. Action, reaction nahi tha ye. Akshay.
No, absolutely not. We are not saying that at all. What we are saying is very simple. Let me present to you 3 pieces of evidence that will prove beyond an iota of doubt that the BJP, which has now become party of goons and thugs, is responsible for the Jahangirpuri riots. Let me explain. Yesterday, the Delhi police released information that Ansar was the mastermind of the riots. I was on your channel. You actually released this information on behalf of the police sources that Ansar is the mastermind. Today, the Aam Aadmi Party has shown several pictures where Ansar is wearing a BJP topi, he's wearing a BJP symbol on his chest, and he's campaigning for BJP leaders in Delhi. On the same day that this altercation took place, Aam Aadmi Party leaders organized 30 Shobha Yatras around Delhi, 30. And not a single incident of violence occurred when Aam Aadmi Party was involved in the organization of these Shobha Yatras. But when the BJP was involved, we saw violence. Number 3, the central government has released data in parliament that in the last 5 years, between 2016 and 2020, India saw 3,400 incidents of communal violence. This is unprecedented, Zaka. We have never witnessed this level of communal violence in our country before the BJP came to power.
No, so you are saying Ansar is a BJP worker, BJP is releasing photos saying that he's wearing Aam Aadmi Party caps. But RP Singh, quickly respond to that political charge, because I think what is also happening in this politics between AAP and BJP is we are conveniently forgetting the big picture, and the big picture is there is an organized criminal gang/gangs involved in this, who are benefiting, who are profiteering from this, and it is those people that we need to go after. Unfortunately, this has become into a AAP versus BJP slugfest, but be that as it may. RP Singh, respond. The charge being that Ansar, the main accused, is a BJP worker. There are photos of him campaigning for one of your local councillor candidates. RP Singh.
Zaka, he's showing a picture of 2017. Let me show you their tweet of, give me a second, here it is. There's a tweet of their social media handler which says that that lady with whom this guy was campaigning, Sangeeta Bajaj, has joined Aam Aadmi Party in January 2020. And since then, whole of the gang has joined to the Aam Aadmi Party, including Sangeeta Bajaj, who lost the election and contested election under BJP.
I'm sorry.
Banner. Can I complete? I never interrupted you. And did I interrupt you? Get out of this. You are a party now. You're part of a political party. I mean, please come out of this. And also, who was Tahir Hussain? Who was Tahir Hussain? What was his role in Northeast riots? We all know that. And also, they say it's a party of gundas. I mean, I still remember that the chief secretary of the city was bashed in the chief minister's house at 12 o'clock at night. Who bashed the chief secretary of the
case is already fallen flat, sir.
Okay.
Who bashed the chief secretary of
I'm getting a piece of breaking news. I want to go to that. I'll come back to the spokespersons in just 1 second. I'm getting a piece of breaking news, and this is concerning the main accused, Ansar. We're given to understand that his family hails from Haldia in West Bengal. He is believed to have gotten mixed up with criminal elements at a very early age. In fact, the first case against him goes all the way back to 2009. He's had multiple cases. Top police sources have told CNN News 18 that the first FIR against this man was registered in 2009 under the Arms Act. Subsequently, in the 10 years between 2009 and 2019, 4 more cases had been registered against Ansar. So in total, he had 5 cases. So he's a known history sheeter. He's a known criminal element. And now he's the main accused in the 2022 Jahangirpuri riots. I want to ask Yashovardhan Azad, such people, the police usually have a case file against him. The police usually, whenever there are sensitive, festivals and processions such as this that are being taken out, and if there are criminal elements, living around that area, they are notified about it. The police have an extra vigil about it. If a man who's been involved in organized crime for the last 10 years was allowed to roam free, perhaps with some political patronage, I'm sure, and now it turns out that he is the main accused in the 2022 riots, then whose fault is it, sir? I mean, shouldn't the police also have kept a lookout for these elements?
Well, I think the most serious charge would be that the police, after not allowing the procession, allowed it to proceed and attached a small posse of policemen with it. That is the most serious charge, because it didn't require rocket science to know that during all this trouble, something was bound to happen. People were prepared from both sides. And since this was obvious, there were two options left to the Delhi police. One was to send a very heavy contingent with that procession because it was proceeding without permission. And secondly, at the point of conflagration, they should have taken a very stern action. Now, the videography and the CCTVs or whatever they have or the drones would tell them that at that particular spot, who was the actual aggressor. It's obviously clear that it was clear from both sides. Secondly, as far as Ansar is concerned...
No. So can I ask one thing? If so many stones and weapons were collected and transported to the rooftops of buildings, shouldn't this have been alerted? I mean, surely the Delhi police have enough local informers and people who are there, local intel fellows who are there in such sensitive localities. This kind of organized work, if it was happening for 2 or 3 nights before, shouldn't they have gotten wind of it?
Yes. And secondly, the reason why the procession should not be been allowed to save lives. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's obviously well known. But let me tell you another thing, Zaka. What happens in such cases is that police is a little hesitant to rock the boat in a situation where there is a massive law and order movement going on. So therefore, perhaps they'd like to keep quiet about it and take action later. But in this case, it proved to be fatal. In that case, if they were not taking action after anticipating all this, then they should have not allowed the procession at all. That's exactly the point which I'm making. And secondly, it's not important where Ansar belongs to which party. These criminals glide or slide towards the party in power. So somebody like him should have, of course, the CCTV is helping a lot now in analyzing everything. But guys like Ansar need to be put inside, and they need to be put under NSA.
No, which has now been applied. But I come back to a fundamental point. Of the 24 people who've been arrested, 8 of them were involved in organized crime, and they were all out scot-free in that locality. Surely the police would have known and should have known. But anyway, Harishankar Gupta, the point is, again, I come back to that there are some political parties, some people part of an ecosystem who want to make this look like some kind of action reaction. Make this look like some kind of, अरे इन लोगों ने ये कर दिया, इन लोगों ने आके भड़काया और उसके खिलाफ ये प्रतिक्रिया था. वो ये प्रतिक्रिया नहीं है, sir. This is fiddling with the law. This is resorting to violence in a country that believes in rule of law. अगले दिन पुलिस वाले वहां जाते हैं उसके परिवारजनों से पूछताछ करने के लिए, उनके ऊपर पत्थर फेंके जाते हैं. I mean, let's be clear. पुलिस वाले did not go to Pakistan. They did not cross the LOC. जहांगीरपुरी तो दिल्ली में ही है ना. वहां कानून की हाथ तो वहां तक तो पहुंचती है ना. So to फेंको पत्थर on policemen who are coming to do their job, that is not acceptable. हिंदुस्तान में नहीं होना चाहिए ऐसा. हरिशंकर गुप्ता.
मैं मिस्टर जक्का, मैं आपसे बिल्कुल सहमत हूं.
और यशवर्धन जी ने जो बात कही है, मैं उनसे पूर्ण रूप से सहमत हूं। जो भी बातें वीडियोज आपने जो दिखाई हैं, वो देखिए, वो सही है वीडियो, और वीडियो को देखने के बाद में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने भी पूरा इस बात को कंडेम किया है, इसकी घोर निंदा की है कि इस ढंग की दुर्घटना घटना नहीं होना चाहिए। लेकिन एक पक्ष नहीं, आपने कहा कि जी ये रिएक्शन एक्शन का रिएक्शन नहीं है, लेकिन मैं नहीं मानता इस बात को, ये एक्शन का ही रिएक्शन है। यशवर्धन जी ने बड़ी अच्छी बात कही कि प्रोसेशन की परमिशन के बिना उसको वहां से निकालने की इजाजत क्यों मिली, और अगर इजाजत मिली तो उसके साथ में पुलिस का पूरा बंदोबस्त क्यों नहीं हुआ होगा? क्या प्रोसेशन की तैयारी उसी 5 मिनट के लिए हुई थी? जैसे आपने कहा कि वहां पर मस्जिद के ऊपर या मकानों के ऊपर पत्थर रखे गए, सारे हथियार रखे गए, सुनियोजित क्राइम था, प्री प्लान था, इसी प्रकार से प्रोसेशन निकालने की तैयारी भी 5 मिनट में नहीं हुई है। कई दिन पहले ही प्रोसेशन निकालने की तैयारी हो गई थी और परमिशन भी मांगी गई होगी। परमिशन मांगी गई, परमिशन पुलिस ने क्यों नहीं दी, ये एक बड़ा सवाल है जिसकी जांच होनी चाहिए।
नहीं, पुलिस का कहना ये है कि 3 प्रोसेशन थे, 2 के लिए परमिशन दी गई थी और तीसरी जो थी उसके लिए परमिशन नहीं दी उन्होंने, और वो जो प्रोसेशन है तीसरी वाली, वहीं पे पूरा दंगा और पूरा ये वायलेंस हुआ।
कह रहा हूं आपसे, मेरी बात आप वही कह रहे हैं जो मैं जो कह रहा हूं वही आप कह रहे हैं। अगर इसकी परमिशन पुलिस ने नहीं दी, और मैं ये बिल्कुल मानने को तैयार नहीं हूं कि जिन्होंने प्रोसेशन निकाला है उन्होंने परमिशन के लिए अप्लाई नहीं किया था, पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दी क्योंकि उनके पास इनपुट था इस बात का। उनके पास इनपुट था कि इफ्तार की पार्टी के समय में ये प्रोसेशन निकाल रहे हैं तो जरूर कोई ना कोई हंगामा हो सकता है, दंगा हो सकता है, आपस में भिड़ंत हो सकती है, इस कारण से इसकी परमिशन उन्होंने नहीं दी। उस पहलू को भी हमें उजागर करना चाहिए। हम ये तो कह रहे हैं कि सुनियोजित क्राइम था, वहां से पत्थर फेंके गए, लाठियां चली, क्रिकेट के बैग चले, दुनिया भर के हथियार वहां पर थे, लेकिन वो जब चले उसके पहले प्रोसेशन
ये कहना भी गलत है ना गुप्ता। नहीं, गुप्ता हरिशंकर जी, ये कहना भी गलत है कि इफ्तार के टाइम प्रोसेशन नहीं चल सकती। आज देखिए महाराष्ट्र में एक ऑर्डर निकाला गया कि अजान के 15 मिनट पहले और 15 मिनट बाद आप भजन नहीं गा सकते हैं। मतलब ये कैसा रूल है? ये कैसा रूल है कि इफ्तार के टाइम आप प्रोसेशन नहीं लगा सकते?
मैं धार्मिक बहस में नहीं पढ़ना चाहता।
मैं भी बहस में नहीं पढ़ रहा हूँ। नहीं, मैं सिर्फ ये पूछ रहा हूँ कि ये कैसा रूल है कि इफ्तार के टाइम प्रोसेशन नहीं चलनी चाहिए या अजान के टाइम भजन नहीं बजानी चाहिए।
मैं आपसे क्या कह रहा हूँ, मेरी बात सुनिए आप पहले।
एनीवे, हरिशंकर जी एक मोमेंट दे दीजिए मुझे, because I'm getting another piece of breaking news. One more piece of breaking news in connection with what happened in Jahangirpuri. Top Delhi police sources are now saying that the investigation teams, and remember 5 main accused have been charged and there are 24 who've been arrested. The investigation teams are not satisfied with the statements that have been given by the main accused, the 5 of them. Initial statements suggest that they were influenced by social media. They wanted to confront the local boys there. The police teams are likely to raid more places in Delhi and NCR. They're also not ruling out more arrests. So basically what the Delhi police sources are indicating to CNN News 18 is that Ansar and gang, some of the other main accused, wanted to become the sort of local dabangis there by confronting the people who were taking out the procession. And then in that ensuing melee, things of course went out of hand. Let me now go to Tushar Gupta. Tushar Gupta, again, it comes down to this point which Mr. Gupta and Akshay Marathe, etc. are asking. If Aam Aadmi Party took out 30 rallies on Hanuman Jayanti and if it was all peaceful, and similarly if there were 3 rallies that this particular group had taken out, 2 of which there were permission given and 1 permission was not given, 2 were peaceful, the 3rd was not peaceful, then surely the questions need to be asked about the organizers of this procession also. Tushar.
Zaka, 2 points. Once is a mistake, twice is a plan, and thrice is a habit. Aam Aadmi Party, why is it always the Aam Aadmi Party? They say BJP is a party of goons and thugs in the filthiest language they are known for. But it's the when it comes to Shaheen Bagh, the Aam Aadmi Party is standing with the protesters. When it's Singhu, the Aam Aadmi Party is standing with the farmers.
When did Aam Aadmi Party
when it comes to the 2020 riots,
Actually, one second, please. Let him finish.
When it comes to the Delhi riots of 2020, it was an Aam Aadmi Party councillor. Today in 2022 in Jahangirpuri, we have the prime accused who are linked to the Aam Aadmi Party. That's the local angle of it. The political angle, one which your channel has been covering, and Akshay Marathe also pointed out that in the last 5 years, communal incidents have increased multifold across the country. Who's sponsoring them? More importantly, within the country, who's giving them the political fire? Today, Zaka, everyone is talking about the permission of the procession. Let's say I gather 10 people on the road without permission. Does that make a case for me being pelted with stones? We are talking about a country where in the last 2 years, farmers illegally occupied a highway for 1 year. The same farmers the Aam Aadmi Party was standing with. Today, they're talking about the procession and the permission for Hindus. It is the same Aam Aadmi Party which was standing with the women of Shaheen Bagh, illegally occupying the road for months. And today they're asking, why did the Hindus did not take permission for a Navratri procession?
No. One second. One at a time. No, Tushar. One second. Tushar, I think the question that is being asked is, there were tens of thousands of such Shobha Yatras on Hanuman Jayanti. Why did only one, which the police are now claiming that there was no permission given to that one particular rally, why did that one alone turn violent? That is the question that's being asked.
Zaka, even if we assume that it was an
Zaka,
action reaction.
Very small point to make here.
One
second, RP Singh साहब, 1 second.
एक
second, RP साहब, एक second. Tushar complete करें, उसके बाद आपके पास आऊँगा. Yeah, Tushar, yes, only Tushar, please. Tushar, yes, Tushar.
Even if we assume that the procession did not have the permission, what explains the stones and the swords and the bats that were already there?
I'm with you on that. Yes.
Tell me this. Okay, let's assume the procession denied the police orders, it denied the local government orders. Let's assume that. Let's assume every Hindu is at fault here. What explains the bats, the bricks, the swords on the terrace? What explains the quick gathering of the people over there? What explains that? This was organized. This wasn't an action reaction.
Absolutely. I've been saying that. In fact, I said that 5 times through the show, that let's be very, very clear. This was an absolutely organized crime involving criminal
Zaka,
elements.
What makes me sad? Zaka, what makes me sad? My final point.
Yeah, quickly.
In the last 2 years, we made heroes out of farmers and women who protested illegally occupying the roads. We made them heroes of democracy. Today, we are making a case where people taking out a procession, there is just justification for pelting them with stones. Look at the contrast. Look at the hypocrisy here.
Okay.
That is what appalls me.
RP Singh and then Akshay after that. Yes, RP Singh. Akshay, I'll come to you. Just give me 30 seconds. Yeah, RP Singh first. RP Singh. Yeah.
Give me some time, please.
RP Singh.
Zaka, somebody has made a serious allegation.
Yes, I will give you a chance to respond, but RP Singh first,
Can
please.
I complete? You made a lot of serious allegations, Akshay.
RP Singh.
Zaka, I give a challenge to Mr. Akshay Marathe, if he can tomorrow come to your program and produce a single letter where they took a permission from police, the Aam Aadmi Party on an Aam Aadmi Party letterhead, if they took a permission for single yatra, because they never took out a yatra. They never took out any yatra. They are spreading all false propaganda. They were part of some yatra. They say hamari yatra hai. That's how it is. One. Secondly, Zaka, I'm again saying the country is on a growth trajectory, on economic growth trajectory. There's a lot of things being done on social level. So they can't beat BJP or Prime Minister Modi on political front. That's why all this is being used. All this is being done. Only because they can't beat BJP, Prime Minister Modi ji on the political front. So this is the option they have. So they keep organizing, whether it's Taliban, whether it's Ansar or whether it's someone else. They'll keep doing it. And then they are part of it. They are part and parcel of this. Because you remember when Tahir Hussain happened, till last moment he was arrested, whole of the Aam Aadmi Party was defending him.
Okay.
Saying, no, he's being targeted.
Okay. Akshay Marathe, now respond. You are not able to defeat the BJP politically. That's why all of this is happening. And also what RP Singh said a little while earlier, before Trump comes in 2020, there are riots. Before Obama came, there were church attacks. And now before Boris Johnson is coming, again, there are riots. It is basically to show India in bad light. Akshay.
Zaka, several allegations have been made. Let me answer point by point. Number one, the question of why so many incidents of violence are occurring, who is sponsoring them, who is allowing them to happen. For the last 8 years, the BJP has been in power. Amit Shah has been the Home Minister of the country who directly controls the law and order of Delhi. If there have been repeated incidents of violence and the gangs that you are pointing out today are operating freely, are continuing to do so under the nose of the Home Minister, who is responsible? Is Aam Aadmi Party responsible or is Amit Shah responsible? Number two, when the BJP says that we are not able to defeat them politically, how many seats did the BJP get in Punjab? How many seats did the Aam Aadmi Party get in Punjab? They have been destroyed.
How many seats do you
completely
got in
Punjab.
UP? You lost your deposit in UP,
we did
Goa,
not- no,
Manipur,
let me finish.
Uttarakhand. You lost your deposit, man.
RP Saab, when he interrupted when you were speaking, I stopped him. Kindly extend him the courtesy. Yes, Akshay, finish your point.
Point number three is very simple. Today, the BJP has become a party which is actually encouraging and felicitating its workers who are indulging in violence. And I said this yesterday also. The 8 people involved in attacking Mr. Arvind Kejriwal's house were invited to the BJP Delhi office, garlanded and rewarded for their acts of bravery.
Sir, one at a time. आपको भी पता है इस शो में क्रॉस टॉक नहीं चलता. One at a time. Yeah, Akshay, finish though quickly, please.
I'm going to repeat the last point because it's very important, which is that the BJP today is felicitating and garlanding its workers who are wreaking havoc in the country, attacking the chief minister.
So one small point of contention. No, one small point of contention. And one second. One point of contention is that this argument that BJP politically benefits, दंगे होते हैं तो BJP को benefit होती है. I think has its limits. Number one, दंगे are happening in opposition rule states also. पिछले 2 दिन से महाराष्ट्र में हो रहे दंगे. महाराष्ट्र में कोई बीजेपी नहीं है, बीजेपी सरकार नहीं है. बंगाल में हो रहे दंगे, वहाँ पे टीएमसी की सरकार है. झारखंड में हो रहे दंगे, वहाँ पे जेएमएम की सरकार है. तो हरिशंकर जी, ये विपक्ष का जो ये आर्ग्यूमेंट है, ये थोड़ा स्ट्रेच्ड है कि बीजेपी वाले दंगे करवाते हैं बिकॉज इलेक्शन में उनको उसके लिए फायदा होता है. सबसे बड़ा प्रदेश जो हिंदुस्तान में है उत्तर प्रदेश है. उत्तर प्रदेश में एक भी दंगा नहीं हुआ है. क्यों?
नहीं, आप
बताइए.
नहीं, आप ऐसा कैसे कह सकते हो उत्तर प्रदेश में दंगा नहीं हुआ है?
नहीं, ये जो हनुमान जयंती, राम नवमी, पिछले 2 हफ्तों से जो दंगे हो रहे हैं पूरे देश में, आप बताइए यूपी में कहां हुआ है? नहीं, बताइए.
यहाँ पर एक तो उस प्रोसेशन के अंदर जो प्रोसेशन, देखिए दिल्ली के अंदर सभी धर्म के लोग प्रोसेशन निकालते हैं. इनसे कहीं ज्यादा लोग होते हैं, हजार लोग होते हैं. वहां तो कोई दंगा नहीं होता. बजरंग दल वाले, वीएचपी वाले,
हरिशंकर जी, मैं आपसे सीधा सा सवाल पूछ रहा हूं. विपक्ष के जो राज्य हैं वहां पे अगर दंगे होंगे तो बीजेपी को कैसे फायदा होगा? और विपक्ष जहां सत्ता में है तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर तो आपके कंट्रोल में है ना, वहां पे भी क्यों हो रहे दंगे?
मिस्टर जाका, मैं आपको बताऊं, अभी तुषार गुप्ता ने बड़े आराम से कह दिया कि सब हिंदू लोगों के प्रोसेशन निकालने में दंगा होता है. तो नैरेटिव सेट कर दिया ना, कोलैबोरेट कर रही है ना चीज.
नहीं कहा, आप गलत सुन रहे हैं. मैंने ऐसा नहीं कहा. अभी कहा आपने हिंदू प्रोसेशंस पर अटैक हो रहा है. हिंदू प्रोसेशंस पर अटैक हो रहा है.
Okay. Yashwardhan Azad for the final word. Yashwardhan Azad, yes. Yashwardhan Azad.
2 points here. I totally agree with Tushar Gupta when he says that the culture of disobedience is being promoted in this country. As far as the farmers' case goes, they were sitting in places where people were inconvenienced. The same thing happened in Shaheen Bagh when the Supreme Court even said, but nothing happened. And the second point I want to make is that this is that all the states, whether the BJP or non-BJP, have uniformly failed in controlling law and order. You can't cry over saying that the PFI has done it, or you can say that the Hindu Vahini has done it. It's your job to control aggression, and that's why I'll say that the state governments have completely failed.
Okay, I want to thank all our guests. I'll end by saying this. The fact that this is happening in Delhi is absolutely appalling. This is the national capital. There has to be rule of law, and it is absolutely unacceptable that in our country, when the police go to do their job, after criminal elements organize this kind of mass crimes, when the police go to do their job, if they're being pelted with stones, then that is not a place which observes rule of law. The rule of law and the heavy hand of the law needs to come down in heavy force. I also want to go across to our newsmaker tonight, and he's been pretty actively tweeting about what's been happening in Delhi over the last 2 or 3 days. Sanjay Singh is Aam Aadmi Party Member of Parliament. He's joining us. Sanjay ji, पहली चीज ये जो दंगे थे पहले, अब ये पॉलिटिकल नेचर हो गया. इसमें बीजेपी वाले कह रहे हैं कि ये जो अंसार है आम आदमी पार्टी वर्कर हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी के आपके प्रवक्ता लोग जो हैं कुछ देर पहले उन्होंने पीसीबी किए, उन्होंने बोला कि देखो इसका फोटो बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ है. ये पॉलिटिक्स छोड़िए, आप मुझे ये बताइए, ये दिल्ली में क्यों हो रहा है ऐसे दंगे? 2020 में भी हुए हैं, अभी 2022 में भी हो रहे हैं, और नेशनल कैपिटल में अगर ऐसा हो रहा है तो जिम्मेदारी तो आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार को भी बनती है ना, बिकॉज आफ्टर ऑल यू आर द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हियर।
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि ये साफ तौर पे दिख रहा है कि वो इलेक्शन में प्रचार करने में लगा हुआ है। और इससे भी अलग हट के मैं बात कर रहा हूं आपको कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी दंगों की राजनीति में भरोसा रखती है और दंगों से उनको फायदा होता है। पूरे देश में दंगे कराने का उनका अपना इतिहास है। 3400 दंगे 4 साल में हुए, ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, ये मोदी सरकार के मंत्री का पार्लियामेंट में जवाब है, जिसमें उन्होंने माना है कि 3400 दंगे, 3400 राइट्स हुए हैं देश भर में 4 साल के अंदर। तो लोगों ने बीजेपी को वोट दिया था कि वो काला धन लाएंगे, महंगाई खत्म करेंगे, किसानों के फसल का दाम दोगुना करेंगे, बेरोजगारी दूर करेंगे, स्कूल बनवाएंगे, अस्पताल बनवाएंगे। ये दंगे करा रहे हैं।
ओके।
दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री भी रामनवमी के कार्यक्रम में शामिल होते हैं, हनुमान जयंती के कार्यक्रम में शामिल होते हैं, हमारे तमाम विधायक शोभा यात्राओं में शामिल होते हैं। कहीं दंगा फसाद नहीं होता। ये कौन सी रामनवमी का आयोजन है, कौन सी हनुमान जयंती का आयोजन है जिसमें नाबालिग बच्चों के हाथ में तमंचे और कट्टे लहरा रहे हैं, तलवारें दिख रही हैं?
नहीं,
कौन है ये लोग?
नहीं, तलवारें,
प्रभु श्री राम का यही संदेश है।
नहीं, तलवारें, तमंचे, कट्टे दोनों साइड पे थे। आप ये भी क्यों नहीं निंदा करते हैं कि ये जो रूफ टॉप से, मस्जिद के रूफ टॉप से हो या मकान के रूफ टॉप से हो, वहां से पत्थर फेंके जाते हैं, पेट्रोल बॉम्ब फेंके जाते हैं। ये तो ऑर्गेनाइज तरीके से हो रहा है ना। ऐसा नहीं है कि मतलब कुछ लोगों ने आके वहां आके भड़काया और उसके बाद ये रिएक्शन था। ये रिएक्शन नहीं था, ये ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम था, ये एक प्री प्लान्ड कंस्पिरेसी थी, साजिश थी। ये भी आप मानेंगे ना, ये भी आप कंडेम करेंगे ना?
बिल्कुल नहीं। उन पे भी कार्रवाई कीजिए, उनको सबको जेल में डालिए। जो मस्जिद से पत्थर चला रहे थे, जिन्होंने हनुमान जयंती के जुलूस में हिंसा करने की कोशिश की, मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोग हों, उन पे हाँ बिल्कुल कार्रवाई कीजिए। कौन रोक रहा है आपको? लेकिन इससे पहले इस बात का जवाब दीजिए कि पुलिस कमिश्नर ने खुद कहा कि बगैर परमिशन के वो जुलूस निकला। क्या बगैर परमिशन के देश की राजधानी में कोई जुलूस तमंचे, कट्टे, तलवार लहराते हुए निकाला जा सकता है? रामनवमी के आयोजन में कोडरमा में झारखंड के अंदर मुख्यमंत्री को मां की गाली दी जा रही है। वो वीडियो है, मैं आपके चैनल पे दिखा नहीं सकता। ये रामनवमी है? ये कौन से हिंदू धर्म के ठेकेदार नए आ गए भाई? हमने तो ये हिंदू धर्म नहीं सीखा। मेरा भी घर अयोध्या के पास है, सुल्तानपुर में, 60 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर रहता हूं। मैंने तो कभी रामनवमी के जुलूस में गाली नहीं सुनी, कभी हनुमान जयंती के जुलूस में गाली नहीं सुनी। ये हो क्या रहा है इस देश के अंदर?
Okay. Sanjay Singh, thanks very much for speaking with us. We'll see how this story plays out. But one thing is absolutely clear. There was an element of organization. This was not just an action-reaction riot thing that happened in Jahangirpuri. And sadly, all of this is going to paint India in bad light on the global stage. I'm going to take a break. When we come back on the other side, 5 missile strikes in the western city of Lviv, a city which was up until recently rather peaceful compared to some of the other Ukrainian cities that were getting pounded. Now at least 7 people are dead in Lviv. That and more when we return on the other side of Riots. Russia wants to take control and forge a land corridor between Russia, the mainland, and Crimea, the peninsula, which it seized in 2014. Ukrainian authorities have urged people in the Donbass, in Luhansk and in Donetsk to move further westwards. Ukrainian fighters have refused to surrender in the southern port city of Mariupol. If the Russians capture Mariupol, they get direct access to the Black Sea. Ukrainian fighters have remained inside the encircled Azovstal steel plant in the city of Mariupol. Meanwhile, Russian shelling has also hit a church in the Luhansk region of eastern Ukraine. Russia's renewed onslaught is slowing down evacuation efforts. Around 30,000 civilians have been evacuated from the Luhansk region since the Russian invasion began. Rescuers have found the bodies of dozens of civilians in Borodoyanka on the outskirts of Kiev. while dismantling the rubble of high-rise buildings destroyed by Russian shelling. Lanka resembles a ghost town which has been bombed out across the last 3 weeks.
जब आमने सामने की लड़ाई होती है तो दो तरह के बंकर बनाए जाते हैं। पहला तो इस तरह का बंकर जो ऊपर से दिखाई न दे, यानी दुश्मन देश की सेना, उसके युद्धक विमान देख न पाए कि सैनिक कहां मोर्चा लगा के बैठा है। रूस की सेना का एक बंकर, इसमें देखिए हथियारों का जखीरा है जो अब इस्तेमाल हो चुके हैं। ये टैंक के गोले फट चुके हैं।
The director of the CIA has warned that Russia's setbacks in Ukraine could lead to Putin using nuclear weapons. This is a chilling nuke warning of potential desperation of Putin given the setbacks that he has faced so far. The threat posed by resort to tactical or low-yield nuclear weapons. Tactical weapons is something that Putin and his troops are threatening to use. The potential desperation of Putin, given the kind of setbacks he's faced, the fact that he was not able to conquer Kiev, want to avoid the threshold in which nuclear conflict and the use of small-yield nuclear weapons becomes possible. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General Manoj Pandey is all set to take over as the new Chief of Army Staff. The current Army Chief General M.M. Naravane retires at the end of the month, and sources have told CNN News 18 that Naravane could be in line to become the next Chief of Defence Staff. Remember, the post fell vacant after General Bipin Rawat's death in a helicopter crash. Terrorists opened fire on 2 off-duty railway police personnel in Kakopura in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama. The RPF head constable succumbed to his injuries. Security forces have cordoned off the entire area and a hunt is on. The Supreme Court has cancelled bail granted to Union Minister Ajay Mishra Teni's son Ashish Mishra in the Lakhimpur violence case. Ashish Mishra has been ordered to surrender in a week's time. The bail granted to him by the Allahabad High Court back in February was challenged by the families of farmers who were killed in Lakhimpur. Prime Minister Modi is in Gujarat for a 2-day visit. This evening, he interacted with students, teachers and parents of government schools. Tomorrow, both he and the Director General of the World Health Organization will lay the foundation stone for the WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine in Jamnagar. The Maharashtra government has decided to implement earlier court orders on the use of loudspeakers at religious sites. The state government will now make it mandatory for religious sites to seek permission for using loudspeakers. This move comes after criticism from the MNS chief Raj Thackeray. Taxis and auto rickshaws were off the roads in Delhi as drivers' associations went on strike against the soaring fuel prices. Several unions of auto and cab drivers are demanding a hike in fares as well as a reduction in fuel prices. The strike will continue tomorrow as well.
The Auto, Cab and Taxi Drivers Association have called for a strike in relation to the hike in petrol, diesel and CNG prices over the past 1 month. This strike has also caused a lot of inconvenience to the passengers.
We have been waiting, the cabs they're giving us hopes that the cabs are nearby, but then again they're cancelling it.
फेयर बढ़ा है वो CNG के जो रेट बढ़े उसके अकॉर्डिंग है, लेकिन हमारी जो अर्निंग है वो तो सेम है.
The national capital could be on the brink of a 4th wave of COVID. More than 500 new cases have been recorded for 2 days straight now in the last 24 hours, and the positivity rate has jumped above 7%. Amid rising cases, the Delhi Disaster Management Authority will be meeting on the 20th of April and may consider reimposing the mandatory use of face masks.
केसेस जरूर बढ़ रहे हैं, जैसे मौसम बदल रहा है तो केसेस ज़्यादा आ रहे हैं, पर दिल्ली की टोटल पॉपुलेशन जो है वो वैक्सीनेटेड हो चुकी है. साथ ही बहुत बड़ी संख्या में लोग इन्फेक्टेड भी हो चुके हैं. अब जो केसेस आ रहे हैं पॉजिटिव जरूर आ रहे हैं, बट दे आर नॉट सीरियस. हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन नहीं बढ़ रहा है, उसकी वजह से उनको कोई सीरियसनेस नहीं है, तो इसलिए काफ़ी संतोष की बात है.
Meanwhile, the Uttar Pradesh government has made it compulsory for people. Welcome back to Brass Tacks. Let's get you up to speed with what else is making the news. Russian forces have been launching cruise missile strikes on multiple targets in Lviv in western Ukraine.
A missile streaks across the sky over Lviv. It lands on an auto repair shop which was about to open for the day and transforms it into an inferno.
This is the scene of one of the missile strikes this morning. You can see the emergency responders back here. But as we arrived, another air raid signal went off. The soldiers concerned that this will be a secondary strike on the same target.
Evidence of Russia's onslaught is all around. Damaged cars, fallen trees, rail tracks destroyed by the force of the blast, shops razed to the ground. and the number of casualties keep mounting. Lviv, which is the western part of the country, had been spared much of the fighting in last 2 months. But now, Russia is intensifying strikes, particularly after its Black Sea naval flagship sank last week.
Meanwhile, drone footage shows smoke rising from the Azovstal steel plant, one of Mariupol's last bastions, which is still under Ukrainian control. The battered port city is on the brink of falling to Russian forces. Ukraine claims that Russian forces are firing on the factory willingly, even though hundreds of people are sheltering inside. Drone footage shows a group of Ukrainian soldiers making their way through Mariupol, ambushing Russian troops and lobbing grenades at them. Mariupol has been under attack for more than 50 days now. Seizing Mariupol would free up Russian forces to weaken and encircle Ukrainian soldiers in the eastern part. Meanwhile, Ukraine fears that Russia is preparing to hold a sham referendum to take control of the city of Kherson. Russian forces are distributing propaganda material in the city of Kherson. It's the third biggest in Ukraine. Residents have been told that Moscow is acting to their benefit in trying to liberate it. Leaflets are blaming the Ukrainian government for the current Russian aggression against the town. Russia annexed Crimea back in 2014 after a referendum there suggested that a majority wanted to break away from Ukraine. Meanwhile, the remains of a military camp outside of Kiev, which housed around 6,000 Russian troops, suggest a lack of preparation on the part of Putin's army.
It's a sprawling network of underground fighting positions, command posts, sleeping areas, and ammunition storage.
Recently, there were 6,000 Russian soldiers bedded down through these woods in a camp that is so large, you can't see where it begins and where it ends. Living here would have been hard.
This camp is damning proof of Russia's failures on this front. Poor preparation and wrong assumptions about the numbers and resources needed to conquer the Ukrainian capital of Kiev. Other Russians in this area camped out in fields with their artillery pieces.
From these firing positions, Grad rockets flew through the sky towards Hostomel, which is only a relatively short distance away. And when they hit the earth, it was often civilians who felt their power.
After not being able to conquer Kiev for more than 40 days, Russian troops finally withdrew from the capital.
Russia claims to have downed a weapons-laden plane of Ukraine. Here's what else Moscow is claiming in this war so far. Moscow says that over 2,000 Ukrainian tanks have been destroyed. Not just that, 130-plus Ukrainian aircraft have been shot down. Also, Russia claims that more than 450 drones that have been used by Ukraine, provided by the US and Turkey, etc., have been downed as well. Almost 250 anti-aircraft missile defense systems have been destroyed as well. And again, more than 250 multiple rocket launcher systems, or MRLS, has also been wreaked havoc with. Meanwhile, the International Monetary Fund has cut global growth forecasts on the back of the Russia-Ukraine war. It's not projecting a 3.6% GDP growth rate for the entire global economy for this year and for 2023. The institution says that global economic prospects have been severely set back because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The IMF also goes on to add that Ukraine's economy will collapse by 35% this year, and the Russian economy will fall by 8.5%. Sri Lanka has requested the International Monetary Fund for rapid financial assistance to try and overcome the worst economic crisis in decades. A delegation headed by Sri Lanka's Finance Minister Ali Sabri held talks with the IMF in Washington. Protests against the Rajapaksa government have been rocking the island nation for over a month. The first death during anti-government protests has been reported in Sri Lanka. Police have used live ammunition against a group who were blocking a highway to protest acute oil shortage and high prices. That's when one man was shot dead and 10 others injured. Sri Lankan Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa has proposed restoring the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. Let me explain what this will do. It will cut down the powers of the President, who happens to be Mahinda's younger brother Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who is the Executive President as per 20A, the latest amendment to the Sri Lankan Constitution. It will put Parliament above the powers of the President. The earlier system, it was Parliament that decided who the President would be until it was changed by Gotabaya to have direct elections for President. It will also fulfill the demands to either remove or sideline the powers of the executive president. The 19A was the amendment that was scrapped by Gotabaya when he won the 2019 elections. Thereby, the president had powers over parliament. Now, one of the main demands of the opposition was that the previous arrangement be restored. On the ground, the protests against the Rajapaksa government simply refuse to die.
11th day of protest at Gulf. You can see protests only escalating as thousands still are marching to the streets to participate in the protest. Ongoing people's movement is what they call, and the slogan that they have been raising is Gota, go home, asking for President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down. Even after the new cabinet formation has fewer Rajapaksa members in the government. Meanwhile, Parliament session has begun today, and it was a stormy session even after Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa sought for the abolition of 20A, which gave more powers to the president. Instead, he wants to revoke 19A, giving more powers to the parliament to decide in the policies.
On the second day of his Gujarat visit, Prime Minister Modi laid the foundation stone for the WHO Global Centre for Traditional Medicine in Jamnagar. This was done in the presence of the WHO Director General. Prime Minister Modi said that the centre will bring together ancient wisdom and modern science.
आज हम सभी पूरी दुनिया में हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस के लिए एक बहुत बड़े आयोजन के साक्षी बन रहे हैं। WHO ने ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन के सेंटर के रूप में भारत के साथ एक नई पार्टनरशिप की।
Music composer Ilaiyaraaja is facing flack for comparing Prime Minister Modi to Bhimrao Ambedkar in the foreword of a new book. While Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK and its allies have criticized him, the BJP says that no one can silence Ilaiyaraaja because he has the right to freedom of expression. A Lingayat seer claims that Karnataka government officials have demanded a 30% commission from mutts to release funds. Reacting to the allegation, Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has said that his government will conduct a thorough investigation if the seer were to provide further details. A local councillor in Chushul in Ladakh claims that China has installed mobile towers on its side of the line of actual control. The area where 3 mobile towers have been installed by China is close to the Indian territory in Chushul. In January, India had objected to China's illegal construction of a bridge on a part of the Pangong Tso, that's in eastern Ladakh. Meanwhile, Chinese President Xi Jinping's friendship with Vladimir Putin is making global investors vary. Outflows from China, and particularly from its equity markets, the bond yields have been increasing, all of which point towards a big stock market crash. Norway Wealth Fund has snubbed Chinese sportswear giant Lee Sing. In fact, the US private equity investments in China, this is the lowest since 2018. Global funds have sold off something like $7 billion worth of Chinese equities in the last 1 month alone. Meanwhile, days after the Nashik police prohibited the use of loudspeakers without permission at religious places, Raj Thakre's MNS has now threatened to perform Maha Aarti at temples across the state on the 3rd of May using loudspeakers. 8 youths were arrested in Uttar Pradesh's Raebareli after a viral video showed a Dalit teenager being assaulted, humiliated and made to lick the feet of one of the accused. The incident took place on the 10th of April, but the video surfaced online this week. The class 10 student has lodged an FIR on the same day. Election strategist Prashant Kishore held another meeting with Congress chief Sonia Gandhi amid buzz that he might join the Congress party. Kishore gave a presentation to senior leaders of the party, including Kamal Nath, Digvijay Singh and KC Venugopal. His role, though, on whether he'll join the Congress or not, or support it from outside, that is yet to be finalized. But some in the Congress party are not quite ready to welcome Prashant Kishore with open arms, and here's why. Number one, Kishore is seen as anti-Congress. Remember, he shot to fame in 2014 working with the Narendra Modi team with the BJP. He's also worked with the TMC in Bengal. Kishore had poached Congress netas to other parties, and that has not gone down well with some old stalwarts of the Congress. Prashant Kishore wants a free hand, and that is unacceptable to seniors, particularly in election-bound states like Gujarat. He wants fresh faces bring in people who are non-political, people who have a say in society, including certain Patel leaders in Gujarat, and that of course is not acceptable to seniors in the Congress. The national capital recorded 632 fresh cases of COVID-19 in the last 24 hours, 130 more than the previous day. The positivity rate is 4.42%. The government has sent several samples for genome sequencing to check if a new variant is in town. Results of this genome sequencing are expected to be out next week. 3 blasts rocked a high school in Kabul today. 6 people were killed and 11 injured in the attack. No one has claimed responsibility for the attack yet. The incident comes after a lull in violence after American forces withdrew last year. The mainly Shia Hazara neighborhood is frequently targeted by Sunni terrorist groups, including the Islamic State. Designs of Apple's yet-to-be-released iPhone 14 series have been leaked. Pictures of the phone's metal molds were leaked on Weibo, the Chinese social media app. The picture suggests that the series will have only 2 sizes, in line with expectations that Apple will ditch the mini variant. That's a wrap. On the other side, Maha Siddiqui with News 18.
Hello there, you're watching Epicenter on CNN News 18. I'm Maha Siddiqui. Over the last few days, there's been much noise, or should I say cacophony, over the issue of loudspeakers in mosques. This time in Maharashtra, Raj Thakre's MNS, the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, issued a warning that these loudspeakers must go by the 3rd of May. The police authorities in Nashik, on the other hand, have said that 15 minutes before and after Azan, 100 meters of a mosque, no bhajans will play. This added another element to the ongoing political sound and fury over the matter. Why this sudden and simultaneous debate over the issue of Azan? Is it simply political noise drowning logic? That's going to be our debate this evening. But before that, a quick lowdown on the entire controversy.
It all started in Karnataka, where right-wing groups demanded a ban on loudspeakers during prayers in mosques, citing disturbance to public. And the fire has now spread to Maharashtra. At the forefront of the ban Azan chorus are the MNS, BJP and its allies, as well as Hindu outfits. MNS chief Raj Thakre has threatened to play the Hanuman Chalisa in front of mosques if loudspeakers are not banned by May 3rd. His party also plans to play Maha-Aarti on loudspeakers on May 3rd if their demands aren't met.
3 तारखेपर्यंत जर ऐकले नाही तर देशामध्ये जिथे जिथे मशिदी असतील जिकडे बांग सुरू असेल तिकडे हनुमान चालीसा हे लागलंच पाहिजे अख्ख्या देशभर लागलं पाहिजे.
But the whole controversy took a different turn with the Nashik police issuing an order banning Hanuman Chalisa or bhajans 15 minutes before and after Azan and not allowing the recitation within 100 meters of a mosque.
5 अजान के समय में 15 मिनट पहले और 15 मिनट बाद और मस्जिद के 100 मीटर के अंतर्गत कोई भी जो है भजन कीर्तन या दूसरे वाद्य बजाने का या फिर हनुमान चालीसा वगैरह का पाठ करने का अधिकार नहीं है.
While Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and Shiv Sena have refused to address the issue up front, saying rules will be followed to maintain law and order, allies Congress and NCP have called this a conspiracy and an attempt by the BJP to instigate riots.
इस तरह की भाषणबाजी करने वालों को तो बैन किया जाना चाहिए और ऐसे कोई करते तो उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होना चाहिए.
और ये गाइडलाइन अगले 1-2 दिन में इशू होगी और उसी के तहत सबको इसकी अमलबजावनी करना है.
Will the Aghadi government succumb under pressure or will they take the issue head on? For now, ban Azan chorus is a controversy which shows no signs of dying down.
Joining me now on the show, Sanjay Gupta, leader of the Shiv Sena, Yogesh Khere, spokesperson of the MNS, Seema Malik, spokesperson of the NCP. योगेश खेरे, सबसे पहले आपके पास आना चाहूंगी. कहा यह जा रहा है कि ये एक MNS का डेस्परेट मूव है पॉलिटिकल रेलेवेंस के लिए. आप क्या कहेंगे इसके बारे में?
इसमें पॉलिटिकल बात तो है नहीं ना कुछ. ये राज ठाकरे साहब ने थाना की सभा में इसमें क्लियर कह दिया था कि ये पॉलिटिकल इश्यू नहीं है, ना ये कम्युनल इश्यू है. ये प्योरली सामाजिक विषय है, सोशल इश्यू है. तो अब बाकी लोग किस तरह से ले रहे हैं मालूम नहीं, लेकिन हमने क्लियर बोला है कि ये सामाजिक इश्यू है और ये सिर्फ हिंदुओं को तकलीफ नहीं दे रहा है, ये और जो धर्म के लोग हैं उन्हें भी तकलीफ दे रहा है।
तो योगेश जी, अगर
social
आपका
issue है।
ये कहना है कि ये एक सोशल इशू है, ये एक रिलीजियस इशू नहीं है, तो फिर क्या लॉजिक बनता है कि सिर्फ जो मॉस्क्स यानी कि मस्जिदों पे लाउड स्पीकर्स लगे हैं उन्हीं को टारगेट किया जाए? फिर तो जो भी लाउड स्पीकर्स लगा रहा है, इस्तेमाल कर रहा है, जिसका नॉइज लेवल ज्यादा है, उन सब के बारे में आपको एक मुद्दा बना के उठाना चाहिए, नहीं?
आपकी बात बराबर है, लेकिन आप एक बात ध्यान में लीजिए कि जो मस्जिदों के ऊपर से अजान बांग जो होता है वो सुबह 5 बजे से चालू होता है, रात 10:30 बजे तक 5 बार होता है, और ये सबसे ज्यादा हाईलाइटेड इश्यू है। और आपने देखा होगा हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी ज्यादातर जो PIL आई है वो इस संदर्भ में आई है। तो हमारा इश्यू तो क्लियर है कि वो कोई भी धार्मिक संस्था हो तो उधर से ये लाउड स्पीकर का इशू नहीं रहना चाहिए।
अच्छा, तो मतलब आपका मतलब कहने का है कि सोशल इशू है, नॉइज पोल्यूशन से रिलेटेड है, तो हम आपको ये भी बता दें कि जो टॉप नॉइज लेवल के नॉइज पोल्यूशन के 5 वो हैं रीजंस, उसमें से सबसे ऊपर आता है ट्रैफिक पोल्यूशन, एयरक्राफ्ट नॉइज, रेल रोड नॉइज, कंस्ट्रक्शन नॉइज, इंडस्ट्री नॉइज, बिल्डिंग नॉइज। कहीं भी इस बात का मेंशन नहीं है कि रिलीजियस साइट से जो लाउड स्पीकर्स हैं वो किसी तरह का ऐड करते हैं नॉइज पोल्यूशन को, लेकिन वो एक दूसरी बात है। संजय गुप्ता के पास जाना चाहूंगी। संजय गुप्ता, क्या MNS कोशिश कर रहा है हिंदुत्व बैंड वैगन पे चढ़ने की, क्योंकि उनको लग रहा है ये बीजेपी का एक सक्सेसफुल मॉडल है, तो MNS भी ये एम्युलेट कर सकता है, मतलब कॉपी कर सकता है? क्या इस तरह की राय भी है?
देखिए, ये जिस तरह से बीजेपी ने MNS के कंधे पे रखकर जिस तरह से बंदूक चलाने की कोशिश की है, इसके विषय में ये कहना चाहूँगा कि महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने लाउड स्पीकर्स पर एक फरमान जारी कर दिया है कि किसी भी तरह के धार्मिक स्थल पर अगर कोई भी लाउड स्पीकर चलाना चाहता है, लाउड स्पीकर को से आवाज़ लगाना चाहता है, तो उसको संबंधित विभाग में एप्लीकेशन देनी है और संबंधित विभाग उस पर परमिशन देने के साथ साथ टर्म्स एंड कंडीशन और गाइडलाइंस देगा कि किस तरह से किसी भी धार्मिक स्थल पर कोई लाउड स्पीकर चला सकता है। और 1-2 दिन के अंदर इसके ऊपर डिपार्टमेंट एक टर्म्स एंड कंडीशन भी फ्रेम करने वाला है। तो जो एक कंट्रोवर्सी चल रही है, बड़ी जल्दी इस कंट्रोवर्सी को खत्म कर दिया जाएगा कि किसी भी तरह का इसमें कोई कंट्रोवर्सी ना रहे, इस पर बड़ी जल्दी फरमान जारी होने वाला है।
लेकिन संजय जी, इसमें तो एक कंट्रोवर्सी में एक एडिशन हो गया है बाय व्हाट द Nashik police have said. Seema Malik, I want to come to you now because there are allegations now that the government is looking at appeasing a particular community. How would you contest this claim that is being made?
See, ma'am, these types of claims we have seen, they are unnecessarily they are putting these allegations on us. You see what we have done. First of all, I must tell you that we are the party who respect all the religions, and I must say that the Hindu and the Muslims of this country, they love each other. And as a responsible government, we are keeping an eye on the law and order situation of our state. And see,
Seema Malik, then what is the reason for the Nashik police to say that 15 minutes before and after Azan, there should be no other loudspeaker used, within 100 meters of radius? Yes, okay.
According to the Act 1951, Section 40, it is the right of the police commissioner or to formulate certain guidelines to restore the peace and harmony in the place. So I told you this thing that the Hindu and the Muslims, they, the normal people, they are never interested in any fight or riots or anything. But there are certain people who with the vested interest, they start these things. So
योगेश खैरे जी, आप क्या सीमा मलिक से यहाँ पे अग्री करेंगे? वो कह रही हैं कि नासिक पुलिस ने जो कहा है वो सिर्फ हार्मनी क्रिएट करने को कहा है।
Yes, of course. Just our aim is this, and I must tell you this thing, ma'am, that the people of the Maharashtra are really cooperating us. Some of the people, they have removed the loudspeakers. Some people are putting apparatus to reduce the decibels.
Okay.
And there are certain guidelines from the Supreme Court, and we are following those only.
All right. Let Yogesh Khere answer, ma'am, whether he agrees with this. Yogesh Khere, सीमा मलिक कह रही हैं कि जो नासिक में हुआ है, जो पुलिस ने कहा है कि एक मॉस्क और अजान से 15 मिनट आगे पीछे कोई भी और भजन नहीं होना चाहिए, 100 मीटर्स के रेडियस में नहीं होना चाहिए ये कोई भी कीर्तन 15 मिनट आगे पीछे। वो कह रही हैं कि ये लॉजिकल है क्योंकि हम हार्मनी क्रिएट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, एक स्टैगर्ड टाइमिंग दे रहे हैं। आप क्या इससे अग्री करते हैं? आपको लगता है कि ये एक समाधान है?
नहीं नहीं, ये बिल्कुल समाधान नहीं है। एक तो बात समझ लीजिए, एक सिर्फ ये ऑर्डर आया है, अभी जो डायरेक्शंस आए हैं ये अभी नासिक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जारी किए हैं। मेरे ख्याल से आज महाराष्ट्र के जो होम मिनिस्टर साहब है उन्होंने एक मीटिंग कंडक्ट की है और पूरे महाराष्ट्र के लिए वो कुछ गाइडलाइंस बना रहे हैं। लेकिन मुझे एक कहना है कि ये जो थोड़े नासिक के जो डायरेक्शन है वो वन साइडेड लग रहे, तो उसमें कुछ लॉजिकल इश्यू नहीं दिख रहा, उसमें कुछ वो एक साइड से किया वो दिख रहा है।
सीमा मलिक, still the allegation that this is a one-sided move. Respond to
और
it.
जब लेकिन
I really deny this. Whatever we are doing, we are just doing it to, to establish peace and harmony. And anybody who is trying to disturb this, strict action will be taken against them. If you are asking both Hindu and Muslim, whether it is a temple or a masjid or gurdwara or church, we are asking everyone to take permission for this thing, for the loudspeakers. So what bad we are doing in this?
संजय गुप्ता, आपके पास आना चाहूंगी। सीमा मलिक, just hold on. योगेश जी,
working according to the rules.
संजय गुप्ता, आरोप ये भी लगाया जा रहा है शिवसेना पर कि आपने जो हिंदुत्व एजेंडा था उसको बिल्कुल छोड़ दिया है परे और अब दूसरी तरफ बढ़े चले जा रहे हैं, अपीजमेंट की तरफ से। इसको कैसे आप काउंटर करेंगे? संजय गुप्ता,
देखिए, ये बीजेपी इस बात को साबित करने की कोशिश करती है। असलियत में ऐसा नहीं है। किसी के साथ गठबंधन करने से शिवसेना की विचारधारा नहीं बदली है। शिवसेना जिस स्टैंड पर पहले थी उसी स्टैंड पर आज भी है, मगर राजनीतिक फायदे के लिए बीजेपी और एमएनएस मिलकर के आज इस बात को साबित करने की कोशिश कर रही है। तो ये ऐसा है नहीं जैसा ये साबित करने की कोशिश कर रही है, क्योंकि किस विचारधारा पर रहना है ये तो जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां वही तो तय करेंगी, ये कोई बीजेपी एमएनएस थोड़ी ना तय करेगी।
योगेश कह रहे जी, इल्जाम आप पे भी लग रहा है, दोष आप पे भी लगा रही है शिवसेना कि आप लोग राजनीतिक फायदे के लिए ये कर रहे हैं।
पहली बात तो हमारा ना बीजेपी से कोई अलायंस है, अभी अलायंस तो शिवसेना का था बीजेपी के साथ, हमारा अभी कोई बीजेपी के साथ अलायंस नहीं है। और ये जो लाउड स्पीकर की बात
बनाने के चक्कर में है, लेकिन बनेगा नहीं आपका।
नहीं बोल रहे, ये राज ठाकरे साहब आज नहीं बोल रहे, 2018
बनाने के चक्कर में आप
2018 साल में
ना आप आगे रहेंगे ना आगे रहेंगे, लिख लीजिए आप।
मस्जिदों के लाउड स्पीकर की बात रखी थी, 2020 में ये बात रखी थी, लेकिन उस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हुई। इसलिए अब राज ठाकरे साहब ने ये स्टैंड लिया है। 4 साल से राज ठाकरे साहब ये बात कर रहे हैं कि मस्जिदों के ऊपर के लाउड स्पीकर।
लेकिन योगेश जी, एक तर्क ये भी दिया गया है कि कोई भी ऐसा रिलीजियस प्लेस नहीं देखी गई है जो कि ये नॉर्म फ्लाउट कर रही है। एक जो सर्टेन डेसिबल लेवल है, जो नॉइज पोल्यूशन लेवल है, उससे ऊपर इनका साउंड नहीं जा रहा है। तो पुलिस का ये कहना है फिर किस बिना पे एक्शन लिया जाए, ये भी एक पॉइंट रखा जा रहा है आर्ग्यूमेंट का।
नहीं, अभी देखो, इसलिए तो अभी जो महाराष्ट्र स्टेट के जो गाइडलाइंस आने वाले इस बारे में, तो वो जब गाइडलाइंस आएंगे तो हमारा जो लीगल सेल है उसकी स्टडी करेगा और जो वो लीगलिटी उसमें चेक करेगा।
लेकिन योगेश जी, एक बात बताइए योगेश जी, कि क्या लॉजिक बनता है? आप कह रहे हैं अगर 3 मई तक ये नहीं हुआ कि सारे लाउड स्पीकर्स मॉस्क से हटा दिए गए, तो आप लोग हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करेंगे मॉस्क के सामने। क्या ये एक टेंशन क्रिएट करने वाली बात नहीं हो गई, या क्या ये एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का ये स्टैंड होना चाहिए?
टेंशन क्रिएट करने वाली बात है किधर इसमें? हम तो 4 साल से पूरी इसके साथ बोल रहे हैं ना कि निकालो, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के इस बारे में जो गाइडलाइंस है, जो डायरेक्शन है, वो फॉलो करने पड़ेंगे ना।
नहीं तो वो लॉ के अंदर फॉलो करने पड़ेंगे ना। ये आप अगर कोई पार्टी ऐसे करेगी कि टेंशन क्रिएट हो, तो वो भी लॉ के बाहर ही है। सीमा मलिक, हाउ वुड यू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दैट?
टेंशन तो एक साइड
reciting a Hanuman Chalisa in front of masjid or something, this is only going to increase the noise pollution and not decrease. And I also agree that everybody should follow the orders of the Supreme Court. They have given us certain guidelines all for the commercial area and the residential area and for the industrial area and for the silent zones. There are certain guidelines and we all should follow. And certainly my colleague said, that certain guidelines are going to come. You know, there was a meeting between the respected chief minister and the respected home minister and DGP Saab and DGP Maharashtra and the Mumbai police commissioner. So definitely they will formulate a guidelines which is going to satisfy everybody.
Okay.
And this will be for everyone, not for any religion specifically, and no discrimination. nothing. So I
संजय
can
गुप्ता,
say at
आप
this level I can say only this thing.
जस्ट अ सेकंड
Yeah.
मैम, संजय गुप्ता, आप कह रहे हैं कि ये जो मामला है वो नॉइज पोल्यूशन या कोई सोशल मामला नहीं है, ये एक पॉलिटिकल इशू है, क्योंकि इस वक्त एमएनएस और बीजेपी की साठगांठ हो रही है. आपका ये आरोप है क्या?
हमारी कोई साठगांठ नहीं है बीजेपी से.
बिल्कुल, ये तो बिल्कुल साफ तौर पे क्लियर है कि इस मामले में जिस तरह से राज ठाकरे जी को आगे करके बीजेपी ने उनके कंधे पर बंदूक रख के चलाना चाह रही है, तो इस तरह की राजनीति बीजेपी हमेशा से करती रही है. अब पहले शिवसेना से इस तरह से काम कराते रहे हैं और अब ये राज ठाकरे जी ऐसे लग रहे हैं. क्या हिंदुत्व
मतलब
के नाम
आप कह रहे हैं कि
पर
आपकी पार्टी के कंधे पे
बीजेपी
बंदूक रख के चलाई गई है पहले?
तो देखिए ना, आप जिस शिवसेना ने 50 साल का संगठन बीजेपी को दिया, 25 साल तक सत्ता के साथ समझौता किया, आज उसी शिवसेना को नीचा दिखाने के लिए, बाला साहब ठाकरे की शिवसेना को नीचा दिखाने के लिए, वही लोग जिनको शिवसेना ने और बाला साहब ने बनाया, वही लोग नीचा दिखाने के लिए तरह तरह के षड्यंत्र रच रहे हैं. और वो षड्यंत्र जो भी रचते रहे, उनके षड्यंत्र रचने से शिवसेना की इमेज को कोई खतरा नहीं पड़ता, ना ही शिवसेना की इमेज नीचे आती है. ये उनके अपने मन की विडंबनाएं हैं. जिस तरह से वो शिवसेना को नीचा दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, वो करते रहें, लेकिन जहां है वो वहीं रहेंगे और शिवसेना जहां है वहीं रहेगी. और आज सरकार, उद्धव सरकार आज सिर्फ ये देख रही है, हिंदुत्व के नाम पर 8 ऐसे प्राचीन मंदिर हैं जिनको उद्धव साहब ने अभी डेवलप करने के लिए, जीर्णोद्धार करने के लिए करोड़ों रुपए सैंक्शन किए हैं कि उन पुराने मंदिरों को किस तरह से जीर्णोद्धार करके, उनका नवनिर्माण करके उनको डेवलप किया जाए. यह है हिंदुत्व की पहचान. और सिर्फ बातें करना नहीं होता, काम करके दिखाना होता है. तो उद्धव जी आज सिर्फ काम करके दिखाना चाहते हैं.
लेट योगेश जी आंसर.
शिवसेना को हम नहीं नीचा दिखा रहे, वो खुद ही अपने आप को नीचा कर रहे हैं. वो हिंदुत्व की बात कर रहे हैं, वो अजान की कंपटीशन लेते हैं. उनके एक विभाग प्रमुख ने स्वर्गीय बाला साहब ठाकरे का उल्लेख जनाब बाला साहब ठाकरे किया था. तो और ये हिंदुत्व की आप क्या बात करें? हिंदुत्व तो जब तक बाला साहब थे तब तक हिंदुत्व था. बाला साहब के बाद ये तो हिंदुत्व रहा नहीं शिवसेना में, इसीलिए तो
वो कह रहे हैं कि वो एक्शन ले रहे हैं, वो प्राचीन मंदिरों को रिवाइव कर रहे हैं. वो कह रहे हैं ये है अफर्मेटिव एक्शन जो कि हिंदुओं के लिए लिया जा रहा है. वो कह रहे हैं आपका जो एक्शन है वो पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड है.
ये पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड हो ही नहीं सकता. मैं आपको फिर याद दिलाना चाहूंगा कि 2018 में राज ठाकरे साहब ने 2 बार ये बात रखी थी कि मस्जिदों के ऊपर जो लाउड स्पीकर है उसकी बात 2018 में रखी थी. तब शिवसेना और बीजेपी किधर थे देख लीजिए, तब तो नहीं था ना.
वो कह रहे हैं कि आप शिवसेना को नीचा दिखाना चाह रहे हैं एमएनएस.
नहीं, मैंने कहा ना, हम तो शिवसेना को नीचे दिखाने की कोई बात ही नहीं है. शिवसेना खुद ही अपने आप को नीचा कर रही है.
ठीक है. सीमा मलिक, लास्ट पॉइंट दैट आई वांट यू टू मेक इज विद रिगार्ड्स टू व्हेन कैन वी सी प्रॉपर गाइडलाइंस सो दैट दिस पॉलिटिकल डिबेट इज ब्रॉट टू रेस्ट.
Wait for some time. I think maybe 2-3 days or something. So
all right,
very soon you will get those guidelines, and I think we are going to satisfy everyone. And मैं ये कहूँगी आपको कि देखिए, महाराष्ट्र के जो लोग हैं वो भी कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं. और इसमें हम इन इश्यूज को, मतलब एक जो भोले भाले लोग होते हैं जो कि किसी भी लड़ाई में नहीं पड़ना चाहते, तो हमारा एक फर्ज बनता है कि हम एक दूसरे की जो फीलिंग्स हैं उनका सम्मान करें, और वही हम कर रहे हैं. इट इज आवर ड्यूटी टू रिस्पेक्ट
each other's feelings. There should not be any political controversy over this issue. This should purely be seen, as Seema Malik is pointing out, in what the guidelines that have been in fact asked by the Supreme Court to be set on this matter. Many thanks to all 3 of our panelists this evening for joining us here on this debate. With that, we're taking a very quick break now. Up next, China creates more infrastructure on the border. This time, 3 cell towers coming up in Hot Springs, near one of the current flashpoints in the eastern Ladakh friction. Should India be worried? Discussing that when we come back with a panel comprising some of the best minds.
our team went to the rooftop of mosque where ventilation windows were closed and a huge stash of stones and bricks were kept inside. An indication perhaps that the stone pelting was planned and that those pelting the stones had taken protection measures.
This area has also been very badly affected. Mostly Hindu houses have been badly targeted. Houses have been burned. Petrol bombs have been thrown on people. People are injured over here. Many people have to leave their house and live in temporary residence.
Many homes of Hindus were attacked with stones and bricks. Some were even burned to the ground.
मस्जिद के ऊपर से पेट्रोल बम फेंके हैं, उधर से भी फेंके और हिंदू घर सारे टारगेट में थे इनके दंगा करवाने के कारण सब इन्होंने किया है.
On the 10th of April, clashes broke out during a Ram Navami procession in Khargaon. A week down the line, the situation on the ground remains grim.
The first casualty of the Ram Navami clashes in Madhya Pradesh's Khargaon has been confirmed. The body of a 28-year-old Ilaiyaraaja Khan, who had gone missing soon after the communal clashes broke out on the 10th of April, was identified by his family. They will be getting an ex gratia of 4 lakh rupees. A road accident triggered communal clashes in Vadodara in Gujarat. The accident involved two-wheelers which belonged to people from 2 different communities, but the matter escalated into stone throwing and vandalism. At least 22 people have been arrested in connection with the violence. Clashes broke out between 2 communities in Mumbai's RA colony. The incident occurred during a Kalash Yatra, which was held near a temple in Goregaon. 8 to 10 people are said to be injured in the clashes. An FIR has been filed against 20 people in connection with the violence. BJP President JP Nadda has accused the Congress of being hand in glove with radical outfit, the Popular Front of India, and stoking communal unrest across the country. Nadda's all-out attack comes a day after Sonia Gandhi and 12 other opposition leaders questioned the Prime Minister's silence on rise in communal violence.
ये डिजाइन्ड तरीके से समाज को खंडित करने की कोशिश हो रही है और मुझे दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है कि आज कांग्रेस पार्टी इज बिहेविंग इन द मोस्ट इररिस्पांसिबल मैनर और मैं ये पूछना चाहूंगा कि क्या पीएफआई के लोगों को जो ऑन बुक्स लाए गए थे उनको छुड़ाने का काम सिद्धारमैया ने किया था कि नहीं किया था इसकी जनता कर्नाटक की जनता जवाब चाहती है.
PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti was in the national capital today. She paid Congress chief Sonia Gandhi a courtesy visit at her 10 Janpath residence. The current political situation was discussed at the hour-long meeting. Congress leaders Priyanka Gandhi, Mukul Vasnik, Randeep Singh Surjewala, KC Venugopal and Ambika Soni were also present. 5 powerful missiles struck the Ukrainian city of Lviv, killing about half a dozen people. Lviv, which is in the western part of the country, had till now been spared of much of the fighting, but now Russia is intensifying strikes, particularly after its Black Sea naval flagship sank last week. As Putin's military strategy focuses eastwards, cities like Kharkiv have come under heavy shelling. In this particular video, you can see a bomb fall on a street even as a woman walks by. She cowers down and manages to walk away unhurt. Yesterday, at least 5 people were killed in Russian bombardment in the city of Kharkiv. Fighting has also intensified in the port city of Mariupol. The battered city is on the brink of falling to Russian forces, 7 weeks under siege. Seizing Mariupol would free up Russian forces to weaken and encircle Ukrainian soldiers in the eastern part of the country, which Moscow is now focusing on. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has accused Russia of wanting to destroy the entire eastern region of Donbass. Russia wants to take control and forge a land corridor between Russia, the mainland, and Crimea, the peninsula, which it seized in 2014. Ukrainian authorities have urged people in the Donbass, in Luhansk and in Donetsk, to move further westwards. Ukrainian fighters have refused to surrender in the southern port city of Mariupol. If the Russians capture Mariupol, they get direct access to the Black Sea. Ukrainian fighters have remained inside the encircled Azovstal steel plant in the city of Mariupol. Meanwhile, Russian shelling has also hit a church in the Luhansk region of eastern Ukraine. Russia's renewed onslaught is slowing down evacuation efforts. Around 30,000 civilians have been evacuated from the Luhansk region since the Russian invasion began. Rescuers have found the bodies of dozens of civilians in Bordoyanka on the outskirts of Kiev while dismantling the rubble of high-rise buildings destroyed by Russian shelling. Bordoyanka resembles a ghost town which has been
Herders in eastern Ladakh have noticed a worrying development around the LAC between India and China. China has installed 3 cell phone towers close to the Indian side near hot springs in Ladakh. Now, hot springs in Gogra is one of the unresolved friction points from the 2020 eastern Ladakh standoff. Is this another alarm bell for India? We'll decode that. Joining me on the show for this discussion, Andrew K.P. Leung, international and independent China strategist based in Hong Kong; Phongchuk Stobdan, former diplomat and expert on inner Asian affairs; Dr. Swasti Rao, associate fellow at the Manohar Parrikar IDSA; Manju Seth, former diplomat; retired Lieutenant General K.J. Singh, former General Officer Commanding-in-Chief of Western Command. Lieutenant General K.J. Singh, I want to come first to you to help us first of all understand the location where these cell towers have come and its significance, because technically they lie on the Chinese side.
See, firstly, thank you for having me on your show. It's our claim vis-a-vis the claim of Chinese side, and that is not yet resolved. If you know, and your listeners would be conversant with this, that we have a system of patrolling points over there. There are claim lines and there are patrolling points. Now, these points have been defined by a group which is called China Study Group, which includes security experts and diplomats. So the point that we are talking about is Hot Spring, which is PP 17.
Okay, 17.
We have resolved issues around the Galwan, which was PP 14-15. We have done for Gogra, which is PP 17 Alpha. And now we are stuck at the Hot Springs. Now, basically, if you remember, your viewers will also be able to recall that last time there was this meeting to take forward the issues connected with disengagement, because first we have to disengage.
Yes.
And then we can
de-escalate,
de-induct and de-escalate the whole thing. So when this meeting took place, Chinese had put forward a proposal regarding hot springs only. Now we had rejected that proposal because we felt that Chinese are trying to get an unfair advantage in this area. We have our deployments, we have our posts over there. To put up such towers is alarming from the point of view that you want to change the reality. You want to give a de jure status to your current position, which has not yet been mutually agreed and accepted. Such a thing of communication towers, some of them are mobile and retractable. So, like when I was in Sikkim as a corps commander, so in Nathula, Chinese had towers which used to give communication ranges in our area. So certain villages on our side used to catch Chinese towers. Such a thing does happen, and
that can be a serious cause of concern. Clearly, that can be a serious cause of concern. Let me bring in Phongchuk Stobdan on that. Ambassador Stobdan, some of the points of how serious this matter can be have been laid down by Lieutenant General K.J. Singh there. I want to understand from your perspective, how do we deal with this? And as Lieutenant General Singh is saying, this might be an attempt to create new realities on the ground. Would you agree with that?
No. In the cyber platform, this is a very well-known thing. All over India-China border, the Chinese have stepped up the wireless communication system for a very long time, since 2019. It's not just in Ladakh sector, but also in Himachal Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh. In fact, they have 5G towers all along the border. So it's not something which has happened. As far as this news is concerned, which you are putting up now, I would take this with a pinch of salt, because government has not issued any, any sort of communication in this regard. Neither did the Indian Army. This seemed to be an information coming from a tweet that has been sent by a local leader from the opposition Congress party. And, to my understanding, since I come from that area, this is a PLA local communication tower.
Okay.
There is no human being there. There is no activities for any PLA or Indian army to have such kind of a tower, whether it's communication, whether it's a wireless satellite, or whatever it is. It's a very understandable thing. To me, it is unfair to say that we don't have such communications system. I mean, the government doesn't know about it, that we need to rely on some tweet from somewhere.
Sir, the point here is the specific place, because it's come up in an area which we have seen being embroiled in a friction in 2020, and it has been unresolved even now. I think that is why Lieutenant General Singh is suggesting that it could be alarming for India. Andrew, I want to bring you in. A digital infrastructure of this nature can't be taken objection to, as the Ambassador Stobdan is perhaps pointing out over there. But can India take it up with China on technical grounds that it's very close to our border, that, as Lieutenant General Singh was saying, there could be communication on the other side using this infrastructure right at the LAC. How do you take up this matter? Because if technically this lies in the Chinese area, what do you do about it?
Well, you're quite right. I mean, as both countries, both China and India, are holding fast to their claimed territory, and then the border disputes have been going on for decades. So this kind of disputes are unlikely to be resolved anytime soon. But of course, that the two countries recently, their foreign ministers met recently and reached at least, hopefully, some sort of understanding on this issue. There is no reason why this issue cannot be raised again in a future meeting between the two countries, hopefully at the highest possible level, because these issues of territorial integrity cannot be resolved in the field by the field commanders. And of course, the military commanders would all be obliged by their own mandates to stick to their guns. But I think that as far as these towers are concerned, these are not necessarily military in nature, although, of course, it would help with military communications.
Yes.
But one very important thing is that the whole of China has become a digital economy. And then even remote farmers, they're benefiting from this e-commerce because that's the China's way to live practically the whole country out of poverty, so that the remote people living in remote areas can sell their products on the internet and e-commerce. So I think that this is very common now in China. If you look at even the most remote villages,
but
they all
Andrew Leung, you are not denying the fact that it can be used for military communication, right? If need be.
It can, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So that's. Let me get in Manju's perspective on this as well, ma'am. China has an issue with India building infrastructure along the LAC. Can India raise this issue, considering we have concerns, and as Andrew is saying that for all you know, it can be used for military purposes?
Yes, we can raise, and we do raise these points whenever meetings are held. But if you see when the bridge was being built across the Pangong Lake some time back, it was a matter of concern because it's very close to the border, but at the same, or not border, let me put it as the LAC.
Yes.
But at that time also, India has been taking a very cautious approach to the whole thing by saying that we are monitoring the situation. And as far as these mobile towers are concerned, they are possible dual use structures. And right now, from all the counts, or from the report or the tweet that is there is no habitation in that area at all at the moment. They are trying to build, but at the moment it is an uninhabited area, and only herdsmen and others go there and come back. That's what I understood from the account, from the tweet.
That's right.
So if that is the case, then definitely there seems to be a double intent in the mind of the Chinese, where they would like to of course, put pressure on India, but also put these, and also put a claim to something which is not being discussed or decided yet. So they feel that if they have occupied it and they've got something there, it belongs to them. And this has been their practice along the entire line of control that we can see, line of actual control, where we can see that's been happening in Ladakh, it's been happening across in Himachal, they've done it, built some structures in Arunachal.
Yes.
So there, it is a little matter of concern for India, definitely.
There definitely seems to be a trend, because this dual-use villages have also come up across Arunachal Pradesh, which you rightly mentioned. Dr. Swasti Rao, can you break down the threats from such infrastructure? After all, China can say this is only for connectivity. But is it just that? And it doesn't seem so, because at least half of our panelists believe that this could be dual-use purpose.
Absolutely. Good evening, Maha. It's good to be here. And well, let me tell you that in my opinion, China has proven yet again to be a master of double-speak and double intent. And, you know, standalone building of infrastructure doesn't make sense when you want to understand the Chinese, okay? The only way we can understand the Chinese is when we connect the dots. So here is a China that around, you know, March 11th, during the 15th round of talks, they agreed to disengage. March 16th, they started to disengage. Before that, they were making villages, and then they were populating the villages before. And, you know, even sometime last year, November, they started building a bridge. They said that we want to connect the two banks of Pangong Tso, etc. Now they are building these mobile towers. Now, what really are the mobile towers for? Like, you know, other panelists mentioned, if you only look at the utility of the mobile towers, perhaps you would say that there's nothing wrong. They're building it in their territory. But now you look at something which is more cumbersome, which is more worrisome. And what is it? China has been building telecom infrastructure in not only in the LAC sector, but all of Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Afghanistan, you know, you name it. All of South Asia, strategic communication is dominated by China, and it is very much possible that they can use it for espionage. They can use it for anything that they deem fit. And by the way, South Asia isn't alone here. This is precisely what the Chinese have been doing in Africa and the rest of the world, and people are taking note of it. So it is absolutely, I would say it would be our wishful thinking to say that this has been happening on Chinese territory, and hence we can't really stop them. Obviously, we cannot stop them, but the point is to be always cautious, to have our cautious mode on always, and yes, also bolster ourselves for tech-related espionage. I think that is a very, very important takeaway.
All right, and certainly one point that has been made is that while there is 2G connectivity on the other side, that is the Indian side, this seems to be much higher 4G connectivity, and therefore, as is being pointed out, can be used if needed for military purposes as well. This will be faster, smoother. So why not more infrastructure being built on the Indian side? India has been doing a lot over the past few years, but there have been objections from China, ironically, which itself is building up infrastructure at a rapid pace on their side of the LAC. But we'll take a quick look now at some of the worrying signals from the Chinese side, especially with regards to infrastructure development. That will give you an idea of the manner in which the aggressive build-up has been happening of infrastructure. First of all, China is building about 600 dual-use villages. What are dual-use villages? These are villages where you can get in people to inhabit in some of the areas, especially on the other side of Arunachal. Again, these are villages that are not inhabited. They can try to bring people there to show that these lands belong to them, and if need be, they can be used for military purposes as well. China turns villages into military facilities. That is exactly what I'm pointing out. These villages can act both as civilian infrastructure as well as military infrastructure. That is why they are a cause of concern so close to the LAC. The Chinese military bunkers in villages near Doklam, some of them have come up. Therefore, it raises a concern that there is a pattern that China has been following. Therefore, can we really not be alarmed about the cell towers that have come up? They might look innocuous, 3 cell towers coming up on their side. But should India be cautious? China has built a new bridge on Pangong Tso. This has been pointed out by Manju Seth as well, saying that they are just connecting their two sides. But the fact remains, that this is infrastructure building to facilitate, if need be, perhaps even their military. China has renamed 15 locations in Arunachal Pradesh. The Ministry of External Affairs in India has in fact said that you can't fabricate or come up with new names just so that you can show that this territory belongs to you. Nobody is going to buy that. However, the fact remains that they have named these 15 territories in Chinese, in Mandarin. Chinese soldiers, this is a picture, a propaganda picture of sorts. They tried to unfurl the national flag in Galwan. Later, the Indian army disputed this claim because the Indian army was very much there, and they put out a picture as a counter of our soldiers putting out the tricolor. So that was a propaganda picture that was put out on New Year's. China has deployed tanks opposite the Indian posts at LAC. There has been a build-up since 2020. That is why there is stress that there needs to be disengagement and then de-escalation. Now, in the latest move, which we are discussing, 3 mobile towers in Hot Springs area. Hot Springs Bogra remains one of the friction points from 2020 itself. So that is unresolved. That's why the 3 towers coming there is a matter of concern. Lieutenant General Singh, I want to come back to you. This dual-use infrastructure that we're talking about, we've seen similar attempts across Arunachal Pradesh. The fact is that so far, we have seen these dual-use villages come up, and again, very little that you can say if China is building that on their side of the LAC. How does India rather counter that?
Baha, firstly, I take a bit of objection to the fact that we have all started believing that they are coming up on Chinese side of claim line.
Okay.
Well, it is a disputed area. We are seriously disputing it. We have not agreed to their proposal, which was given in the latest Corps Commanders Conference. So this is salami slicing in a very classical manner, that you create assets and then you say this area was under our control. We have assets over here. The way to counter it, like what you asked me, is that we have to extend connectivity. Now, like this counselor has brought out, Mr. Shenzhen, that he has 14 villages under his charge. And out of them, only about 10 or 11 have the 2G connectivity. Now, that connectivity is based on VSAT, which is not very reliable. So the Lieutenant Governor of Ladakh had said a few weeks ago that we should have optic fiber connectivity going right up to our remote areas. This is a challenge. There's a problem of finding funds also, because it has to be done in phased manner. But I'm sure our infrastructure planners are taking this into account, and they have to counter this, because and what one panelist brought out is very correct. Like in Bhutan, the entire WhatsApp of Bhutan has been taken over by China.
Okay.
They only operate on WeChat. So this is a Chinese method of
worrying trend there, as has been pointed out. Ambassador Shrobdan, is it also a matter of concern that the Eastern Ladakh friction has been stretched out so long?
Well, I think it's part of the global balance of power. Something is going on in Europe. Something is going on between United States and China. So I don't think Eastern Ladakh, from the Chinese perspective, can be seen in isolation. They have a strategic dimension to the Ladakh problem, while we are looking at Ladakh only as a LAC problem, line of actual control. The Chinese don't think that they were looking at Ladakh as a line of actual control perspective. They have a much bigger problem, probably even linking with Pakistan and Afghanistan and a whole lot of issues. But I would not like to exaggerate a lot of things unless government speaks out on this. I do not believe in local politicians who have their own local issues to raise. Right now I'm in Ladakh. I met the Lieutenant Governor yesterday. And these kind of things keep coming. I mean, I don't think it should even make a national news. China is a concern. Nobody is denying about
maybe
it.
I'm stretching this argument a bit far, but you know, in the case of Kargil as well, the first informers were herders, if I'm not wrong.
I'm
Lieutenant
asking
General
you,
Singh?
what is the basis of your news? I don't know. I see a whole lot of channels are focusing on this tweet. I can also tweet a lot of things, but that doesn't make any sense.
But they've put
I'm a
up
former
pictures,
diplomat. I can tweet. I'm sitting
Sure.
at the LAC.
Sure.
Sure, but then you should rely on the factual things. The government hasn't said, and another command hasn't said anything on this. I think, you know, it's a big, you can expect a lot of this kind of news now in the coming days because Americans are very active in this area.
Okay. And Andrew, would you agree with Ambassador Sobdan that we are stretching this argument a bit? Because the local councillor has also put out pictures. He's spoken to herders who have alerted people around that area about this. Should we not take this as some sort of ground intelligence, if I can use that term?
Well, as been pointed out, China is a nation of connectivity, both domestically and internationally through the Belt and Road. And in a way, this is part of China's digital Silk Road, connecting that part of China or even claimed territory with neighboring regions. So, as I said, the whole country is digitized, including remote peasants, you know, living in very, very remote areas. But I think that this is, of course, from the Indian point of view, this again is can be seen as provocative. As I said, that the border disputes has been going on for decades, and it can't be hoped to be resolved by a few commanders. And I think the more the two leaders talk to each other, not only on specific issues like this specific area, but the whole question of remaining territorial disputes and the overall relationship between these two countries, I think that would move things forward a bit.
Okay.
Otherwise, both countries would just set in their own ways.
Dr. Swasti Rao, you pointed out how there has been digital infrastructure, digital means used by China and other parts of those countries, you know, close to India, surrounding India as well. I want to understand from you, are we also seeing a trend, if we take a look at Pangong and the bridge there, and now the cell towers in Hot Spring, that there is a tendency that China is showing on building infrastructure on these specific LAC friction points?
Absolutely. Absolutely. See, we have to keep two things in mind. One is, and like a fellow panelist pointed out, and it's a very important point, that, see, there is a game of narrative domination, information domination that China is playing in that region. Because earlier there was a claim of a disputed territory, and now there is a claim of sovereignty, that this belongs to us, right? It's not disputed anymore. So those are signals that China is giving away to India, that India needs to catch, either directly, indirectly, discreetly, whichever way. But those are signals that we cannot miss. That is the first thing, that they are looking at dominating that narrative out there. Okay. The second thing is, as far as the digital, domination of say the world is concerned, China actually launched the digital Silk Route in 2015, 2 years after BRI was announced, where they actually look at dominating the entire world, with their digital connectivity. So those are again things, and understand that these are points that have created friction between China and other parts of the world. I mean, in Latin America is full of these examples, Africa is full of these examples, and now that it's happening in India, we cannot look at it in isolation. That is the point that I'm trying to make. And now the point is, what do we do about it? So, of course, I'm sure the government is taking a note of it, I mean, in its own way, and obviously I'm not privy to what is happening there, so I can't speak on that behalf. But other than that, we really have to look at some sort of a diversification, which is not possible without a very well coherent strategy. I mean, you look at how Japan is diversifying in China Plus One, how the EU is diversifying in the Global Gateway and other strategies. I mean, India has to follow suit. I know we are dependent on them on pharmaceuticals, but the point is China cannot be controlled in a direct manner. It has to be hurt. It has to be hit where it hurts the worst for them, and which is their global embeddedness in the supply chains. So all I'm trying to say is that nothing makes sense if you look at it in a standalone fashion. We have to connect all these dots and be really cautious well in time. So that is the point.
And also, as you rightly mentioned, a calibrated approach. Several aspects need to be factored in trying to hurt China or impose costs, not hurt in that sense, but impose costs. They should know that they can't challenge the sovereignty of another country. Manju said, can BRICS be used as a good opportunity to resolve the crisis? I mean, China is going to be hosting that. They are keen that the Prime Minister attends the BRICS summit. It's going to be a matter of prestige for them if the Prime Minister doesn't attend that and travel to China. Can this be used as an opportunity then?
Actually, it can be, but the mandate of BRICS is slightly different. And usually bilateral issues don't come directly into play. But yes, on the sidelines,
what I meant is not the issue being discussed in BRICS, but can the
send
BRICS...
a message.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, certainly. I think we can and we should send a message clearly to the Chinese side that for everything, they cannot impose their view. We need to impose costs on them, as you rightly mentioned. Until we do that, and to also, on our side, improve the infrastructure at a rapid pace, and to counter what they're doing, and to also get clarity. This has been going on, as Dr. Swasti mentioned. They have just laid claim to it and said it's sovereignty now. It belongs to us. It's no longer a disputed area. So that approach has to be countered. We have been saying we don't accept, we reject their claims or we reject their statements, but we haven't really done anything beyond that to take action to to impose costs or to send a message to China that it is not acceptable.
Okay.
But in practice, we have been making these statements, but we need to make a little more sort of practical action we need to take so that the message goes to them that they cannot carry on in the way it has been happening. Though we have told them it cannot be business as usual, while on the one hand we are having all this friction and all these aggressive postures on the border, and we want everything else to go normally. We have to again reiterate this message and try and move away our supply chains, our dependence on supply chains from China, and move it away and make them in India as far as possible.
The irony, ma'am, over here was that in the year 2020-2021, when this friction was at its height, India had said it can't be business as usual, but trade went up between the two sides. So how do you rationalize what is happening on the ground and what action we are taking? Andrew, I want to come to you on that same point about BRICS. Can this be used to send out a message? Because when Wang Yi came to India, many believe that it was on a sort of a probing mission to try and see whether Prime Minister Modi will come for the BRICS summit to China. It will be a matter of prestige, right, for China. If it's hosting that summit, it will want India to participate. And we've seen precedents the last time around when it was held in Sherman, and the Dhoklam issue had come up at that time, and it got resolved just ahead of that. Do you think we might see a same recourse this time around as well?
Well, definitely, because the territorial disputes are the major stumbling blocks in the overall relationships between China and India. In fact, there are so many other issues which both sides see eye to eye in the development of possibly an Asian century, including both India and China. So there are a lot of things that both sides can work together, but then the territorial disputes have been setting both sides apart. Now, as for connectivity, this is a fact of life because 130 countries, 130 countries around the world, have China as the largest trading partner. And China is now at the center of the global and supply value chain. compared with only 57 countries having the United States as the largest trading partner. So there's a fact of life. You can't just change that, at the drop of a hat. And it really depends on the economies of both countries. But definitely, the overall relationship between these two countries, China and India, are very, very important in a changing world, because the whole world is moving to Asia. And then a lot of opportunities are at stake. And then the territorial disputes is only part of a chessboard. And I think that the both countries should really look at the things in an overall perspective.
Ambassador Sobdan, do you think the 2020 friction, at least that can be resolved ahead of BRICS? Do you see that happening?
I don't think so. This is, according to our own ministry, is been seen as a precondition for improving relationship with China. I mean, the border problem. So I don't see a starting point from there. But obviously, the BRICS is more about changing the global economic order. And Prime Minister Modi is a global leader. His going to Beijing is important, because if we keep on boycotting each other's meeting, then the Chinese will not come to India. So in the diplomacy, people understand this thing in a different way. But I don't see that there are many other issues, including Russia, Ukraine, other issues will be dominating the, if at all, on the sidelines, any discussion takes place between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping. So I think I don't see the border problem being resolved, but I'm sure a lot of things are happening. India has become very important in the wake of Ukraine crisis. India is being praised in Chinese media by Chinese people, Chinese netizens. I think Indian position has been hailed in China. I don't know whether there's a change of mood in Beijing, but surely I don't see at the moment anything positive happening.
All right. We'll have to wind up this discussion here. Many thanks to all of our panelists for joining us here on this discussion this evening. Let's move on now, shifting focus to the Russia-Ukraine war, which is close to entering the third month now. As Russia intensifies its offensive in eastern Ukraine, the remains of a military camp outside Kiev that housed around 6,000 Russian troops suggest a lack of preparation. Is Russia's war machine being stretched too thin? CNN's Phil Black gets us this report from Hostomel.
The sign is a warning: beware mines. The forest serves as protection too, a natural screen concealing a vast secret. Here among the trees, about an hour's drive north of Kiev, are the remains of a sprawling Russian military camp. We're shown around by Ukrainian special forces. This soldier says the positions were held by Russian Marines. We see a sprawling network of underground fighting positions, command posts, sleeping areas, and ammunition storage. While everywhere there is evidence of how the Russians lived, and that evidence suggests their existence here was neither disciplined nor comfortable. It is so quiet here now, just some bird noise and a light breeze. But recently, there were 6,000 Russian soldiers bedded down through these woods in a camp that is so large you can't see where it begins and where it ends. Living here would have been hard. It was through the coldest of the winter days. 4 weeks, stopped here, short of Kiev, after they failed to take the capital quickly. The silence is broken by efforts to deal with some unidentified ordnance. This camp is damning proof of Russia's failures on this front. Poor preparation, desperately wrong assumptions about the numbers and resources needed to conquer Kiev. What lessons do you take from all of this that will apply to the coming battle for Donbass in the east? He says we see the volume of forces that invaded this area, and we understand that will be 2 to 3 times greater in the Donbass. This force wasn't confined to the forest. Its commanding officers lived a little more comfortably in the nearby village of Zdizhivka. Here, civilians tell disturbingly familiar stories. Vitali, a local mechanic, says he was detained and interrogated for almost 24 hours. He says he was beaten, blindfolded, tied up, and subjected to mock executions. He says he's never known fear like it and constantly thought those were his last moments on earth. Local priest Vasily Benser describes dealing with the aftermath of even greater cruelty. He says he found 5 men tortured and killed in the garden, 2 more in the forest, and the Russians brought him 2 dead women and told him to bury them. Other Russians in this area camped out in fields with their artillery pieces and stole what comforts they could: a mattress, alcohol, the works of Shakespeare. So from these firing positions, Grad rockets flew through the sky towards Hostomel, which is only a relatively short distance away. And when they hit the earth, it was often civilians who felt their power.
You can see the result. So many people.
They were hiding in there.
Yes.
In Hostomel, resident Dmitry Nekazakov shows the aftermath of a Russian rocket strike.
This is the epicenter of explosion.
And where some of its victims were temporarily buried.
I feel only hate.
Only hate?
Yes. We can't forgive it for long, maybe for life.
For now, the enemies in the forest, fields and villages have left this part of Ukraine. The fruits of their brief stay, the pain, trauma and loathing, remain.
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand, ladies and gentlemen. But are we as a nation taking the right stand? Are we as a nation standing up to those who want to break the fabric of India and who want to alter the culture of India? Are we taking the right stand against those who believe that giving cover fire to Islamists is going to get them political mileage, or is that the right thing to do? And are we as a nation waking up to the reality that we cannot afford to have illegals in our country? Many questions that arise. But tonight we start with some shocking visuals that have come to the fore. Have a look at these visuals, ladies and gentlemen. The visuals will shock you. This is Jahangirpuri in the national capital. Have a look at this and hear what they are saying. Right at the hub of the procession, what is being told to them? You are going to be pelted. Go away from here. Bottles are being thrown at a procession with Hanuman, with Ram, with a Baba sitting there or a priest sitting there. There he is. And with the tricolor. The tricolor is being pelted. The reality is these people don't care. They will pelt anything which is against what they believe is their way of life. In the middle